ないのさ筋肉マン Go fight 私はドジで強いつもり筋肉マン走る滑る見事にああ心に愛がなければスーパーヒーローじゃないのさ筋肉マン Go fight
Well, isn't that funny? The moment the Kanikoman intro finished, the stream just went to straight 0 kilobytes per second, but now it's fine again. Surprise, surprise. But today we are going to play. There's the music. It takes it a second to pop up. We are going to play those red pearls of Borneo. I've had this one on my library for a while. It's one of those free games that pop up on the Steam Discovery queue when I'm browsing around. That look interesting enough, but just not interesting enough to, well, it looks interesting enough and I'm not in the mood to play at that moment. So, there's a few free games that pass through that, hey, free is free, for one, and it looks cool enough for me to say, yeah, sure, I might play this later. Red Pearls of Borneo has been compared at times to Golden Idol or Radin, because it's one of those mystery games where you're trying to suss together information out of an seemingly incomplete scenario or with incomplete understanding. I was trying to get a different game to run last night. An old game, kind of obscure one. And I have a VM that I used before for particularly old games that are tricky to get running on modern Windows 10. As far as I'm concerned, modern Windows ends at Windows 10, there's nothing beyond. But it's a Windows 3.1 CD-ROM game. And so I got to get like PCEM or 86 whatever working. So that's going to be a whole project for another time. Which is a shame, because that was an oceanic game, pretty close to my backyard. And I figured, well, if I can't get that one to run, then how about we steer our ship a little bit more westward to our cousins over in Borneo. And so, coincidentally, I popped onto Blue Sky this morning and I saw some of the narrative game devs that I follow singing some praises about Red Pearls of Borneo, or at least saying that they enjoyed it. Does this person also have the same criticism for the second half that I had? I was like, dang, this little free game that I put onto my library a while back has got the attention of some pretty cool people. Maybe we should try it out then. That's we're gonna try it out then. So it's basically, I'm sure the game's gonna tell us. Was it London where our little psychic lives? And we're trying to solve a mystery in World War II Borneo. And that's basically all I know about it. And I think that the Steam store page mentions something about it is a period piece, and so there are going to be ethnic slurs against Japanese or German soldiers. But let's see, Borneo, deep in a colonial period. So, Pacific Islander me, I'm already expecting a bit of oofness here or there. And so at least they're upfront about some of it. So, How about that all of us mature players and viewers hop right into these pearls and see what's what for this mystery? I can choose a language. I can now use at, in character, and item notes to select the location. Huh, cool. British or Chinese simplified? Let's do British. Content warning. The game contains some period typical racial insults against the Japanese army. Would you like to censor these words? That's pretty cool that they give you the option. I think we'll continue uncensored. Because like I said, we're mature here, right? We could... This isn't an Asmongold or anything where people are relishing the chance to say their favorite slurs. You know, it's not exactly the Elon Musk flavor of free speech where, but I want to say all the slurs that I want. Why can't I do a Nazi salute? You know, we have more than two brain cells to rub together here. But that is cool that it does have the option to put a bit of a filter on it for those who simply do not want to be exposed to direct amount of hatefulness in their fun mystery games. But we'll do it uncensored. For the... Ooh. I was gonna say for the historical immersion, but we gotta select difficulty here. Play the game as intended, or experience a more hardcore investigation. It's a comfort to know that normal is the intended experience. Hardcore mode disables a global timeline tracker. I don't know what that means. And turns off discovery hits. They can be toggled on or off in the settings. Let's do normal. To Missalelphine, confidential, what happened in Borneo. Is it top secret or is it confidential? Which one is it? British intelligence is slacking. 1948 London, dear Miss Delphine. Trust his correspondence, finds you good health, and that the spring air is proving a welcome relief after the winter's chill. Also, where's the game capture? All this talking I'm doing. Okay, there it is. It's because I pressed down on this. So I wasn't just talking about an empty screen there. It's because I'm doing a window capture for this one. Game capture wasn't working too well, and if I minimize on the game capture on the window capture, then the window just vanishes. So give me a second for something. All the prep work I did, and there's one thing I've forgotten. Let's see. Oh, look, I could highlight stuff. That's kind of cool. I must apologize for the sudden nature of this letter, as we had never been formally introduced. However, I was given your name by a mutual acquaintance in Oxford, who spoke with great conviction of your unique gifts. He assured me that where the conventional authorities reach their limit, your investigation begins. It is a hope, perhaps a desperate one, that compels me to write you today. They told me it was war, that my father, my sister Loon, that they were just casualties of the occupation. But I know better now. They were gone long before the Japanese landed. I was stuck here in London during the Blitz, unable to reach them. My father, Jeremiah, had been running the Goodwill tobacco plantation in North Borneo for decades. It was our paradise. Your paradise? Now they say it's a graveyard. I've spent every penny of my inheritance chasing ghosts. Letters to the colonial offices, bribes to sailors, and this is all that I have. A box of scraps, a map, some photos. And because he had the good foresight to contact a psychic detective, this is all we need to get some... What do they call it when you touch a person or you touch an object and you get the psychic gecko? Was it like psychometry or something like that? Are we a psychometrist? Psychometry. Yeah, psychometry. In parapsychology, psychometry, also known as token object reading or psychoscopy, is a form of extrasensory perception characterized by the purported ability to glean accurate knowledge of an object's history by making physical contact with that object. Supporters assert that an object may have an energy field that transfers knowledge regarding that object's history. There is no evidence that psychometry exists, and the concept has been widely criticized. And for good reason. We all know that psychometry is bunk. In actuality, it's a morphogenetic field, adoy. You are a sensitive, I'm told. That's why they call you... That's what they call you people. Please, I need to know what happened to them. Access the memories attached to these items. Find the truth. Enclosed are the few photos I managed to recover, 1, 2, 3, and 7 others. The only thing I know for sure is that what little the Colonial Office told me. Hey, MP83, it's Dana's birthday, so say happy to him while he's still online. This is an order. Well, shucks, MP. Dana's cool people. How could I not? I saw that he was streaming. But I hadn't realized that today was such a day of fortune for him. Oh, it says right there, birthday stream. I'll give him a knock knock, just to be cheeky. And then I'll give him a gift sub. Gift sub pay. There. Thanks for the spot, MP. Alright, back to our game. Our currently silent game. Dana is cool, though. I've seen him around in other communities. You hope I didn't miss out on a porridge. Don't worry, MP. Instead, I was missing out on 8 years of life, subsisting on savings and some mild investments. I would think that my costs have been a little bit higher, but at least the porridge money has not been touched. Jeremiah Goodwill was alone in the study at 1600 hours on Tuesday, 16th December 1941, when he placed a telephone call to the local authorities regarding the arrival of an unannounced and unexpected guest. Please help me put them to rest, J. Goodwill, Jr. Begin. Oh, that's us. That's Delphine. Borneo, to be wild. Oh, MP. I'll give you 15 points for that one. Map of the plantation, and I'm only aware of the study as a location so far. Provided photos of everyone who was known to be present on the premises at the time. I only had the name of my benefactor's father and sister. Figure out the names of other guests before I can start being able to connect with them. Okay, studies over there. So, presentation-wise, I don't mind that the art is a bit simplistic because it is stylistic, and I do like the style that they've chosen here. A little smudgy, a little watercolory, but it's a nice one. It's pleasing to the eye. Though, the green box for the location is kind of funny. Is that because... what's this button? The mind's eye. I could jump around places. Place whens. I can jump around whens. Your jokes are ridiculously perfect. That's where you're getting points for him, MP? That's why you're getting points? Evidence cabinet. We have the dossier, which is the letter we got. We can't look at the photos yet, can we? Okay, the help is that. There's a hint I'm not gonna open. Guests? Oh, it automatically assigned the name of Jeremiah Goodwill and Lune Goodwill. I suppose maybe they were written on the photograph. Would I wanted to put the name down? Oh, we could postulate whereabouts for where they were at specific times. Okay, let's go to the study. I can feel the essence of the study as I focus on it. It's nearly as if I am in the room. The feeling is impossible to describe, and many think it is not real, and it's just a parlor trick. I don't blame them. There's a specific feel to old rooms. The objects that form the essence of the space become part of the room. Items that remain in that space long enough become anchored to the space itself. Do you suppose that there's going to be a puzzle later on where there's a new object, or an object that has only had a passing presence in the room, and so will be deprived of information? When I'm going to change my name to The Guinea Prince? Well, I can't be The Guinea Prince because I know there are others. When I first got this name way back when, I'll admit to being the first that I saw around. And then I made a Twitter account. And then there was some other kid who decided to name himself Guinea Prince afterwards, and so he had to tweak his name because I got to it first. But to be funny, I followed him on Twitter. But I think that the account just died because he couldn't be Guinea Prince original. He can only be the copy. Which is also why I changed my name to Guinea Prince. Originally, it was Diaspora Prince for a number of reasons. But as I was looking around the internet, around Twitter, to see, okay, what else is using this name, there was one person using that exact name for, like, African diaspora activism. I thought, you know what? Let's not muddy the waters. That is a much nobler goal than my use of the name. So he could have Diaspora Prince, I'll have Guinea Prince. We'll do guinea pigs over here instead. Heavy teak furniture, the smell of stale smoke fills the air, telephone on the desk. Now that Jeremiah was alone at 4 p.m. in the study, if I focus hard enough on Jeremiah, I should be able to see the echo of what happened there. Set the timeline to 1600 and place Jeremiah's photo into focus. A guest can only be in one location at any given time, not if they stand at the threshold. If you see a guest at a location, they cannot be in another location at the same time. An event doesn't necessarily take the whole hour, but only one significant event can happen at a location at a time. Guests may appear in the edges of an echo in one room and be in another room for the remainder of the hour. They will only count in the room where they are fully present. Okay, so 1600 they said, right? $1600, Jeremiah, focus. I'm learning the mechanics. Oh, first discovery! Are all of the achievements going to be progress-based, or are we going to get some, like, Easter egg ones, some wrong answer ones? Jeremiah Goodwill in the study, speaking to someone in the corridor. Left him with Lune, so Lune is with some him. What were you thinking? Go set her to fetch the towels, it's fine. I'll deal with notifying the authorities. He picks up a rotary telephone. New item discovered. The Dolphin can focus on items like the telephone here. Go to the phone on the item screen of the inventory, press I anywhere, and attune it by attributing the correct owner to it. Once the owner's been identified, Delphine can feel the aura of the person using the item at any given time and see the echo of what happened in its presence. Given Jeremiah's out of the plantation, it is likely that he is the one who uses the telephone most often, and therefore it is likely to be him that I need to attune it to. We'll get to it. Jeremiah Goodwill, rotary telephone. District officer, Goodwill plantation. An unexpected visitor, Mr. Lucas Sterling. Moored his raft to my dock. Solitary survivor of a pirate outrage on the coast. Notify the constabulary. Unlocked a glossary entry. History student. The Marine Wing of the North Borneo Armed Constabulary is the closest thing to a coast guard of the British parts of North Borneo. They operated small armed motor launches that patrolled the coast before the Japanese invasion. Now, unlike the original Golden Idol, it's pretty obvious to tell which things are things to click on. It's not expecting you to click every single word to see which one might be of interest, which is fine. The puzzle is going to be more in-depth, I'm sure. I gotta piece every one. I could put notes to everything. Reports regarding Royal Navy vessels unaccounted for in these waters. Chap story's fishy, very fishy. Survivor strikes as a young pup, too cheeky for my liking. Head Jaga is a guard, Sikh or Punjabi men. Punjabi, right? Commonly employed as watchmen across the British Borneo, typically wearing formal turbans and high collared buttoned tunics. Kanan. Jaga Kanan. Two strangers have their photos and their name. Remember that indigenous peoples to Borneo often do not have a surname. Should we identify Kanan with just his first name? If Delphine can figure out who they are based on the context, she could assign a name to the face and guest case to the face in the guest case file. So, traditional turban, high collar. You must be Kanan. Kanan Lucas? Kanan. Could I cancel out the name? Oh. Select first name. I thought it was giving first name, last name. I was like, what do you mean, Kanan Lucas? Could I undo Lucas? What do you mean answer's wrong? I'm just trying to delete this. Kanan. I'm probably gonna miss out on some achievement for getting everything correct first guess go now. So. Lucas Sterling. Solitary survivor, pirate outrage. Moored his raft on the dock. He's a raft owner. Young pup. Too cheeky. So, who looks like a young, cheeky pup who probably has a raft? I feel like 1, 2, or 3 over here could feasibly qualify as a young pup, depending on what definition of young. This looks like either late teens, early 20s. This looks like teen to 20s. This could be 20s to 30s. And Jeremiah looks fairly older. Every place I've worked, it doesn't matter if you're a teenager, if you're 20, if you're 30, if there's somebody older than you, you are young, you're a kid. So compared to Jeremiah, this could be a brash young pup. Interrogating the boathouse. Don't care for his manner one bit. He's young, in his 20s I'd say, with a haircut that's altogether too styled for my liking. Like one of those Americans on the silver screen. 20s with a haircut styled like an American on the silver screen. I think it's him then. I had doubts about this. 3 candidates, but a doubt on him because his, what is it, daughter? And you left him with Lune. With Loon. What were you thinking, man? That doesn't have to be contradictory. You left him with Loon, what were you thinking, man? Could be, you left this stranger with my daughter. This handsome, cheeky stranger with my daughter, what were you thinking? I think that's correct, then. He's got the haircut. And there's no mention of a hat. So, Lucas Sterling. Identity correct. And much like Obra Dinn, We don't know who anybody is, but we know when we're correct. He may well be the victim he claims. All I know is he's a common scoundrel. Or a scout for the what now? For the what now? Ring him again, my first light. Other particulars by then, much obliged. Puts down his phone. Then someone knocks at the door. Tuan Bone is waiting for in the library. New location. If someone is on the edge of the space during the event, I do not need to know who they are. They'll remain as ghostly forms in the shadows. There's a 2 on here. That's 2 people, right? We got Jeremiah. Is that... So, what did the tutorial say? That while things could partially occur in different areas or different times, there's only one major event per hour? Or is it per location? Tuan Bon is waiting in the library. So he could be in the library right now. He could be in the library waiting at 3 o'clock. Let's go to the library. I don't have enough evidence to discover anything in the library yet. Should focus on the arrival of the unexpected guest for now. Really? But he's waiting in the library. We can tell that certain people are in certain... Can I go back to... Alright, there's a map. Library is over here. Boathouse is over here. Could I get my... We got Tuesday and Wednesday. Left him with a loon. What were you thinking? Fetch the towels. Head Jaga interrogated him past tense at the boathouse. Don't care for his manner. I'm surprised Tuan Bone isn't a name I could click on. Tuan Bone. Maybe Tuan Bone is how they refer to somebody else. Psychic auras faint, nothing happened at this hour. Then how about the next hour after? The resonance is distorted. Your reconstruction is incorrect. Could I unfocus people? Or are these just people that I know? Boathouse was interrogated. Global timeline. We got something here. There's a 2, whatever that means. What if we get Lucas Sterling and Kanan in the boathouse? I see somebody pulling a small raft onto the dock. Seems like a preen and proper young man, but his uniform is tattered and soaked with blood and mud. That's a bit more than just, oh, he's a handsome, cheeky young man, looks like an American movie star. Lucas Sterling looking exhausted. Kanan's arch frame blocking his path. Hand on a sheathed sword. Halt, not on a step. Who are you? What are you doing here? Good man, 1 minute, let me explain. Can I talk to your master? This is a British plantation, am I correct? Could tell from a distance when I saw the steam engine, the unmistakable croquet lawn. We have to respect a nation that would doggedly try to recreate the English lawn of the jungle. And a damn fine job they did, I might add. Feels like a home away from home. Get on shore, close to Kanan. Charm is waiting to the house, but Kanan is not buying it. I'm not here to cause any trouble, just seek an asylum for the night. Ship was attacked by pirates just off the coast. managed to hide behind the piracy grill in the officer cabin, but the rest of my crew, they were all massacred. The threat of pirate hijack was so common that steamships in the 1920s were equipped with piracy grills, heavy iron bars and gates that separated the bridge and first-class quarters from the rest of the ship. Fuck the rest! Essentially turning the officers' area into a fortress. I am with the British government. We are carrying cargo of chandu, but pirates took everything. Chandu is refined opium, boiled and fermented into a treacle-like paste, a government monopoly in many colonies. You are far too young to be an officer in a Royal Navy ship. Why should they put someone of your age in charge? And if you are not, how did you manage to get behind the grill but not the actual officers? Kenan gets really close to Lucas Sterling, his hand tight on the hilt of his sword. That is mighty suspicious you're the only one left alive. You are going to turn back, jump on the raft, and take me to the boat. I'm going to check the veracity of your story. There's no need for that. There's nothing there but the gruesome side of my dead crewmates, I tell you. Lucas is being remarkably evasive. There's something more to his story. I'll best make a note to this and come back to it later. Evasive? Suspicious? Evasive? Evasice? I know how to spell in English. A woman's scream heard in the background coming from an observation deck perched on the edge of the cliff overlooking the South China Sea. You mean the West Philippine Sea. The sound distracts Kenan long enough to stop on questioning dead his tracks. The young woman intervenes, getting between the two men, and no points of guessing that it's Loon Goodwill looking giddy. Intervenes, getting between the two men. This conversation didn't take a whole hour. Could I add Lune to this then? Because this definitely didn't take the entire hour. I guess it did. Now there's a 1 on there, and a 4 on here, so maybe this means that there's still one other thing for me to see here. I don't know. I clicked the things. There are to click. I clicked on Piracy Grill. I guess we'll figure out the mechanics as we keep going. There's inventory. That's my inventory. Okay, to the next part. Luna Goodwill. Stop at Kenan. Father wants to see him and come through. Rush to meet Lucas Sterling, holding a hand for a handshake. I think Loon's just got it bad. This is the first young European white man, and he's not bad looking that she's seen in her entire childhood, I bet. Otherwise, it's merely the locals. It's merely Papa's business partners. Don't mind him. Name is Luna Goodwill. What's your name? Lucas Sterling. Pleasure to make your acquaintance, young lady. Come with me to the veranda to meet everyone. My mother Teresa's already there. Having her first sundowner. Sundowner is a local colloquialism for an evening drink taken when the sun is setting to mark the transition from the heat of the day to the cool of the evening. I was there too, and so was Father. We watched you arrive on your raft. Father rushed off to the study to tell on you, I'm sure. He could be so paranoid. He'll be back by 6 for his sundowner. So Papa at the veranda on 6 for his sundowner. Miss Goodwill? I mean, we already had the last names, didn't we? We apparently did not have the last names, or any of the names. I don't mean to be rude, I just experienced the most traumatic moment of my life. Could you point me to somewhere I can freshen up and get some clean clothes first? It's not too much to ask. Oh, Myra, as it matters, Mrs. Sterling, come with me. Should have the guest house. Kanan, can you tell Aisha to come to the guest house? Aisha must be a local servant girl. Only one of my pile of photos, I'll assume it's her, and identify her now. Well, if we insist... Oh, automatic. Local servant girl, Aisha. Guest towels for Mr. Lucas. He was just in the kitchen. Thank you. Kanan bows. Might not approve of a sexy young woman. Of course, little Mem. I'll go find her, little ma'am. Mem is a specific title for the lady of the house. Gather little Mem is an affectionate term used by servants to refer to Lune. Smiles. Attention back to Lucas. Come on, let's go. So, Aisha to the guest house with fresh towels for Mr. Lucas. So back in the study, go tell her to fetch the towels, that's fine. Speaking to someone in the corridor. I can't identify this guy, can I? So, Lucas Sterling and Kanan have a 1. Lucas Sterling, Luna Goodwill, and Kanan have a 4. Jeremiah by himself has a 1. I can't help but feel that's more of like a notification thing. Like notification, there's still something to find here. Notification, here's one more thing to find, 4 more thing to find. But veranda? Kitchen, observation deck, library, study, veranda, the guest house. Teresa, no. But we do have a Mother Teresa, and she's got a cocktail glass in her hand. You suspect this might be Teresa Goodwill? We have a rather official-looking woman here, a party-going woman here, local servant girl Aisha. We got 3 women to choose from for who's going to be Mother Teresa Goodwill. Incorrect deduction? Maybe she keeps her own last name. Maybe she's more of like a Goodwill hyphen rubber bottom kind of situation. Reconstruction incorrect. But we know she was there before she runs off. Other settings. Music volume. Global timeline view. What's the global timeline view? Show hints is probably okay. So there's name, there's Kanan, there's Piracy Grill. Is the hints when Delphine pops up and says things like, I should make a note of this? And now the numbers in the corner are gone. The numbers in the corner are gone. Okay, so I can't push time to 2 o'clock, So I can't look at the observation deck then. Mother Teresa's already there, having her sundowner. Already there. Already there. But I don't have Teresa. Need the mom? Library. So this is the global timeline if I want to piece everything at the same time. I don't know what the numbers indicate, so the hints aren't really doing anything for right now. So let's see. What if I want to follow on where Aisha's at? She was just in the kitchen. Kanan, can you tell Aisha? In the kitchen. So she's already in the kitchen, but then at 5 o'clock, Kanan goes to fetch her. Aisha enters the kitchen through the window and quickly closes it behind her. And she said this was a traditional family recipe for steamed hams. She puts on an apron hastily, her face slick with perspiration. She can hear Kanan and Jeremiah Goodwill talking to the corridor. Gestures to the other servant who's in the kitchen to leave, grabs some herbs and a kitchen knife and starts chopping. Aisha is kind of suspicious then. Little Mem wants at the guest house, fresh towels from your arrival. I am busy. Why do you not ask one of the other girls? Because she asked for you by name. Mem McIntyre ordered a tray of small chops for the veranda. I don't have time for your demands. Small chops is a local term for snacks to serve with sundowners, designed to be salty and pungent to stimulate the palate and encourage drinking. She cannot tell you what to do. She hasn't been the true mistress of the estate in years, whether she fancies it or not. Are they divorced? Is that why she's only a McIntyre, and not the true mistress for years? Besides, the children have taken its usual hold soon enough, like every evening we shall see. Just do as you're told for once. Aisha slams her knife on the table, turns to face Kanan. Stop acting like this. I can't leave with you. Your plan is foolish, and I do not love you. Can you please understand? I shall carve out my own luck. Just meet me at the worker quarters when you're done. Kanan turns, marches out, slamming the door. Aisha waits a beat, wipes her hands, opens a cupboard and pulls out a stack of fresh towels and a set of white clothes and heads out towards the guest house. Okay. So that's why I got it wrong, because Mom isn't a Goodwill. She's a McIntyre. And Teresa McIntyre, at that time, at this time, should already be at the veranda. Alone on the veranda, nursing a drink. Except a faded photograph. Is it herself before her hair turned gray? Look at you. Teresa McIntyre drains her glass, stares at the photo of a mixture of hatred and pity. So tired of you too, my dear, just like you tired of me. Maybe they're not divorced because she is still around, but maybe she's estranged from her husband who has picked up a young mistress. Quite possibly this cheerful, smiley partygoer. And then it'll be little Miss Seville's turn, you'll see. She slams a faded photograph out of the table. She spots someone outside and runs out to greet them. spots somebody outside and runs off to greet them. So Veranda's at that time, while Jeremiah is angry on the phone. The 4 turned into a 3 here. You left him with Lune. What were you thinking, man? Of course, little Mem, I'll go find her. Mr. Sterling to the guest house. So guest house now is going to be Lucas and Lune. Lune is escorting Lucas to the guest house. The guest house on the right here, just past the wash house. Lucas stops. Can I use the wash house now quickly? Is there water? Yes, we always have water. Follow me. Do you not want to wait for Aishia to come with fresh towels first? I just really need to get cleaned up. In this heat, I'll dry very quickly. But you must wait for the towels. All should be quite alright as I sit. She nods. He opens the door, steps inside. Takes off the tattered uniform, holds onto a pouch he was hiding under his jacket. Owner of the photograph is Teresa. The object resists your touch. Or is the owner not the is it Jeremiah's photo of his beloved? It is. Aura infused. My darling wife and her lovely temper. So it is her in her younger day. Her husband's photo of her. Rotary telephone, identify odor also. Okay. So there was still a 1 on that time, I guess, because I didn't associate the telephone to its owner and pick up the hint that it was used quite clearly at 2 a.m. by a man with a rich Bornean accent. She's attached an aura to the telephone. She could feel whoever is using it at any time. But she's only able to hear and feel the person using or holding the item and not anyone else in the room. Pouch, does it belong to you, Lucas? It does. I also hear a cat meowing at my door. You boys okay? You want in, Toasty? You were so heavy, Toasty, but your diet is working. You're getting that sag of your belly cats are supposed to have. You're not as hefty to pick up. Either I've gotten stronger or you've gotten lighter. Say hello to the world, Toasty. He's such a good boy, I haven't found a flea on him in forever. Toasty, the MP83 says hi, Toasty. You gonna say hi back? Or you're gonna be a cute boy? Okay. Oh, would you look at that? Timeline of the pouch. At the guest house, at the boathouse, at the boathouse, and then gone. Faded photograph, we see it's at the veranda and then gone forever. Or maybe it's only showing places where we know, or places and times that we know about. We know about this call. We also know it was used at around 2 a.m., was it? Borneo voice? New profile added, Rose Goodwill. What's up? What's up, Toasty? You're meowing to come in, and now you're meowing at me that I'm turning my back toward you to play my game. His fur is so soft. You're missing out by not being able to pet him. I get to pet this cat whenever I want. Toasty, you're running out of white. At first you were white with a tinge of apricot. Then you were getting more stripes in, more color to your face, and now look at this. So much of you is turning tan. Such a good boy. He orders a plane ticket and says goodbye to 500 plus porridges. Where do we get Rose from? Profile of Rose. I don't see a Rose. Pouch. Hiding under his jacket. Grabs a gayung, a traditional plastic or metal ladle for scooping water from a jar bucket for bathing, to scoop cold water from a Shanghai jar. Large ceramic Shanghai jars commonly used in colonial houses to store cool water for bathing in the tropical heat, and pours it over his hair, face, body, look of pure satisfaction. Scrubs away the mud and blood. Finally stops, just stands there for a minute, looks down at his right hand, is trembling uncontrollably, sobs quietly. Lucas, compose yourself, man, it's over, you're safe. Looks in the small room. Floor is made of stones, hurt wood from rotting. Floor is sloped towards a drain that leads out to the garden. He jumps as he hears Aisha arrive, stays still for a minute, listening to Luna and Aisha's conversation before he waits for Aisha to leave. As he waits for her to leave, before he resumes his search. He notices the loose set of the floor, pries it up, and hides his pouch underneath before replacing it. Lune, I have towels and some clean clothes. It's starched whites. I hope that's alright. Standard attire for men in colonial houses. Starched white shorts, knee-high socks, and a white shirt. Clean and pressed, often smell of lavender or similar fragrances. They're not practical for work, but used to maintain an ill-conceived illusion of British superiority. I can't believe they made historical colonial game woke. That's what all men wear here. It's not as fancy as you're used to, I'm sure. Pry the door open, hand them to you. Sterling lets loose his hand from the door. Goodwill places the towels and clothes in them. I hope they fit. They belong to a young cousin of my father who died from the fever. Luna must mean the Blackwater fever, by far the most feared cause of death for young Europeans of the tropics. It's a terrifying complication of repeated malaria infections, and fatal within days. He's about your height, I reckon. Don't worry, the clothes are clean. She waits patiently to finish drying himself. My parents divorced a year ago. Well, I guess that's confirmation then. My mother's been... You'll see soon. She's a lovely woman. She was the most beautiful woman in the whole of Sabah, the largest state of Borneo, bordered by the states of Sarawak and Kalimantan to the west, and the Philippines to the east, ruled by the British North Borneo Chartered Company, a private company that was granted royal charter by the British government back in the 19th century. But the sun took its toll over the years. My parents divorced, my father remarried within weeks. My mother drinks a lot now, but she's lovely, you'll see. And I have a brother in London, left for boarding school when I was a baby. That would be our, the person commissioning us, our patron. But I think you know that already, don't you? Why would he know that already? Luna was a bit excited when she saw Lucas from the observation deck. She was all and then ran out to rush out and grasp his hand. Lucas comes out of the wash house looking at Luna good with curiosity. It could just be that she's a horny teenager, seeing the first handsome young man in ages, or it could be some recognition. I don't know what you're talking about. Bosh, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Luna gives him a knowing look, as if expecting him to confirm this fact. Thank you for the clothes. They fit very well. I don't know how to thank you. You're welcome. Glad you like them. Come now, let's go meet the others. It'll be ready soon. You must be hungry, and they make their way to the veranda. 6 o'clock next. Veranda. So, naturally, Luna is bringing Lucas with her. We could also infuse objects, or we could also focus on objects for the time period. And of course, Mom and Pops are going to be there. But since we could focus on objects, at 2 p.m., the rotary phone is a landline. They don't have cellular rotary phones yet. So rotary phone, use an item for the first time. There's a person named Jiro in the room alongside Kanan. Should come back here once I've figured out who he is and see his side of the conversation. "2 a.m. Kanan enters. You see? I didn't know who to turn to. I don't know who to trust. Stop worrying, Jiro. I'll take care of it." And then he picks up the phone. Speaks in a language you don't understand, continues speaking, puts the phone down. They're on their way. You should go. Little Mem is stronger than you think, and she has us. What are you talking about? You can't do that. Forget her. It's 2 in the morning. Just go to bed and don't let anyone see you. I'll wait for the reinforcements here. You go. So, what do we know from this? Father and sister, Jeremiah and Lune, were casualties of the occupation. They're going to die. And there's a baby brother who was in Britain at the time during the Blitz. Jeremiah Goodwill, alone in the study at 1600, Tuesday the 16th. Okay. That's not the time of death. That's here. Tuesday the 16th, and then Wednesday the 7th. Was it 16th, 17th? Whichever. Tuesday, Wednesday. So let's go back to the veranda. Lune and Lucas arrived at the veranda. Teresa is still nursing her drink. Mother, look who it is. Mr. Sterling is all cleaned up. Doesn't he look smart? He certainly cleans up well. A vast improvement on the bloody mess that arrived on our doorstep. You are too kind, Mrs. Please call me Teresa. There's no Mrs. here. Just an ex-Mrs. As you wish, Teresa. If I may ask, who exactly is on the plantation at the moment? It feels busy. Oh, it's a veritable circus. Let's see. Our neighbor is here. Dieter von Guntram. I don't know why. He's always here. Who looks like a Dieter? He, and he. Was that photo always down there, or is that new? That's a new guest, isn't it? Is that because we got some of Teresa's moroseness? Hold on. So that's not her in a younger day then. That's her... Oh. My darling wife and her lovely temper. I thought that was Teresa in her younger days. That's Little Miss, he'll tire of you like he tired of me. Oh. Young boy Dieter? Charming with a hat Dieter? Hatless Dieter? I feel like it's him. Dieter von Guntram. No. But it is Hat Guy. I don't know why he's always here. Then there's Edward with his Russian girlfriend Vitalina. They're old family friends. Bone is practically an uncle to Loon. So one of these is Bone. Mr. Tuan Bone is waiting for you in the library. Tuan is probably some kind of honorific, like Mr. or Uncle. And Bone is evidently a nickname for either Edward or Dieter. There's Edward with his Russian girlfriend, they're old family friends, Bone is practically an uncle. So they're old family friends, Bone is practically an uncle. So it could still be either. I was thinking maybe Bone refers to the latter, but then no. They plural old family friends. So, I'm sorry, but if you read a bit further, Guinea, I'm sorry, Bone, his name is Edward. We call him Bone affectionately. There's no malice behind the name. Then there's Rose, Jeremiah's new wife. Teresa rolls her eyes. And Cynthia's here too. She's Jeremiah's personal lady solicitor. So you're Rose. Likely a Goodwill. And you must be Solicitor Cynthia. And old family friend likely isn't young. So you're Edward. Jeremiah's personal solicitor, ostensibly here for legal and financial discussions, but then again, Rose was a nanny, so we never know with Jeremiah. Ouch. Ouch. She's so pretty and stylish. I love her glasses. Who looks like a solicitor? Mrs. Goodwill replacing Teresa achievement just now popped up. That looks like a solicitor to me, even if we didn't get the hint about her glasses. That's quite a gathering. And we can't forget the help. There's Jiro. He handles all the maintenance around the estate. He taught me how to fish. So, Dieter, Edward, Kanan, and then there's a Jiro who handles all the maintenance. There's only one other guy here. So you're Jiro. We don't have a last name. Does it save the first name I put in? No, it doesn't. But it's locked in my head. I've got the memory like a colander. A steel colander. Indeed, you met Kanan, our head of security, a ray of sunshine, isn't he? And Aisha run the household staff. Heavy footsteps, Jeremiah Goodwill storms onto the veranda. So, the prodigal stranger's making himself at home, I see. Kanan tells me you claim to be a government agent. Mr. Goodwill, well, I wouldn't say that. I didn't actually say who I was. Kanan just assumed in a loud bang from the clubhouse. The floorboards vibrate. What in God's name was that? Came from the clubhouse. Sound like an explosion? Mr. Goodwill, you lead the way? Wait for me, please. No, Loon, it's too dangerous. You say her Teresa. We'll be right back. From the clubhouse was not the pouch that he just dropped. Guest house, he's washing up. Next hour later. Where was Kanan? I would have expected him to have run over here to check on us. He was already at the clubhouse. You're probably right. Need to put my trust in you right now, Mr. Sterling, but I know that this isn't over. We'll assume a little chat soon. The two men run out. See the two other women enter into the veranda from the back. So, they're continuing their sundown at the veranda, Teresa and Lune. What about the missus? What about Rose? Where's Rose right now? Is Rose having her son down? Rose is not. Is Aisha hanging at the veranda? No. Is the photo still at the veranda? It's not. Well, speaking of, we have the photo at the guest house right now. Or the pouch at the guest house. The aura's faint, nothing happened. Pouch. Lady Solicitor's here. Heading to the guest room to freshen up before dinner. What on earth? Showers, changes to a fresh dress, walks out as Kanan runs past her in a panic. Smooths her dress calmly, heads towards the dining room. So Kanan's running by in a panic. At 7. So gray means nothing happened. Does that mean nothing happened at all, or does that mean that nothing happened with the details that I put in? I suspect it's nothing at all. But it's pretty cool that him putting the pouch there and us having the psychic bond between him and the pouch means he could basically, from that point on, it's a bug. It's a way to spy. So we'll just fill out everything in the guest house with the pouch. And then fill out the rest later. Reconstruction's incorrect. It was taken away at midnight, at 3 a.m. Would you look at that? We got some actual blank spaces. Is there a time when the pouch just vanishes from here? I guess it stays there. But there is 3 points of times where it says... No, now it's filled in. Maybe I just missed it. Residence is distorted. Your reconstruction's incorrect. So at midnight and 9 a.m., the pouch has nothing. At 7, the pouch is there, and here's a one-sided conversation. Can we do the same with the phone of the study? So, before Jeremiah makes his call, the lady solicitor is there, waiting for the operator. District office. This is Miss Seville. Seville. Cynthia Seville. So we know her name. Called to confirm her arrival at the Goodwill Plantation. My arrival at the Goodwill Plantation. Convey a telegram to my partners in Sandakan! Sandakan was the capital of British North Borneo and the largest city in the region. It was a place of extreme contrast. A sophisticated British administrative center surrounded by a vast wild jungle and a lawless sea. It was completely destroyed by the end of the war. Sandakan! Arrive safely, stop audit. Arrive safely, stop. Audit commencing, stop. Situation precarious, stop. Report Monday, stop. Yes, that's all, thank you. What am I doing here so far away from civilization? I must be mad. Okay, so we know her name. We can go over to here and put Cynthia Seville. Do we get anything new? Hangs up the receiver's side, smooths her skirt, looks at the dusty office with a critical eye, piles of disorganized paper. So... guest house. She's here, Cynthia. She feels a large stone wobble beneath her heel. She kneels, pries it loose, and finds a heavy leather pouch. Inside is a revolver and a small glass bottle with a biohazard label. They got biohazarded. They got biojacked. Pockets of biohazard sample and the revolver. So the pouch is still here. At this point, the pouch is checked on, the pouch is checked on maybe, but the biohazard sample is gone. Takes the empty pouch and tosses it into the tall grass behind the wash house. She just tosses the pouch away, pockets a biohazard sample and tosses the pouch that's hidden under the stone. Cynthia is gonna be what dooms them all, isn't she? Changes to fresh dress, walks out as Kanan runs past in a panic, watches him passively as he sprints from the worker quarters towards the source of the blast, albeit a tad late. And then Cynthia heads towards the dining room. Biohazard sample with a warning label, contains a viscous dark fluid. Okay, so dining room. The biohazard sample ends up there. Jeremiah Goodwill's out of the dining room. Cynthia's there. We're getting one side of the conversation because Cynthia currently has a bottle. Rose Goodwill and a beautiful woman pouring wine for Cynthia. We don't have the name of the beautiful woman. That's likely her. Blushes under scrutiny. Okay, so there's gonna be a whole lot of people here. Lucas is dining, Teresa's dining, Cynthia's dining, Rose is dining. But I think we still need her name. So, workers' quarters. Kanan is gonna be there, but then the question is who else? Is Aisha gonna be there? Is Jiro, last name unknown, going to be there? Aisha and Kanan. In the shadow of the quarters, Kanan grabs Aisha's arm as she tries to pass. That is workplace sexual assault. As soon as you put your hands on them, it goes from workplace sexual harassment to workplace sexual assault, and he's trying to bar her from leaving. Aisha, please, listen to me one last time. We have to leave at first light. I am listening to nothing from you, Kanan. I have work to do. The Japanese are coming. Not maybe, not soon. They are here. So if Kanan is right, and he's been on the phone talking about stuff, he could just be suspicious if he still suspects that Lucas is a spy from the Japanese. But it could be that there was an expeditionary force. Maybe the pirates were the Japanese. They have plans for this place, for the Twans. For the Twans. Twan Bone. Is Twan just a signifier for European guy? Is it the Masters? Everyone who stays will be slaughtered. But we will be invisible to them. If we go now, we live. I love you, Aisha. I'll not see you butchered for the sake of these white ghosts. She stops, like with cold contempt. You think I need your protection? I have plans of my own, Kanan. Plans already in motion that offer far more safety than running into the jungle with the deserter. Deserter? I'm trying to save us. You're abandoning your post. You're a Jaga who is fleeing at the first sign of real danger. I have never loved you. I see you for what you are. A frightened pup playing soldier. What could I do? Tell me. How do I prove I am worth something to you? You want to help? Then be blind. Tonight, wherever you are, whatever you hear, you do nothing. You say nothing. What wickedness are you planning? It is not for you to know. As soon as he was being all, the Japanese are coming. Come with me, I'll keep you safe. And she's like, no, Kanan, I have better plans. More safe plans that have been in motion for a while. I suspected that if there's an early expedition here, they probably have help from somebody bitter on the inside. Tell me. Aisha just stares at him, eyes cold, unyielding. Kanan's hand flies up, strikes her across the face. She doesn't flinch. She touches her cheek, her eyes burning with hate. You shall rue this night. When the end comes, Kanan, I'll make sure you are the very first to bleed. Now, I know Kanan likes her, but this sounds to me like she has a lot of subterfuge going on against the household. If his loyalty is to the house, if this Jaga is bound to protect the household, then the smart plan to me for his job would be to not just bar her from leaving because he loves her and he doesn't know how to take no for an answer, but properly see what's going on and, what's the word, arrest her? To interrogate? Aisha knows something. She walks back to the kitchen, leaving him shaken in the darkness when suddenly an explosion could be heard coming from the direction of the clubhouse. Alamak, what in the blazes was that? Rushes to the clubhouse to investigate. So he does rush to the clubhouse. An hour later, or what did it say? Sprints to the worker quarters towards the source of the blast, a tad late. So he is running there. At this time, he is running from the workers' quarters to the, where is it? The clubhouse? So, the option to turn the global timeline view on or off, is that so I can strictly rely on this to go back and forth and not just do... Where's the clubhouse? Clubhouse. Rustic version of a London gentleman's club, billiard table, outdated copies of Punch, and the Illustrated London News, bar serving gin pahits. Gin mixed with several heavy dashes of Angostura bitters, which help settle the stomach after a day in the humid jungle. So I can't just pull the timeline up and be like, okay, here's everything going on at the same time. But that's kind of fun. And it does say that it is the intended experience is normal mode, and normal mode has a global timeline view on. I'll keep it on. So, Jeremiah and Lucas were running over. Kanan is running over, albeit late. That could mean that it took him too long and he's not privy to these events, or it could mean that he got there eventually. Let's see how it looks without Kanan. Incorrect, with Kanan. Incorrect. Huh. Veranda's here, everybody's there, explosion, they all run off. Dinner, I expect that they would have sorted through whatever's going on there. Is Dieter there? No. Is Dieter and Kanan there? No. I need a last name for Jiro. Was Rose there? With Kanan? So at the veranda, the girls stayed behind. Did Rose join them? And Aisha come over? Did Dieter come over? Is Dieter having an affair with Rose? Also, let's go back to the study. Tuan Bone waiting in the library. So, in the library, Edward is already there. In the study, we've also got Cynthia, who begins her work, and then Jeremiah comes over. Does she continue her work after? Well, let's see, because Cynthia is at the guest house here to freshen up before dinner. So where was she before she goes to the guest room? If I was Cynthia, and if I knew that dinner was coming up, would she be in the library doing work? She is in the library. Hey, Hordian! How's it going, Hordian? We're using some psychometry to solve a murder in 1941 Borneo in a British plantation. She sees pearls scattered across the floor. Is that an item? It is an item. The red looks like blood swirling inside them. The red pearls of Borneo! Who owns the red pearls? Are they roses? Do they belong to the master of the house? Do they belong to Teresa? Do they belong to Lune? Are they Aisha's? The object keeps resisting my touch. Cynthia Seville kneels down and carefully picks them up, inspecting the reddish swirls in their luster. She shakes her head and places them into her blouse pocket. She's just pocketing everything! Cynthia just pockets everything! She takes a shower, a stone's loose, she looks underneath, there's a gun and a biohazard bottle. She pockets them both and throws the pouch into the tall grass. She goes to the library, there's pearls on the floor, she pockets them all. Cynthia is not just here for an audit. Audit commencing stop, situation precarious stop. We report Monday stop. We've been told personal lady solicitor here for legal and financial discussions. What's going on with Cynthia? Walks over to the bookshelf, selects several heavy volumes, sits at the desk, opens a briefcase she brought with her, spreads out a series of ledgers. Cynthia lights a cigarette, begins to work, her furrowed brow in concentration. Runs a finger down the column of expenses. They're hemorrhaging money left, right, and center. How much for drinks and opium? Who's they? Here? These guys are spending money on opium? The drinks I understand. They love their sundowners on the veranda. She slams the ledger shut. Plantation expenses 1941. And rubs her temples. I really must go make myself presentable for dinner. It's wretchedly hot that I couldn't possibly appear in these damp things. Just as she's about to leave, an explosion shakes the house. Cynthia Seville stands still for a moment, then once everything seems to have settled, returns her walk to the guest house calmly. So, oh, it's a document. I was thinking it would be items that I could then pick an owner for, likely Jeremiah, and then follow those documents around. Plantation expenses 1941. So, the only document we have, I can't get out of here yet, is the investigator's dossier and all of this, right? All we have is this letter, photos, and this notice from the Imperial Office. So, if someone doesn't believe that we're a psychometric psychic, then basically we're just making up this information. We were given a letter and photographs. We touched the photographs and the maps and thought really hard, and then we produced this expense sheet on our own. Goodwill plantation expenses, December 1941. Tobacco operations. Coolie wages, 150 head. Local employee wages, 150 head. 450 pounds. Fermentation shed repairs, 35. Drying racks, 12. Fertilizers, 40. Sacking cloth and twine, 850. They have an oyster farm. That's kind of cool. They have an oyster farm, hence the red pearls. So they run tobacco, they run oysters. Compound and stables, generator, horses, veterinary supplies. Croquet lawn, new location, upkeep and pesticides. Provisions, rice and staples, 85. Tin meats and luxuries, only 60. Ice block delivery, 10. Entertainments, gin, whiskey, sherry, 150. Opium procurements, 120. It could be that it's not opium for their own entertainment. It does have it listed under provisions. They're in Borneo. They're basically one large sea away from the cantons of southern China. They could be running opium. This could be a diverse plantation where they're growing and selling tobacco, growing oysters for their pearls, and also running opium across the West Philippine Sea. And so if Loon was like, oh, don't be coy, you know I have a brother, Ralph, in London. You know about our family. It could be that that boat was an opium runner for this family. Jeremiah doesn't recognize him. Kanan thinks he's too young to be an officer. Taxes levies, B&B Charter Co. Lantas, Rogers Protection Levy, Harbor Duties. Total expenses, 1,447 pounds. Total income estimated, 320. Insolvency imminent. Asset liquidation recommended immediately. We don't see the income, though. We only see the expenses. Croquet lawn. When he washed up in the boathouse, he did see the lawn out there. I want to keep on following Cynthia for now. She seems to be a known person. You're playing Vampire Crawlers, Hordian. Game good, I should get it. Hordian? Hordian. Accordion. I have already devoted. Let me see, scroll on down. 463 hours to Vampire Survivors. 243 out of 243 achievements, so there's only gonna be more. I think, before I throw myself into more vampires, I think I'll let it ferment for a bit. Because Vampire Survivors was also one that was pretty fun towards the start of the game, and then as more updates came out, it became more and more insane, but also more and more complete and full. I think what I'll do then is I'll allow Vampire Crawlers to ferment. Counts the April 1st streams where I just streamed 24 hours of it AFK. Not exactly 24 hours. Those holiday streams, the Thanksgiving streams, Christmas streams, where I just have Pepino doing fireworks for me, New Year's fireworks even. That's gotta not, maybe that's 24 hours total. 8 hours, 12 hours, 16 hours. The vast majority of that playtime is me getting hooked onto the game. When Vampire Survivors first came out, I didn't have too much interest. I saw like JC playing Vampire Survivors, and okay, here's a bit of slow running around a map with all these enemies. And he's trying to pick up laurels and stuff because he needs some extra protection, picking up these other weapons, and then he dies and he starts over. Okay, whatever. It looks a lot like Castlevania. He loves that it's a love letter to Castlevania. Sure, fine, whatever. And then Grumpaloon, I see playing Vampire Survivors, and he's a little bit more head than JC at the time, and he's laughing because he unlocked Peppino, and he's just like sitting Peppino down in one space, and he's got the pentagram, whichever weapon it is, that just periodically blows up every enemy, and he's laughing because all he's got to do is sit down and do nothing, and the game wins for him. And then I'm captivated because I see, oh my goodness, the game could actually be fun, the game could actually be interesting, and I lose my entire month of July. Because like, this is great. It's only half an hour per map if I get to the end. If I don't get to the end, it's like 5-10 minutes and I die and try again. This is quick. This is brisk. And then suddenly it's 3 a.m. It's 7 a.m. It's 2 weeks later. It's a month later. And now here I am, 463.8 hours in, with a godlike Peppino that only gets more powerful every single update. And I don't even overload Peppino with eggs. I got like 5,000 eggs on him max. I don't need to put anything more on him because he's already ridiculous. And so basically, I'm not gonna repeat that for Vampire Crawlers. I want Vampire Crawlers to get a head start before I start chasing after it. The guy who made Vampire Survivors did like casino work before, right? And so he basically decided to put everything he learned from eye-catching, addiction-hooking casino games to a more innocent video game thing, super cheap, no actual money to lose, but putting the exact same hooks and bright lights and colorful noises and dopamine hookers into it, and it worked. So, give me space, Hordian. Give me space before I get myself hooked on Vampire Crawlers. My soul already belongs to Vampire Survivors. Plus, while I'm quite certain that Vampire Crawlers is good, I'm sure I do believe you, other people in other communities that I'm fringe on have also said it's good but kind of empty. And I also believe that, because it is a brand new game, Vampire Survivors was the exact same way. Very fun, very good, even at the beginning, but it's very basic at the beginning and only gets better more and more updates it gets. So, when the time comes for me to get hooked on Vampire Crawlers, it'll be when the game is halfway more complete. Enters the library, sees pearls and pockets of pearls. So what is she doing before the library? Study, she's here, but then study, that's going on. So where is she then? She's not in the library now. Tuan Edward is. Tuan Bone is. He's at the library at this moment. You think Aisha and Tuan Bone have a thing together? Clubhouse blows up. And here the boys want to run off to it. Got a note of 7 on the veranda. From the clubhouse, Mr. Goodwill, you lead the way, so Lucas and Jeremiah are going. You stay with Teresa, I'll be right back. The 2 men run out. The 2 other women enter the veranda from the back. And so you would think that would mean that the next hour at the veranda, Teresa and Luna are there, but that is wrong. Maybe what's going on here is that for the rest of the hour, for the rest of the 6 o'clock hour, they're at the veranda doing the veranda things. And then at 7, they go elsewhere. Cynthia's at the guest house at that time, taking a shower. Kanan runs past. Where did the girls go then? Are they at the dining room getting ready? I'm much confused about the clubhouse. Because the boys are running over. Kanan runs over. There must be somebody else. Maybe Jiro doing some maintenance and went boom. We need a last name for Tuan Bone. We need the name of the beautiful woman. Let's see. Where's the veranda? Veranda alone. She's got the photograph there of the new wife. And then little Miss Seville's turn. You'll see. I see. So Teresa thinks that Cynthia is gonna be next on Jeremiah's young new wife list. Dinner. If we focus on the biohazard sample that Cynthia's carrying. Everyone's been welcoming, thank you. Let the operator send out a telegram. That'll be good enough. Jeremiah Goodwill sits back down, first turns to Cynthia. Rose Goodwood and a beautiful woman pouring wine. Paperwork with a journey from Santa kind of eventful. On the straight steamship, the main route for the Goodwill to transport goods and people from the mainland to Borneo. Popular irregular route. Target for pirates. Glossary unlocked, the land below the winds. Blush to scrutiny. Under Jeremiah's protection, naturally, legal affairs require my attention, considered merely a matter of duty. Lucas is correct, though. I shouldn't change a thing. Should never have met my intended otherwise. Due to be married when I returned to the city. Been away 48 hours, and I confess I miss him dreadfully. Land below the wind. There's Borneo, Tawi Tawi. Refer to the seas around North Borneo. I mean, the land below the wind. It wasn't just poetic name, it was a geographical fact. North Borneo lies just south of the typhoon belt that ravages the Philippines and the northern West Philippine Sea. For pirates and plantations under the era, this meant that the seas were relatively calm and navigable all year round. Exactly why pearl industry and maritime smuggling were able to thrive here. Weather rarely interrupted their business. North Borneo, modern-day Sabah, was defined by its relationship with three distinct seas. each playing a specific role in the economy, smuggling and rapid piracy. South China Sea to the west, main artery for trade and smuggling, highway that connected North Borneo to the rest of the world. Sulu Sea to the east, heart of the oyster farms and mother pearl industry. Domain of the Bajau Sea nomads, the pirates who preyed on coastal settlements. Major port here was Sandakan, largest town in North Borneo. The most dangerous water on Earth at the time. Sulu pirates, mortals, used thousands of tiny islands of the sea to hide from British gunboats. Sudbury Sea to the south, boundary between British and Dutch waters. Primary route for Javanese and Japanese laborers coming to work on the plantations. Colonies. It's gonna give a lot of history. I'm not gonna read all the history. We gotta put time for the mystery too. But I'll glance through it and you guys are free to read at my pace. British in the north, Dutch in the south. Germans been early pioneers in Borneo's tobacco industry before World War I. I was taking a intro to German class back in 2016 for my, what is it? Back in the junior college to finish up some requirements. And the teacher teaching was like, yeah, the Germans didn't have colonies like other European countries did. And, ignoring all of Africa and what was going on with the partition there, he was quite surprised to have an islander point out, but what about all of the island colonies they had? Their presence and colonialism out abroad as well. It's like, oh, well, I guess so then. Oyster farms in Borneo, pearl oysters to farm for pearl and mother pearl. Dredge the seabed. Europeans owned the land and capital, they did not provide the labor. Well, that's how it always goes with extracting wealth. Maritime rules. If you were standing on a pier in Sandakan in 1941, here's what the boats would look like and what they'd be called. Thornycraft launch. Government and launch names. Petrol, Cleas, Mambakut, Kera. There's a lot to read around here. How much do you think that this is going to be necessary information and not just history and flavor? A patrol launch has a commander, usually British officer for the constabulary, engineer, often Singaporean or a local specialist to keep the engines running, constables, 428 Sikh or Dayak police. British favored the Sikh for their imposing heightened discipline. If a Tuan saw... No, they forgot a space here. If a Tuan saw a white painted launch flying the charter company flag, he would know it was the authorities, but the launches were slow, they arrived after a pirate raid was over. Main job wasn't to intercept, but to sail to remote villages, remind the locals the government still had guns, was watching the opium trade. By 1941, young man wanted to join the Royal Navy, would be there in one of two very distinct roles, so this could be important information for Lucas. A boy seaman. If he came from a working class background, his official rank would be boy second class in training, or boy first class at sea. Recruiters young as 15, apprentices, their lives are incredibly disciplined, physically demanding. Very harsh job, yada yada. But if he came from a good family, he could be a midshipman. Midshipmen were called snotties because they were known to wipe their noses on their sleeves. I can't believe I'm a midshipman. Commanding boats, taking watch on the bridge, supervising the adult sailors. So whether he's a boy or a midshipman, running messages for officers, running between the bridge, the engine room, and the radio room, polishing brass, scrubbing the decks. If he was quick-witted, might be treated as a signal boy. So, I think there'd be opportunity as either a midshipman or a boy to end up behind the pirate grill if he was lucky. So the transcripts is only for all the times Delphine is talking to herself. Chandu refined opium to treacle like paste. Okay. What about the observation deck? Boathouse, Luna runs in. Observation deck, is she by herself? Is Rose with her? Kanan's not with her. Is Dieter with her? Teresa not at the veranda yet? Jeremiah? No? What about, is Teresa at the veranda? She's by herself here. She's still at the veranda there. Let's get more Teresa. Nothing happened at this hour. What about before? Reconstruction's incorrect. If she has this photograph in her hand, maybe she's brought it to dinner. Maybe we can get the other side of this conversation. Reconstruction incorrect. And the pouch is gone. I can't use the pouch anymore. We could follow the biohazard sample, because guest house, biohazard. So I could just keep following Cynthia along by way of the biohazard sample. Mysterious stranger walks over to Rose Goodwill and Cynthia Seville. Rose growls. Cynthia just looks down. Dinner's going on for 2 hours. Rose and Cynthia watch them go. Rose turns towards Jeremiah and laughs. Beautiful woman and Rose walk out of the room. Jeremiah and Cynthia Seville alone. Are they still here? They are. Okay, so Jeremiah and Cynthia in the room alone in the dining room by 11 o'clock. Residence is distorted! Oh, what have we got for just the biohazard sample then? Who was that man, Jeremiah? What have you got yourself into? Deep breath, puts out a cigarette. Alright, we have options. We could sell the land to the Rajas, a Brook family behind the coast for years. May not be up to... See, so how is it incorrect for Cynthia and Jeremiah alone for this conversation? May not be up to you soon, Mr. Goodwood. The Japanese invaders predicted. They'll take everything by force anyway. Leave all you can. Sell, take the money, and go. She flushes deep crimson. Are they flirting? Share with a man? I will certainly not. That's completely improper. Mrs. Goodwill offered earlier. I'll stay with her in your room. So this Kanan accepts his master advice and bows. Okay, that's the missing piece, because Kanan's there too. They're alone, but not fully alone. Cynthia, Jeremiah, and Kanan. Of course, they don't count the house staff, or who's in the room at the time. Cynthia Seville visibly shaken, hands trembling as she lights a cigarette. Who was that man, Jeremiah? What have you got yourself into? A mistake, just a mistake. I can't use a mistake, just a mistake as a name. Jeremiah pours himself a drink. I must confess, I put myself in a frightfully tight spot. I've gone and borrowed rather heavily against the estate, took a bit of the flyer to expand the shell beds. My thinking was, well, everyone is mad for rubber and oil now that tobacco has lost its polish over here. I thought if we could simply double the haul, we might seize the lion's share of the shell market and quarter the trade in mother of pearl before the Dutch caught on. But the venture's a dead loss, a complete washout. The pearls are quite hopeless. Wormy crimson things without a lick of orient. Now I'm left staring at a mountain of dead lime and a mountain of debt. Cynthia takes a deep breath, puts out a cigarette. Alright, we have options. Sell the land to the Rajas, the Brooke family. Absolutely not. This is my plantation. I'm not moving anywhere. Might not be up to you, Mr. Goodwill. If the Japanese invaders predicted, they'll take everything by force anyway, so we can't. Take the money and go. The workers. The Bajau. Nomadic sea people who live in the waters around Borneo. Amazing divers, experts on pearls. They are worried too, when they are perfectly calm by nature usually. If they are scared, I need to think on this. The guest room has been prepared for you, but I'm afraid you'll have to share the bed with Mr. Sterling. We only have one guest house, but has multiple chambers. Share with the man? I will certainly not. That's completely improper. She can't share the same house, right? One guest house, multiple chambers. Mrs. Goodwill offered earlier, stay with her in your room. In the master bedroom. You go enjoy my marital bed with my wife then. I'll see you in the morning. Kanan crashes into the room. Tuan Besar. In these plantations, Tuan is a standard address for officials. Tuan Besar, or the Big Master, is the head manager in charge of the entire estate. In this case, it's Jeremiah Goodwill. Glossary unlocked. British standards. Are you alright? Is everyone alright? Dear chap, you're making a habit of arriving after the fire. I'm afraid I was taken off guard and knocked unconscious by the jungle entrance. So he does show up at the what's it place. Hey, Umpy. Losing frames? Or you downloading too much? Oh, it could be me. Let me see. You're right, MP. I have, in fact, lost 2,000 frames so far. It gave a very quick disconnect reconnect. Now it's doing this rubber band. Stable now. Must have been a couple more disconnects after the thing. Stream was fine, then dipped into disconnect. Annoyingly, that's what it does. It could be perfectly fine for like hours on end, and then all of a sudden just go. Boom. But it's up now. That's alright. Just had to tweak something out there. So, go away bitrate. No, don't go away bitrate. Go away visible element bitrate, but bitrate itself stay. Juan Besser. Arriving after the fire, knocked unconscious by the jungle entrance. Really sorry, that's terrible. But yes, we're alright. This is my fault. It will not happen again. I don't understand. We had bloodthirsty pirates on the premises, and you were acting as if nothing happened. There were pirates on the premises. That would probably be the explosion. Explosion to draw somebody out. And then Kanan knocked out, and then confrontation in the dining room. Jeremiah Goodwill puts his hand on Kanan's shoulder. Tomorrow. There's no urgency. They'll leave us alone, for a while at least. Tonight we rest, tomorrow you do what you want. Kanan accepts his master's advice and bows, makes his way to the kitchen. And Cynthia Seville to the bedroom, as Jeremiah Goodwill heads out to find some companionship. So, around 2 a.m., we get a phone call. Successfully used 10 items. I reused the item here. It's not so, you can get the achievement to successfully use 10 items by using the same item with the same place. I was using it here to verify some information we saw before. Don't know who to turn to, don't know who to trust, stop worrying, Jill will take care of it. They're on the way, you go. Little Mem has us. Forget her, it's 2 in the morning. Go to bed, don't let anyone see you, wait for reinforcements. So Kanan is still taking security seriously here. So, where's the master bedroom? Master bedroom? We have the Mrs. Goodwill, the new Mrs. Goodwill, and the person that Teresa suspects is going to be the Mrs. Future Goodwill, except she's already got the boy of her own that she's engaged to in the city. Cynthia Seville, pouring a generous measure of gin into 2 glasses. Rose grabs one, sits on the bed. 2 choices. They clink their glasses to drink deeply. You know, I positively envy you, Cynthia. A lady solicitor, an independent woman with a career in her own right. Oh, don't waste your envy on me, Mrs. Goodwill. The bar's a boys' club. They look at a woman of the chambers as if she was a performing seal. Remarkable for a member of the fairer sex, they say, with a sickeningly patronizing tone. And the pressure. Mother's incessantly harping on about when I meant to settle down. You can't argue cases forever, Cynthia. Think of your ovaries. Ovaries! As if a woman's only function... As if one's womanly functions had a best before date stamped on them. Given tech bros and fascists today, you would think they would. You think they do. Like, not even joking the way they're going on, talking about how, like, a woman's peak is 16. Anything after 30, she's wasted half her potential. At least you have a life of your own. I have this, waiting for Jerry, fearing Jeremiah. I used to dream of treading the boards, you know? On the stage in London. You do have a face for it, and a theatrical flair, I'll give you that. I do, don't I? She's unsteady, she's wasted, she's drunk. Let's play dress-up. Must you always wear these drab, stuffy suits that see you in something positively divine? Oh, I couldn't possibly. Oh, perhaps just one. Simmering silk gown for the wardrobe, put this on is Parisian. Jerry bought it for me to wear in the governor's ball, but I never did. So, I'm assuming Jerry and Jeremiah are the same person. Just one is a husband during his nice times, and one is the husband when he's the cruel, draconian, firm Tuan of the house. Cynthia clumsily changed into the dress. Fits her surprisingly well. You look ravishing, Cynthia, regular screen siren. Admire herself in mirror, it's rather dashing, isn't it? Spins around, giggling. Knocks her blouse from a nearby chair. And pearls in the biohazard sample fly out from her blouse pocket and scatter on the floor. Rose stops laughing, stares at the pearls. Those are Jerry's pearls, the accursed one. Didn't I try to put the pearls as Jeremiah's, but the object resists your touch, suggesting that Jerry's pearls is the wrong answer? Why do you have them? Are you stealing from us, or is it worse? I've heard stories about the Sandakan triads. They pay well for inside men. Is that it? Is a high-class solicitor act just a cover? Don't be absurd. I found them in the library. They were just lying on the floor. I picked them up to keep them safe. I was gonna give them back to Mr. Goodwill. It seems trust is in short supply around here. The air in the room grows heavy with tension, then a beautiful woman crashes the doorway, tears pouring down her face. Vita. Whatever is the matter. We can't put Vita as a name. And we do have, I'm assuming she is beautiful woman. Oh yeah, Russian. The Russian girlfriend. Vitalina. Veranda. Edward's Russian girlfriend, Vitalina. Old family friends. So we have her first name. Beautiful woman is Tuan Bone's girlfriend, Vitalina. But we don't have her last name at all. We don't have Edward's last name, we don't have Vitalina's last name, so we can't do anything to follow them. We also don't have Jiro's last name. I can't put Jiro no last name. We have two with first name only, but then nobody else could have that. Oh, the date's right there. December 17th. It's behind my microphone for where I'm looking, so the date was hidden from me. Well, it's been a couple of hours. Frames? Are the frames acting up again, MP? There have been 287 frames that ran away from us. But it looks stable. It better stay stable. But for now, it's been a couple of hours. I'm reaching the point where I'm starting to stumble over my words a bit more than typical. So, let me make myself some more tea, grab myself a BRB. Is that a double capture that I'm looking at there? Look at that, I got... Okay. Double capture vanished. Alright. I'll be back with fresh tea and a fresher tongue. I'm back with my tea. So let's see what we should do next. The worker quarters are all the way up here, huh? Hey, Hordian, a happy welcome back to you too. Worker quarters are here. The clubhouse is all the way down there. So I could see what it would take Kanan a while to get there. Boom, and he's got to come all the way down, all the way down, all the way down, past the guest house, a bit too late, and then there. Whereas everybody else at the veranda just goes right up. The master bedroom, the whole master house is here. By the boathouse, by the sea. That doesn't feel very secure. At least the big house here is... I don't know about more fortified. But it's not alone and isolated like this. But I guess this is more of a personal house. Whereas over here has a bunch of stuff for the staff to do things in. Alon Jungle Entrance is where Kanan gets hit. He's unconscious until he's seen here. Comes in later. So maybe it's around here-ish where he's knocked unconscious. Maybe I could follow this faded photograph a little bit more. A dining room, we're following the biohazard, right? What if we follow the faded photograph of Rose? That should still be in Teresa's pocket. We haven't seen her ditch it yet. Moon Knight, random BS, go. I'm not doing random BS achievements. I'm trying to find where somebody is. I'm assuming she still has this in her pocket. Did she get rid of the photograph at some point? Did she toss it? Because over here, she's staring at the photograph. No, she picks up the photograph from the mantelpiece. The photo's on the mantle. It's not in her possession. Puts the photograph face out of the table. Okay. We still have a number 1 here. Lucas Sterling, the constabulary. Kanan at the boathouse. Tuan Bone waiting for the library. Cynthia using the phone before that. Cynthia uses the phone over here, works at the library there, takes a shower, and then picks up the biohazard bottle, which we follow along here until finding out that she's at the bedroom there. Does she still have the biohazard bottle at this point? Residence distorted. Oh, and I can't even look in here because there's a beautiful woman. We don't have Vitalina's last name, so we can't look into this part. If she's put the biohazard bottle back into her bag, we could probably follow along. Guest house? Though we do know that dining room. Lucas went to the guest house, right? Guest room with Mr. Sterling. One guest house with multiple chambers. So guest house, if he's by himself. Lucas? So this isn't... It's just nothing happened, nothing happened. Nothing happened, nothing happened. There's something here, there's something there. Did Lucas wake up at this time? No. There's probably somebody else at midnight. Could I guess? Did Loon have a surreptitious late-night visit? She did. Lucas emerges from the small wash house, his face pale and grim. Lune is waiting for him on the path. It's gone. What's gone? My kit, the pouch, it was hidden right here under the loose floorboard. Someone has taken it. Taking things that don't belong to them seems to be the order of the night. Did something happen? Did something else go missing during dinner? Or maybe the clubhouse? You don't understand, I need a weapon. The revolver was in there. If things go south, and that sample is dangerous, if anyone who has it doesn't know what it is, who knows it could happen? Follow me, the worker quarters. We keep rifles there for the boars. They hurry along the path as they pass Teresa's room. They can hear screams from within. Good God, what is that? Is someone hurt? Keep walking, Lucas. Loon, what do you know? But that sounds like I said keep walking, it's just Mother, it's best not to ask. That doesn't sound right to me, but they are going to the workers' quarters together. Workers' quarters. At 1 a.m. Loon and Lucas. But other workers are probably going to be there. Aisha, maybe? Just Loon and Lucas alone? Loon and Lucas alone. Into the worker quarters. Window which overlooks the plantations. The quarters are up on a hill. They have a terrifying view. To the south, the Iron Road is an inferno. Flames licking the night sky. North Borneo Railway was a uniquely British project, was the only railway system on the entire island. Plantations on the coast were designed to plug into this rail line. The rail line was also used to transport goods to and from the port of Sandakan. To the east at the cove, Japanese soldiers are disembarking from landing crafts onto the sand. And all around them the sky is black with soot. So the Japanese have landed then. Ahead of schedule. When the Japanese invasion was imminent, the Dutch blew up the oil refineries and set the wells at Miri and Balikpapan on fire. For weeks, the sky over Borneo was stained black. Worse than I thought, they're surrounding us. There's so many of them. Starting picks up some binoculars. Picks up binoculars probably aren't his. We could probably peg it to one of the workers and see whose they are and follow them around then. Alright, I can see 6 launchers landing on the secluded beach with 12 men in each. And the blaze is giving me a good view of what's happening by the jungle entrance in spite of the darkness. It seems that Edward, no last name yet, and Dieter are there with our friend, Captain Ludwig Harrow. That man, Ludwig Harrow, he carries himself like a king, not a common bandit. Is he infamous enough to be in the papers? I need to call Armand about the distress call on the phone anyway. I'll have to check on the archives for Captain Harrow as well. Would you look at that? We gave Delphine enough information that she's looking for stuff in the present on her own. Armand is Delphine. Listen carefully. I have a phonetic transcription of a call made from the plantation in Malay. I was wondering if you could translate. Goodwill, Mati, British Navy. Delphine, my Malay is rusty, but Mati means dead. Sounds like he was claiming Jeremiah Goodwill was murdered by pirates and requested immediate assistance from the British Navy. They were due to have arrived by 9 o'clock the next morning. Efficient. He painted a picture of a massacre to ensure a swift, lethal response. Now, is that true or not? I have another request while I have you. It's going to sound very strange, but bear with him. With him? The leader of these pirates was a man named Ludwig Harrow. I was hoping beyond hope that there might be some information about him somewhere. Harrow? Startling. He's a legend, Delphine, not for piracy, but for the war. He led a guerrilla unit against the Japanese occupation, saved hundreds from Sandakan death marches. New identity, Ludwig Harrow. He is a hero in the history books. To find him here, playing villain before his time, fascinating. I have a service photo from the archives, I'll send it over to you. That's incredible, thank you so much, Armand. The pirate captain discovered Harrow. What's in her glossary? We also got British standards that we didn't look at yet. British plantation of the north, fundamentally different from a Dutch plantation of the south. British had a very specific brand of colonialism, left a distinct visual and cultural fingerprint on the landscape. Manager's bungalow. Dutch house at the south tended to be built closer to the ground. British bungalows were on stilts, 6 to 10 feet off the ground on massive piles of wood. Kept the house above mud, away from snakes, allowed circulation. That's the Dutch houses. British bungalows. Of course the Dutch houses would know to be built above like floods or anything. British bungalow, recognizable by its massive wraparound shaded veranda, living room and bar, steam engine, British plantation. One of a great deal of nostalgia for English countryside, recognized British estate by the English garden attempted in the front of the bungalow. British spent an absurd amount of effort trying to maintain a flat green lawn in the middle of the jungle, or croquet or badminton. Most British plantations managed by an agency rather than the government. Unlike independent Dutch planters, British estates followed standardized manual for how a plantation should look, from spacing of the trees to color of the paint. British Borneo, social life tethered to the club. A building that looks like a rustic version of a London gentleman club with billiard table and outdated copies of magazines at a bar. You're in British territory. British keen to wear very iconic attire to show their superiority. Solar top beam, mandatory iconic white helmet, worn with the starched whites, even in 90% humidity. Now there's binoculars here. Who owns them? Maybe not Lucas, if it's at the worker quarters. Not Aisha's. Not Kanan's. I need to know. We got Ludwig here. I need to know more workers. The hero pirate Ludwig Harrow. Is he a real person? I'm not seeing any, so maybe not. So Ludwig is probably at the dining room during dinner. Jeremiah is accosted by a pirate that he possibly owes something to. But we don't have Vita, the beautiful woman's name, so we can't put her profile in there either. So we're still locked out. Edward and Dieter at the jungle entrance with Captain Ludwig Harrow, heading back towards the house. I need Edward's last name. I don't have Edward's last name, so I can't... These two have last names and I'm deprived. Where is Tuan Bone or Edward? And so I can't look at things that have Edward in it. What if I follow the telephone? I'm gonna follow the telephone to see if any other names pop up in the intervening hours. What happened here? Incorrect because the phone's not being used. Incorrect because the phone's not being used. Did somebody come over the biohazard sample? Biohazard sample? There's a lot going on in the study at this point in night. Oh, 3 a.m. Cynthia. Rose, a beautiful woman, and Cynthia rush into the room. Quite enough. Strides forward, slapping Lune hard before wrestling the weapon from her grasp. What happens between them seeing the Japanese attack 1 hour, and then Loon's got a weapon? We are subject to the crown, not savages. Kanan, see to that woman's hand before she bleeds on the floorboard. Now attend to me, the lot of you. Jeremiah's gone, and no amount of hysteria will fetch him back. So Jeremiah is dead, or missing. But the Japanese are on the beach and heading this way fast. If we stay here arguing, we will join him. MI5. I've been tracking a triad operation through the straits. Jeremiah's pearl fiasco was attracting their attention. And Abalian and Tao, who provided the Tuju, one of their rages most likely. Babalian Antao, a powerful shaman. I doubt we'll be able to find a photo of him. He's too obscure, too hidden in the shadows of history. I will have to deduce his presence by other means. Need to think outside of the box if I want to be able to piece together his movements. Lucas Sterling offers his hand to Cynthia Seville for a shake. Well then, Mr. Sterling, it seems we're on the same side. We need to get these people to safety. So, Cynthia and Lucas are both British agents, maybe from different agencies, who had an overlap, perhaps, in their operations. Cynthia pulls out the biohazard sample. One last thing, Mr. SIS, I take it this is yours. Hands a biohazard to Lucas Sterling. Lucas distributes the rifles and the ammo, and they all disperse. So she does have the biohazard sample here. She was also in the master bedroom with it there. Vision is distorted. Biohazard sample, biohazard sample. Where is she at 1 a.m.? Secluded beach, we got the Japanese by this time. By 1 a.m. Croquet lawn, not the croquet lawn, the clubhouse. After the veranda, maybe the missing person is Ludwig Harrow. Maybe he was there. No. What do you mean nothing happened this hour? Croquet lawn! Get off the croquet lawn! Clubhouse! Did Kanan get there too? Distortion incorrect? I gotta figure out who else was there. The pouch got thrown into the tall grass from the guest house. So it's around here somewhere. There's no way that I'll be able to overhear from the pouch to the tall grass. We have a whole lot of nothing happened here. Pouch, nothing. Resonance is incorrect. But this photograph is at the mantle on the veranda. Maybe the photograph, we could use her ears. At least with nothing happening at this hour, that's giving us information. We could fill out spaces where you don't have to worry, where we know that things are clear. It's putting up walls in which we could determine where everything else fits within. It would be at the veranda at 1500. Boathouse is pulling a small raft onto the dock. So he doesn't show up before that. He's already there. That's the earliest for the boathouse. We do see I could keep track of their movements on an hour-by-hour basis like this. Worker quarters with Aisha. No, go away. I'm also keen on seeing where was Aisha before that, because before that... Hold on. Kitchen with Kanan. Enters the window quickly, closes it behind her. There's no crusty burger. So where was she prior to this hour? I'm assuming that she possibly has some overlap with Tuan Bon. But we don't have Edward's last name, so we can't do anything with that. She's over here in the kitchen. Could she be at the secluded beach? Residence distorted? There is something going on at the secluded beach at that time. We have a 1 and a 2 here, so that's a hint that there's still something to find in those areas, right? Pirates off the coast, hid behind the piracy grill. We know he's SIS now. He's British government, that's possibly true. Carrying Chandu, but pirates took everything. Women scream, observation deck. Young woman ravines. Observation deck is all the way up here. Either she sprinted the whole way down in less than a minute, or Luna was here already and somebody else was screaming on the observation deck. Somebody else screaming on the observation deck. I don't know where to even begin trying to guess who was there. I think right now all I can do is just bounce around places and see if I can't figure out some other hint. Sundowners, father rushed off to the study, Mother Teresa, guest house, icy in the kitchen. Cynthia comes over. Left him with a loon. What were you thinking, man? The somebody in the corner has to be Kanan before he goes over to the work quarters. Like an hour later, looks like, but it's a while away to go. Identify the constabulary. District officer is on the phone. I do not need to know who they are. Yeah, I do. Give me Jiro's last name. Veranda, Teresa's by herself. Tire of you. Guest house. At least here, we got no numbers. Oh, in the kitchen, so. Once you're in the guest house, looks up, I'm busy. Small chops. Aisha works the kitchen, so maybe she's definitely on the kitchen here. But maybe we could try to follow her throughout the kitchen to see if she's here or not. Preparing snacks for sundown, shelling peanuts for kachang. Bean or nut in Malay, usually peanuts with spices. I just saw the German man in the hat by the jungle entrance. He told me to let you know. Thank you, I'll go meet him at the usual spot. Could you take over? Please need to go to Mrs. McIntyre in the veranda. So we get her name, German in the hat. If we wanted Dieter's clue, he's a German in the hat at the jungle entrance. So here we got Dieter and Asia. Nothing happened at this hour? Well, Dieter's at the jungle entrance here. Emerges a jungle patch, clutching a bottle of corn bran to his chest. German brand of grain spirit. Very similar to vodka, but often distilled to a slightly lower proof to retain the flavor of the grain. To a British observer, it might look like vodka, but to a German or Russian, the distinction is vital. Drink culture. 1941, in a British colonial in Borneo had a very specific vocabulary for evening drinking rituals. Sundowner we know about. Gin Pahit. Pink gin with several heavy dashes of Angostura bitters. Astenga. Lighter drink before dinner. Half measure whiskey topped with soda water. Session drink of colonial clubs to drink for several hours without becoming immediately intoxicated. Proper sundown of the 1930s had a very specific routine. Work ended 4 or 4:30 because of the heat. Take a mandi, traditional Malay-style bath involving splashing cool water over oneself with a ladle. Change out of the sweat-stained khaki work gear into clean white linens. Sit in the shaded veranda or the bungalow, or at the local club, enjoy their drinks. Kachang, the most ubiquitous snack, was fried peanuts, yada yada yada. Ikan bilis and peanuts, prawn crackers. Curry puffs too. Clear. Good. Instead of heading to the main house, he approached a perimeter fence. He uses a tool to loosen the wire of a fence post, leaving the mesh loose but visually intact. Tests the concealment, nodding with satisfaction, looks undisturbed, but a firm push would open the man-sized gap. Family friend, old family friend Dieter, is loosening the fence at the entrance to the jungle. Tucks a bottle under his arm and hurries off, disappearing towards a distant cove. Dieter is naughty. Need to go to Mrs. McIntyre in the veranda. She's by herself here mostly. Nursing a drink. One of these combinations has to work. I just got more questions than answers here. What happens the hour before? Voice calls out from the window. German man in a hat by the jungle entrance. You told me to let you know. I'll meet him at the usual spot. He was going towards a cove. There's a secluded beach. From the jungle entrance, he was going to a cove. Or so it said. Do you think maybe from the jungle entrance, he went to the observation deck and he proposed to Ashia? And that was a scream. And Loon knows. That's why she's like, don't worry about it, don't worry about it. Except Aishia and Dieter are not options here. Did they go all the way to the beach? A hidden beach, surrounded by large limestone cliffs. No Dieter? Dieter, Aishia? Hey, got him! Secluded beach is empty, save for Dieter von Guttram and Aishia. Standing in the shadow of a large limestone cliff is all in readiness, Aishia. The jungle track to the bungalow is unguarded, Tuan. Excellent, and our guest? Captain Harrow will be signaling at sundown. I have trimmed the lamp and set it up on the ridge as a beacon. I shall be glad when this is all over. This waiting is killing me. You had best be right, Mr. von Guttram. If this venture fails, it is not merely my situation on the line, it is our very necks. Have faith, my dear, the chaos will be over. No one will suspect us. I shall see to it that Canaan is occupied. You must ensure the company remains at the table in the dining room. The company remains at the table in the dining room. So Dieter is in the dining room. And I'm pretty sure that Harrow's also there. Because they're all like, who was that? Oh, that's bad business. Aishia turns to the undergrowth. Dieter remains for a moment, watching the tide. When he searches to observe, makes his way back towards the croquet lawn. Towards the croquet lawn. Whether it's this way or this way, towards the lawn, Teresa's room's en route. He might pass by the clubhouse. The croquet lawn. Is he there by himself? Does he meet somebody there? Does he meet... Let's see. Study is where Jeremiah is, and then he's going to the library. So Jeremiah's not here. Veranda, nothing happens. Nothing happens, but Teresa's probably still there. Does he meet Rose en route? Does he meet Cynthia en route? Does he meet Teresa? He does meet Teresa. From the veranda. Dieter's crossing the garden, bottle of cornbread in his hand. Teresa from the veranda. Dieter, wait, do you want a sundowner? No thank you, Teresa. Bone and Jiro are waiting for me at the clubhouse. I don't have Bone or Jiro's last name. I want Bone or Jiro's last name. Teresa runs over to catch up with him. Please, Dieter. I just need a friend to talk to. Can I just accompany you on the way? Of course, my dear. Dieter is a player. You know, I always have time for you. Jeremiah's frantic about the pearls. No one wants to touch them in their current state. I know I act like I don't care, but if we lose the plantation, Dieter laughs. Jerry and Bone are idiots. Both of them. This red swirl would never have happened in our oyster farms back home before the war. What do you mean? Do you know something? I'm not helping them, and neither should you. Not after what he did to you. Why would you help him? But they're your friends. Friends? What kind of friends are they to me, really? They only tolerate me, but I know what they say behind my back. There's no love lost between them and the Germans. I wouldn't be surprised if they thought I was a Nazi despite everything I've been through because of my heritage. To hell with them. Just tell me for old time's sake, please. It's not a curse, Teresa, that's all I'll say. You need to tell them how to fix it. You're a good man, don't be so petty. Teresa back to the veranda. Dieter resumes his walk to the clubhouse. The clubhouse. Where people with last names I don't know are. I can't do a thing with that. I really can't do anything with that. It's cool that I'm getting more stuff. Kitchen. And then, let's see. She goes to the secluded beach. These need to go to Miss McIntyre the veranda. Someone takes something to Miss McIntyre the veranda. While she goes to the secluded beach. Meets her boo. And then back to the kitchen, sneaks in the window. Meet me at the work quarters when you're done. Aisha heads towards the guest house. There she is with the towels. Worker quarters. Japanese are here. Then boom, she walks back to the kitchen. Stands by the sink, pressing a wet cloth to her cheek, hisses in pain, curse him, curse that wretched, frightened man. Glances the window towards the dark, figures moving across the grounds. Kanan, what's going on? He's not. From the clubhouse towards the jungle entrance, Kanan. So, he was already at the clubhouse, and is then going to the jungle. God in heaven, Kanan, you utter fool. Sprints out the back door. So, jungle entrance. At some point he's knocked out. Who else is there? Aisha and Kanan, but then who else? Is Dieter still there? No, Dieter's got to keep them busy. Ludwig? Because he was opening the fence for somebody else. Kanan moves silently through the dense foliage, his weapon drawn. He spots movement ahead, a group of armed men waiting in the clearing. Pirates, I knew it. He unsheaths his blade, ready to strike. A heavy blow strikes the back of his head. Pain explodes at his eyes, behind his eyes, as the world tilts away. So was it, before I look ahead, was it Aisha that knocked him out to save him from actually being the first to bleed? No? Kanan crumbles to the ground, his blade slipping from his grasp. Looks up, vision blurring, sees a tall man towering over him. Ludwig Harrow? Clumsy work, old son. A trained man like you should know to keep his eyes at the back of his head at all times. Ludwig raises his pistol, aiming specifically between Kanan's eyes. Hold your hand. Aisha steps out from the shadows of the trees. Ah, the little canary. Have you a weakness for this stray dog, then? He's nothing, but a bullet will now rouse a whole plantation. The gunshot will echo from the cliffs to the very veranda. A fair reckoning. Tie him up. Leave him here. We can't stop you. Ludwig Harrow just stares at her for a second, calculating his move. Very well, but if this bites me, little girl, you'll be the one bleeding for it. Ludwig Harrow signals his men, and they start walking towards the plantation. And then maybe Kanan and Aisha have a talk here, because he is knocked out at the jungle entrance for a bit. Aisha kneels beside Kanan, her hand troubling as she cuts the ropes binding his wrists. I thought I could control this, but they are monsters. Aishia checks Kanan's pulse, relieved when she finds a faint heartbeat. She helps him sit up against a tree. In the distance, a tall figure strikes out from the entrance of the main bungalow towards the railway. Towards the railway, the pirate captain and his men. Ludwig is not going back to the jungle, he is going to the tracks. Why? What is he planning? She darts off into the night, following the men. The railroad tracks we have now. That'd be Ludwig and his men. No Aishia following behind? Jungle entrance would be the hour after. Aishia following Ludwig. Aishia emerges from the tall grass to see Ludwig Harrow sitting by the old steam engines. His men are dousing wooden carriages with kerosene. What are you doing? This is madness. Why destroy the steam engines? You've scared Goodwill. You get what you want. Scared Goodwill? Dinner's over here. Ludwig is there. Dinner's going on here. So Dieter is keeping them busy. Ludwig isn't actually seen during dinner then, but Dieter, with the friendship lost. Was NFT redeems always 10k MP? For a good long while, I haven't changed the price of that in ages. But we still need the beautiful woman's name if we want a complete picture of what goes on here. I have a distaste for loose ends. I'm a man who believes in a bit of assurance. This iron road is a double-edged blade. It's the quickest route for your master to bolt, or for the armed constabulary to send their regards in a hurry. North Borneo Railway was a uniquely British project. It was the only railway system on the entire island. I think we've seen this already. Yeah, we did. Still be time before you redeem your next actual NFT. At least when you do, the post-it notes will be here waiting, MP. I still owe Hordian one NFT that he redeemed. But I was in the middle of a game that I was trying to finish that afternoon. Was that back in Paranormicide 2? Yeah, I think so. I have to go back through Hordian's chat messages and actually make him the NFT he asked for. I prefer my guests to stay put and my enemies to walk. Ludwig Harrow tosses his lit cigar onto a kerosene-soaked carriage. With a roar, the cart ignites, flames leaping to the night sky. Aishia stares in shock as the fires reflected her wide eyes. Look alive, men, let's go. Aishia screams and jumps on Ludwig Harrow, grabbing his blade. One of his men shoots her before she could strike. Ludwig Harrow gestures to his men to leave her as he kneels down to grab his black blade. Not a bad attempt, little bird. You have some gumption about you. Aisha's leaning over, grabbing her side. She starts to crawl towards a secluded beach, leaving a trail of blood behind her. Ludwig Harrow gestures to his men to make their way back to the darkness of the jungle entrance as he watches her go. So she's going to the secluded beach, and he is likely going back to the jungle entrance. Except nothing's going on here. And jungle entrance there is Sterling and Luna. Teresa's room, they hear screams. Keep walking, Lucas. How much you want to bet that Luna is more involved than she's letting on? Let's go to the secluded beach first. Aishia bleeding out. This is the railway. I'm at the wrong place. Is Dieter waiting for her? see. The railway was then, so secluded beach should be right after. Aishia stumbles out of the jungle path onto the sand, clutching her side. A dark stain is spreading rapidly across her white uniform. She collapses near a set of caves in the limestone, her breathing ragged and shallow. They got an achievement, no escape, death on the beach. If it's anything like the caves of Saipan, which I'm more familiar with, she's now cursed to every single time some howly tourist or blogger comes on over to explore the caves. They'll pick up her bones and fondle it for a bit, take pictures, and then say, "Oh, don't worry, I put it back after." Ugh. Weekly, scanning. Dieter! Dieter! The beach is empty, there's no Dieter von Guntram. You said you would be here. Wait by the rocks, you said. We will sail away. You promised. She tries to crawl towards the water, but her strength fails her. Her hand falls limp to the sand as a tide gently laps at her feet and the life fades from her. Oh. Does Dieter come a little too late after that? Dieter von Guntram sprints onto the sand out of breath. He stops short as he sees the motionless figure of Aishia sprawled on the beach. Aishia, no! No, no! He rushes to her and checks for a pulse but finds none. Black soot starts raining down from the sky, ashes staining his face and the clothes as he kneels beside Aishia, incredulous of what is happening. Verdammt! This wasn't supposed to happen! He looks around wildly, scanning the dark horizon. Where is the launch? Where is the signal flare? A roaring sound from behind makes him spin around. High on the ridge, fire consumes the railway carriages, the orange glow illuminating the scene eerily. Win, Shift, S. The orange. Discord of Schubert, General. Control V. Enter. They're penning us in. The boat was never coming, and now the steam engine is gone. He looks at Aishia, then out to the sea. The Rajas aren't extracting us. We are not partners, we are loose ends. I have been played for a fool. Into the jungles, Dieter! The sea's no good, there's no rail, disappear into the forest. Dieter von Guntram sinks into the sand, his head in his hands. Where am I? Secluded beach. Is he going to stay here for a bit? He is. Nothing left here, cleared out one room of timeline. So this is everything. This is everything for the secluded beach, huh? Aishia and Dieter are meeting here, Aishia dying, and then Dieter having his realization that he was merely a pawn in the game of life. My instincts tell me I've uncovered everything there is to see in this location. The remaining hours hold no secrets. So not only does she have psychometry, she could also accurately predict where she doesn't have to expend any more effort. Still kneeling, spots a line on the ocean. He jumps up, waving his arms frantically. Over here! Over here! The light grows brighter. Then another appears, and another. A whole line of them. Dieter von Guntram stops waving. The silhouette of a massive iron hull looms out of the mists. He hears a churning of the engines and splashing of landing crafts hitting the water. Invasion, not extraction. Invasion. He looks down at Aishia. With a grunt of effort, he scoops Aishia's lifeless body into his arms. Dieter von Guntram turns his back on the incoming fleet and runs towards the cover of the jungle. Smart man, what did I say? To the jungles? Which means he should be in the hour after that. Jungle entrance, maybe? Unless he's passing someplace else first. Precedence distorted. Who else is where at what time? What's going on? At 2 a.m.? Though maybe he's passing by the croquet lawn too. Residence is incorrect. There's something going on at the croquet lawn. And at the jungle entrance. Maybe he meets Ludwig there with the rest of his pirates. No? Though speaking of... Where am I? Jungle entrance was here. Kanananashia. Follows a man. That's in... Then railway. Where she gets shot. Ludwig gestures to his men, make their way back to the darkness of the jungle entrance. He watches her go. Does he go back to the jungle entrance after that? Ludwig? Ludwig Harrow and his men are walking back from the railway tracks, looking for a spot to set up temporary camp. They start a small fire, heat up some canned food. Ludwig Harrow takes off his vest, the gold lighter visible in the front pocket, and sits on a log, sharpening his blade in preparation for a fight. Does he get one the hour after? Residence distorted. Kanan shows up, it's only midnight. Jeremiah? Jeremiah and Kanan? Teresa. No. Well, let's see. Secluded beach. Dieter. After going away at the dinner confrontation. Dieter's here. Where was he before then? Is he passing the croquet lawn? Always a croquet lawn. Nothing happened at that hour. Where is Dieter before he goes? Wouldn't it be the kitchen unless he's looking for Asia? Reconstruction's incorrect. Ludwig's over there, so he can't be at the railway at that time. Jungle entrance. Kanan and Aisha. Ludwig back at the... Oh, so Kanan maybe wakes up here. Kanan stirs, groaning, he clutches his head. What? Memories crash back into him. The sudden blow, the pirates and someone else. Someone untied him. Someone he knows, but is too much of a haze. No. No. He scrambles to his feet, swaying dizzily, looks towards the distant lights of the main house. They'll kill them all. Ignoring the throbbing pain in his skull, he stumbles out into a desperate run towards the main house. So, we got no dots here, so all this is clear. Is Ludwig going to approach? Because he sees pirates there, which means they're already there. So maybe we could see Ludwig setting up early. I don't see pirates here. Is Dieter checking on things? Nothing happened at that hour. Nothing happened at that hour. So I guess they just show up in time for Kanan to find them. "1 a.m. We don't have enough information to pick things up at midnight. What happens here?" Goes to the corpse's effect. Somebody dies at midnight. The corpse's effects. It's hiding who died in case we simply guessed. What about 1 a.m. jungle entrance with Ludwig? Oh shit, there's a corpse. They're not telling me who died. What do we have here? He finds a key to the passageway and pockets it. Ludwig Harrow gestures to his men to get the corpse out of here. He composes himself, putting his vest back on. He splashes water from a canteen onto his face. I suspect Jeremiah. It's either Jeremiah, Jiro, I don't think it's Edward, but before 2 a.m., Jeremiah's already dead. And we know that a lot of people are alive by 2. No, Jiro wouldn't be dead either because he's there for the call. So I think it is just Jeremiah then. So it could be his key. And then we could trace Jeremiah's movements through his key if it is his key. If we use the key a lot during dinner, we might pick up some other names. Like, oh, Vita so-and-so, that's quite droll. And so we could put a name to Vita to her photograph and then properly get the dining room scene cleared out. The plantation now mostly dark, save for a few lights on the windows. It is time. Gather your gear, check your weapons. Tonight, the Goodwill Plantation falls. So who's dead? Let's see whose key it is. To unlock a secret passage. It is Jeremiah's. So Jeremiah is very likely dead at this point. Unless somebody else had his key. So let's try to get more ears during dinner. Incorrect. Maybe somebody else had the key. Maybe Tuan Edward had the key. And if he's not here during dinner, then maybe this will give us more ears at the clubhouse. Veranda, holy shit, the clubhouse, the clubhouse. Your residence is distorted. Jiro was at the clubhouse. Tuan Edward was at the library after the initial study scene. Does Tuan Edward have the key to the passage? It's his key. Who's got the key? Jeremiah is here, so I can't go back to these places that are already filled out and try to use the keys in those locations to see who has it. Or if the corpse is here and the corpse had the key is here. The shaman had the key. We know the shaman. We don't have dead. We don't have his photo, but we have his name. Harrow, belay that. This cannot be the design the Rajas intended. The plantation would be utterly worthless if you put it to the torch. The oysters, but the pearls, they are worthless. The pearls are tainted. Rust? It's just rust. Steps back as he realizes the mistake he's made in running up here. You're with the Triads. Please, Ludwig Hauer just nods. The pirates rush the shaman. The shaman falls, stabbed to death by a dozen swords. We know who the shaman is. The shaman. Babalian Antao, a powerful shaman. Can't find a photo to obscure. Deduce his presence by other means. Think outside the box if I want to piece together his movements. So, key to the passageway that belongs to Jeremiah Goodwill is currently in the possession of the shaman, who is on site. So wherever the key goes, the shaman is. You know what? We could check out every bit of information. Is he at the jungle entrance? Nothing happened at that hour. The shaman dies over here Wednesday at midnight. And the key gets picked up and could be any place else. The shaman's at the railway station at this time. The fire's already spreading fast because of the dry grass all around you. Fool, you bloodthirsty fool. Why are you destroying everything? Ludwig Harrow's direction. But if I use the item, I can only get one side of the conversation. Towards Ludwig Harrow's direction, go into the railway. And here's where the railway gets burnt up. Ludwig, where are you going here? Towards the plantation. So where do they go first? Do they cross the croquet lawn, Ludwig? Nothing happened then. Do they go to the clubhouse? The residence is distorted. Shaman steps out from behind the panel to the ruined clubhouse. What the hell? Harrow, what is he doing here? The Rajas cannot be aware of this. Why go to the trouble of getting Jeremiah poisoned quietly to avoid suspicion, only to send this brute? It makes no sense unless Harrow's double-crossing the Rajas. I am sure of it. Retreats back to the shadows to watch. So the shaman is here. And the shaman is there. Where else is he going? There's an hour. Steps back into the deep shadows to watch. Where are you, shaman? You're not at the secluded beach. The jungle's got a bunch of other stuff going on there. Are you gonna go to the observation deck? No. Are you gonna go to Teresa's room, the worker quarters? No. You went to the boathouse afterwards. He's slinking and watching, but he's not any place in particular. Though I'd be keen to find out where he is before then. He's got a secret passage key after all. He is at the boathouse after Lucas and Kanan leave. Stands on the jetty of the boathouse, shielding his eyes from the sun. Curious, where did you come from? A launch? Anchored so far out, this is also very queer. He makes a decision. The shaman unmoors the raft and paddles out towards the launch. So he takes Lucas's raft. There's nothing else in secluded beach. He's gone someplace else, and at some point he comes back. To the boathouse, maybe? Secures a raft to the jetty, utter chaos. They run like headless chickens. Even that fool Kanan, the so-called head Jaga. The bunker leads straight to the clubhouse through the passage. They'll be too busy running to watch the shadows. I could make it there, take a look around, and remain undetected. Moves towards the tunnel entrance. So there's a bunker. There's a bunker and a tunnel, and we definitely don't have that on the map. The first time I go to the location on the map, it gives us a little splash screen. You're home early. I figure there may be a word I could click on if I do it for the first time. But I think that's all the places now that we have. Toasty? Did you see Toasty, or did you hear BF saying Toasty? Yeah, Toasty's there. He's been napping, right, Toasty? He got petted? Damn it, Mason. Now I gotta pay you the on-screen rate. But it's only the on-screen rate of an extra. You saw a hand, MP! Your hand was visible, Mason. You've been seen. There's no reason for you not to stream again then. Rope timber barracks where the servant lives. So, with some ingenuity, we have picked up different bits of information. We got different people. It was so far away, you couldn't see if it was a hairy hand or not. What, Toasty?
Hands.
Toasty's got 4 hairy hands. Have we ID'd the owner of the binoculars? Not Aisha's. Not Ludwig's. Not Dieter's. Not Lucas's. The object continues to resist my touch. I figure it's Jiro's, but Jiro we haven't got a last name on, so we can't use him yet. The pearls aren't Dieter's, they are Jeremiah's. But who has proper ownership of them? I'm guessing it's Tuan Bone, it's Edward's, but we can't use Edward either. Edward probably manages the oystery, and that's why he's in the library waiting to talk. He's got the pearls there, he's gonna say these pearls are all shit. How about this? At a certain point in time, 3 p.m. in the study, Rose, the beautiful woman, Cynthia rush into the room. Lucas is there too, Mr. SIS. Jeremiah's gone, no amount of hysteria fetch him back. And at this point, the biohazard sample is given back to Lucas. And they all disperse. So, I could try to follow Lucas, see where he goes after this. 3 a.m. study, and then he goes somewhere. I don't think he would run to the railway. Guest house is nothing. Croquet lawn, clubhouse, boathouse. Does he go to the veranda? Incorrect. Does he go to the workers' quarters? No. Nothing at this hour. Does he go to the observation deck? Nothing at this hour. There's no reason to go to the railway. The study he was just in. Cynthia might be staying behind at the study. They all disperse, but do they disperse at the same time to the two different places? Is anybody here still? Kanana's over there with Jiro. At 2 p.m., Jeremiah dies. There's Ludwig. Where's Ludwig going to go? We don't have Dieter and Ludwig meeting at the railway here. That vision's distorted. Distorted. You saw a bit of a head, an eyebrow, and a tattoo. You really trying to steal the stream away from me, Mason? And now you're bending your booty everywhere? This isn't a just chatting stream. Can't believe he's trying to steal my stream from me. Hey, Toasty. Careful. That's my microphone, and that's a cat butt in my face. Toasty doesn't want to be on the desk right now. He's not like Onyx. Also, you'd be surprised. Yeah, but that's a bit delayed because of the constant hiccups with the bitrate.
Yeah, but Toasty was there, and I'm over here. You can't see me over here.
Okay, Mr. Yellow Nipple. Where's Ludwig? Ludwig's there. And then 2 a.m. is when there's death. Master bedroom, maybe. Master bedroom, there's nothing at 2 a.m. So if I was... Clubhouse, maybe? Because the clubhouse connects to the bunker. He has the key here. Nothing at this hour. Somebody's got to use a key at that time. At some point. Residence distorted. So there's somebody around the clubhouse at 4 a.m. Nothing at that hour. You posted what was shown, no more stream stealing? Oh, I see. Oh, would you look at that, Mesa? That's like your whole forearm with the Party Cervellifus tattoo, half your face. That's practically all of you. Yeah, that's enough to identify. Eyebrow, nose, your forehead.
Can't even see my eyebrows.
That's more of a face than Ethan Winter gets to show at once.
Can't even see any of my piercings or most of my tattoos.
So despite the key linking at the clubhouse, I'm not finding the key used at the clubhouse, actually. Wait. Oh. I keep thinking that the bottle does belong to Lucas. And I could probably use that to eavesdrop on what's going on at the clubhouse. But at that point, he's already put the bottle away. He's hidden it. You blame Toasty, MP? Toasty does find a trouble. Ludwig. Where's Ludwig going to go? We gotta find someplace Ludwig is going to be. Teresa's room with a scream. Vision distorted. Worker quarters he's not gonna be in. Library. Nothing happened at this hour. Kitchen. Nothing happened at this hour. Oh, he's at the exact same place. Partial echo from the key to the passage. There's a scruffy man. Scruffy man is gonna be... Yeah, that's Tuan Bone, that's Edward. Edward's there, but we don't have his name still. He got the back of the head now too, MP. At this rate, you're gonna be able to reconstruct the BF through bits and pieces. He's right, old man, there's no time for mourning. Ludwig Harrow stepped into the light, flanked by two of his crew. A scruffy man tenses, raising the croquet mallet. Easy, I'm not your enemy, not anymore. I cut off the escape route of a coward. I did not know the wolf was already at the door. So, Dieter's here, Ludwig's here, with the body of Asia, but Edward is here too. He looks at Asia's body, regret in his eyes. I'm sorry about the girl, truly, she fought like a tigress. She deserved a warrior's death, not this. It was self-defense, my men, they are jumpy. She had a knife at my throat. Before I knew she was there, she had spirit. But argue and not bring her back, my men and I. We can help you fight, or at least help you escape. Because the enemy of the enemy is my friend, and because if the Japanese take this island, we have no place left for free men. Scruffy man looks from Ludwig to Dieter, back to the steam engine. I need Edward's name. An AI slop version of them. Oh, that's no fun. I was thinking more of like a Frankenstein's monster of several ill-fitting screenshots fitting together. What if we assume that Edward is family? He's an Englishman, so maybe he's also a Goodwill. Maybe he wouldn't be a McIntyre. Harrow is a German pirate's name, or Ludwig, right? So it wouldn't be him. Seville, Sterling, von Guntram. Yeah, we don't have his last name. Would you look at that? We have Asia's entire history there now. Her actions are entirely known. I just want this guy's last name. "2 a.m. he's there, Ludwig is there, so who kills? Who kills Jeremiah? If Ludwig is here?" And where do they go from here? There's a dining room. Does he go to the dining room after? Nothing's going on in the dining room. He goes to the croquet lawn. Ludwig, Dieter, and a scruffy man emerge on the croquet lawn with the Captain Ludwig Harrow's crew of pirates. Firing blindly to the dark, ambush, fall back. Do it. Scruffy man, Harrow's men hurl their torches at the thatched roof of the clubhouse. Clubhouse after that. What about the croquet mallet? Sturdy croquet mallet. It's not Jeremiah's. I know that it's Edward's, but I don't have Edward! We can't peg Edward! Let me just put Edward. Identify him as Edward. Identify her as Vita. I know who these are. I know where they are. And I know that's Jiro. I don't need their last names to know who they are. I'm just gonna keep on following this key. Did the key go to the boathouse after? Nothing happened at that hour. Did they go back to the jungle entrance? No. They didn't go to the kitchen. They didn't go to the library. Distortion incorrect. Lucas and Rose are at the library. Can I just put Lucas and Rose? And Rose! Are in the library at... What is this, 4 in the morning? Bullets chipping the plaster around them, Japanese soldiers swarming the downstairs corridor. Into the library, move. They dive into the library, and Lucas Sterling slams a heavy oak door, throwing the deadbolt just as heavy impact shutters a frame. Bullets splinter the wood. Won't hold them for long, we need that key. The key is not there. Somebody must have taken it already. So the key was in the library. And the shaman was here, at the boathouse. Library. Tuan Bone, Mr. Edward, and Jeremiah meet here, so maybe the shaman is all the way at 3 o'clock. Room is suddenly illuminated by a bright light from outside. They rush to the window, see the clubhouse erupting in a pillar of fire. That'd be that going on there, the clubhouse burning. The clubhouse is gone. The secret passage is useless now. What do we do now? We're trapped. If we climb out of the library window, we can get to the roof. The roof! New location. There's a safety ladder that leads down to the observation deck. And then what? Jump? It's suicide. Now, this wouldn't be the first or last wartime Japanese event with a suicide cliff. I always contemplated jumping from there as a good way to go. But no, the tides are up, it's deep enough, it should be perfectly safe at this hour. Safer than staying here anyway, right? Fine, let's do it. So we got new location. But before I go to the roof, library, key, nothing happened this hour. So the key's long gone by then because the shaman's here with the key. So we already know that the shaman has the key. That key is long, long gone. There's this conspiracy with a lot of betrayal either direction. The roof is Rose and Lucas. Lucas uncovered everything that okay. I got spooked by the jump up there. The roof only has one event. Finding precarious purchase on the suit's slick tiles, reaches back up Rose Goodwill. Rose Goodwill struggles with her voluminous silk gown, the wind whipping the fabric around her legs. She slips, a tile clattering to the darkness below. I got you, careful now, bloody dress, should have worn trousers. Pull themselves onto the roof, the sun's on its way, the darkness is lifting. There's Scruffy Man again. And Bone. Give me some last names for Bone. I can't use Scruffy Man. I can't use Bone. I need a name to work with here. Light of the incoming dawn. The horror of the night is laid bare. Smoke column rises like black pillars from the estate. Below them, near the burning clubhouse, small figures engage in a desperate melee. Lucas uses binoculars and closer look. Spots a Scruffy Man, recognizable by his sheer size, fighting off a group of Japanese soldiers with savage intensity. Is that Bone? He's fighting them off with his bare hands. And who's that running towards the chapel? Is that Miss Seville? It is, she made it. We need to keep moving. The ladder to the observation deck is this way. So there's a chapel. Let's go to the map. There's the roof. Roof of the main house. You can see the whole estate. Where's the chapel? There's a chapel. So after these two get to the roof is when Cynthia gets to the chapel. Pries open the wooden crate. Inside, covered in dust, are hail rockets. A series of rockets developed by the British, designed to be launched from the ground and used to attack Japanese positions. Cynthia knew there'd be rockets in the chapel. The hail rockets, a formidable weapon, were used by the British in many battles. God bless the British paranoia. Rushes to the window. Down below, Lucas and Rose have surfaced and are swimming towards the boathouse. Japanese soldiers lining up on the shore, taking aim at the helpless swimmers. They're sitting ducks not on my watch. Cynthia is basically being the cavalry, coming to their rescue from the hill. So, Cynthia, Rose and Lucas are going to get to the raft and sail away, because Cynthia is dropping artillery fire on the Japanese shooting at them. He uses one of the rockets off the windowsill as an old crude missile, heavy, rusted, strikes a match against the stone wall and lights a fuse. Fire in the hole! The rocket hisses, sparks flying, screeches out the wind with a powerful blast, streaks down towards the beach, slamming into the sand in front of the Japanese squad. Sand and shrapnel spray everywhere. Not bad aim. For her first volley? No spotter, no nothing? The soldiers scatter, diving for cover, visibly shaken by unexpected artillery. Ha! She reaches for another, but the crate is empty. There was only one, and then bullets chipping at the window. Great, now I'm the sitting duck. Crawls back to the chapel. So, hour before that, or at the same time, they get to the observation deck. Rose, Lucas, Luna is nowhere to be found, but she doesn't survive this, we know. Dawn is breaking, painted the sky blood-red hues, black suits starting to disperse. Lucas and Rose sat at the edge of the observation deck, looking down at the devastation. Clubhouse fire has spread, consuming the gardens around it. To the south, the railway fires reach the dry tobacco fields to the horizontal wall of flame. So not only is the entire plantation burning, but they're getting high. In the jungle, the pirates are retreating, their shadows flitting away from the advancing Japanese lines. They helped the Japanese get a foothold here. Then they fight the Japanese. And now their lines are broken. Soldiers secured the beach, swarming the plantation. Look down there. At the boathouse, Luna Goodwill and Teresa McIntyre are already at the boathouse, are struggling with the raft's mooring rope. Squad of Japanese soldiers closing in on them. That's gonna be where they both die. Mother and daughter. They're trapped. They can't get the knot undone. Lucas Sterling raises his rifle and fires. Rose joins him. They both got guns. They pick off the lead soldiers, but the range is too great and they're running low on ammunition. Damn it, I'm out. Me too, they're still coming. I have to go down there. Climbs onto the railing. Lucas, don't. You'll be shot the moment you surface. I have to try. Dives in the churning sea. Rose watches him disappear. To hell with it. Hikes up her gown and climbs onto the railing. Geronimo. So, while she's at the chapel, shooting because they're swimming, there's gonna be 4 people at the boathouse here. And for now, it's Loon and Therese. Imagine if I was guessing Loon and Therese at the boathouse. And then suddenly, they're getting attacked. Gunshots everywhere, explosions, whatever. What the heck? We were just having dinner a couple of hours ago. Luna Goodwill, Teresa McIntyre, someone at the boathouse. At 6 a.m., slamming the door against the chaos outside. Luna Goodwill rushes to the raft, fingers fumbling at the mooring knot. Come on, blast you, turns to her mother. Mother, help with this, it's stuck. Is Mother sober yet? She's been hitting the gin pretty much all evening. Teresa leaning heavily against a stack of crates, her face ashen. Luna rushes to her side, her hands are pressed against her side. Oh, she's dying. Blood seeps through her fingers, staining her dress a dark crimson. You're hurt. Why didn't you say anything? We had to keep moving, little moon. There was no time to stop. Boathouse door splinters as a rifle butt smashes against it. Luna screams, backing away, raises her rifle. Her hands shaking but determined. Get back, I'll shoot. The door gives way, Japanese crowd the entrance, bayonets fixed. She squeezes the trigger, eyes closed. But cracks of gunfire from above. Lead soldier drops, the others scramble back confused, looking towards the cliffs. On the observation deck, two figures silhouetted against the dark sky. Lucas! But if we got this first, and we only got Lucas, we wouldn't be able to see what's going on at the observation deck. Because as all these blue squares indicate, we can't do nothing if we don't know everyone at the location. So, where's everybody? Everybody is here in the study, and then they disperse. Lucas and Rose go to the library to find the key. No good. They get to the roof. Then they're going down to the boathouse. Or the observation deck, shooting to get to the boathouse by the next hour. Cynthia has 2 hours unknown here. These two are easy to find because he's got his biohazardous material back. I don't have anything to trace Teresa and Luna. I don't have any items of theirs. So, let's see. I mean, Teresa's got to survive at least to the point where she dies. So, Rose, Lucas, Luna, and Teresa. And possibly a bunch of Japanese swarming in. Lucas and Rose haul themselves onto the jetty. Deafening explosion rips through the beach behind them as a rocket impacts. What in blazes was that? Divine intervention? An achievement? Too late for Teresa. Ah, spoiler, she's dead! They swim to the boathouse. Teresa slumped against a crate, soaked in blood. Luna's pulling her hand, weeping. Mother, please get up. Not this time, little moon, not this time. Lucas dries his hands, examines the wound. It's bad. She's lost too much blood. Come on, Loon, the raft is ready. But I won't leave her. Go, my darling, live for both of us. But this place is all I know. It's fitting if I stay. Teresa grabs Rose by the hand. Take her. Promise you'll look after her. She's alive if I restart the game. Nah, Hordian. The game begins with a letter that says, my father and my sister died there. Please find out what happened. It looks more like a novel. It's a mystery game. There's gameplay. I gotta figure out who was where at what time to piece together the mystery of what happened at this disaster. So it's not just a little visual novel thing, or even a kinetic novel or a sound novel, where I'm just reading bit after bit after bit. There's a puzzle going on. Played something like this a while ago. It's very similar in some ways to Obra Dinn, or to Golden Idol in some ways. The Golden Idol comparison is mostly in trying to figure out the identities of people, which we know, Vita, Edward, Jiro, but we don't have last names, so we can't use these people. In some ways, it's a little more like Abra did in trying to figure out who died when with limited information. Where you talk to an old lady, figure out who did what with whom, uncover the conspiracy, then you're the heir for a fortune or whatever. I think you're kind of describing bits and pieces of Golden Idol. Except you weren't the heir, you were kind of like an outside entity that's watching events and piecing it together. And sometimes you figure something out and then you follow the heir who inherits the fortune. So I'm pretty sure that was Golden Idol that you're describing. Take her, promise you'll look after her, except we know from the letter that Luna dies. No, we didn't always see eye to eye, but you're a good person. Luna loves you, I promise. They grab Luna, who's screaming and kicking, forgive me. Hoist her over his shoulder. Rose untie the mooring. Rose squeezes Teresa's hand one last time. She nods, aye aye. Push her raft onto the water. We can see lights of the darkness. Is that your launch? Let's get there quickly. The life fades from Teresa's eyes. So, We do see... Teresa's gone then, but we see Lucas, Rose, and Luna continue from here. But there's no place else for them to go. We gotta find, like, location the landing or something, because especially since Luna's not going to survive past this point. Unless she just lives her life in hiding. A new life. It wasn't Golden Idol, that one was a dance language. The one with the dance language was the second Golden Idol game. Inheritance and stuff was things that popped up in the first Golden Idol. What other games have I played with an old lady who did what with who? Uncover a conspiracy, an heir with a fortune. You're gonna discover it? Alright, Hordian. I still say it sounds like the first Golden Idol. But I guess I'll give you the chance to see if it was something else. So they're gone then. Study, to the roof, to the observation deck, to the boathouse. Therese and Loon somehow get to the boathouse, and then Therese gets killed. But if Teresa and Luna are together, we can kind of make some guesses as to where they've gone. I don't think to the veranda. Maybe to the master bedroom, maybe to Teresa's room. Maybe they went to Teresa's room to grab something and then to the boathouse. Study before they break is here. So Teresa's room. Chapel. Where's Teresa's room? Teresa's room. Right below the study. Did Teresa and Luna go there right after? Nothing happened at that hour. The next. Nothing happened that hour. And then after that they go to boathouse. So, there's a 2-hour window where Cynthia and her mother, not Cynthia, where Luna and her mother are together. The root trees are dead, that's the game. If that's the game you're thinking of, Hordian, I've never played that one. You're probably thinking of Zokubun. Did play that for a little bit, I'm pretty sure. And of course, those were one of those streams, just like, oh, I like watching this streamer, but this is a game I might want to play in the future, so I'm not gonna look, I'm gonna pop in, I'm gonna say hello, and then I never get around to playing it. They're at the study. So from the study, where would they go? Did they go to the veranda after? Veranda? Right after the study, Teresa's gotta get herself one more drink. Residence distorted. Reconstruction's incorrect. Did Cynthia go with them? No. Did they meet Dieter there? No. Did they meet Kanan there? Ludwig? Suspicious. Something went on at the veranda at 3 a.m., 4 a.m. So not the veranda. Did they stay in the study? Reconstruction is incorrect. Did you ever try to bully me into playing Submachine? If Submachine is not a different way of spelling La Mulana, then no, Hordian. La Mulana was your biggest bully me to play. Okay. We got some distortion though, so there's possibilities for places they could have been. And it's possible that they went to places that also had other people, so it could be that I have the right place, but not all the guys. Like over here, I'm pretty sure, is Dieter, Werner, and Edward, but I don't have Edward's last name, so I can't do anything with that. They could have also been... They gotta get to the boathouse. The hour before the boathouse, where were they? Hour before they show up there. They weren't at the boathouse yet. This is probably Cynthia at the chapel or somebody else at the chapel. There's fighting at the clubhouse. There's the Japanese soldiers fighting against Edward. Laura's faint in the dining room. They didn't go all the way to the jungle entrance. Jungle entrance basically... Residence distorted at the kitchen. There's something else going on at the kitchen at that time. Maybe Jiro. They're not going to go all the way to the railway. They're trying to get to the boat. Where are they before they get to the boat? Study has been vacated. So they're probably at a thing with somebody else. But before I suss all this out, I gotta pee. All this excitement, all this tea. So let me bathroom break real bit. Real bit? Yeah. Let me bathroom break real bit, and I'll be right back in a little.
What? 」 「」「」「」「」「」「」「」「」「」「」「」「」「」「」「」「」「」「」「」「」「」「」「」「」「」「」「」「」「」「」「」「」「」「」「」「」「」「」「」「」「」「」「」「」「」「」「」「」「」「」「」「」「」「」「」「」「」「」
Little life, we got 4-digit bit right now. Whole 4-digit. I'm amazed we're at this many frames to drop at all. Bush Monkey UK, thanks for the follow. You've certainly come at a time. Let me try some more troubleshooting, but there's not all too much shoot that I can trouble right now with this. Floundering. This is a puzzle because, okay, now I'm seeing the tablet reflect the weakened lesser Wi-Fi right now. Sadly, the Wi-Fi situation in this house that we're so thankful to be waiting in until the apartment gets repaired doesn't really have strong Wi-Fi in this corner of the house. They got a couple of Wi-Fi extender pods in the hallway that kinda make it a little bit easier to make connection with the router. It does the best it can, but there's not really a whole lot that I can do as a person with the computer here to try to troubleshoot and alleviate the condition. If it's one of those days where the Wi-Fi is just in a really poor state, sometimes unplugging and replugging the Wi-Fi extenders help. But it's gotta go like around large houseplants, round the corner, up the stairs, round the corner, down the hall. So those extenders don't have a lot to work with. "98.3% of all frames dropped. That is remarkable." So I guess we're gonna sit and wait until the Wi-Fi alleviates itself. The quadruple digits is a step up. It's not giving 0 kilobytes per second anymore. That's progress. I get to play music on YouTube while waiting for the bitrate to fix itself. Because the net is in such a condition where the download speed is okay. It's the upload speed that we're waiting to recover. What do you mean, oh god, Hordian? The bit crunch is real. Yeah. I'd love to experience that bit crunch, but I can't get the stream up on my tablet. ISP throttling, I wouldn't be surprised. It's Comcast. They've been known to do that. They call themselves Xfinity now, but it's still Comcast. When I first came home after the army, they weren't even trying to hide the fact that they were throttling. I'd be watching stuff online or playing my mouse game online, and then at the exact same time of night, like clockwork, exact same time of night, late into the evening, the internet will just die. Like they figured, oh, everyone's going to sleep at this time of night, so clearly they don't need access to the internet. Shut it down. So who knows? Maybe it is. This past week has been kind of rough with the streams. Who knows? I was joking that maybe the workers outside cutting trees down on the hill, every time that their chainsaws are going, the Wi-Fi suffers. They've been chopping up my Wi-Fi from all the way over there. Maybe it is. Maybe Comcast is weakening some signal here to boost their signal there. Well, I believe it, Hordian. Internet Brazil, trash, nowadays fantastic. Because it's pretty standard for net to be bad all over the world until eventually it starts getting better. Even Palau was gonna get, what was it, like fiber optic undersea cables to boost their internet quality. Which excited me. Fiber, I can't get fiber here. Take a look at Submachine while I'm at it. Sure, I'll use up more of my throttled internet. Submachine. Submachine sandwich shop open, $10 to $20. 4.5 stars, 424 reviews. Where the hell is Lancaster, California? Original series of Flash games, 2005 to 2017. There's a chance I might have played this then, because I was playing a lot of Newgrounds through the OOs and 2010s. And I did love like the room escapes, the adventure games. I think I have played these. Yeah, I think I have. I think that these are adventure games that I might have enjoyed, because I was a sucker for adventure games. Oh, I see 3,000. Oh, then 2,000. As opposed to La Mulana, a game you'd like me to play. Submachine, a game you think I'd actually like. Well, I might have. But the thumbnails on the website look familiar. Oh, then 54 kilobytes. This bitrate is being such a tease. My bitrate is set to 5,000 kilobytes per second, but if it goes to like a bit above 5,000 to like 4,000 below, that's not too bad. It's still a stable stream in the 4,000 to 6,000 range. But 1,000 and 200, that's enough where voice might get through well enough, but the visuals are going to crunch, stutter, blur. Sometimes the stream will just completely buffer along until it catches up. I could turn down the stream quality to 720p. That's the thing, Hordian. 720p is already what I stream at. Wait, why does it say 1080p source? Because I was just saying that I stream at 720p, because on the off chance that I can't get transcoding, then, you know, I'm on Comcast in this Comcast environment, so 480p is normally what I watch streams at. 720 is the upper limit. 1080p, I'm probably going to step in, say hello to somebody, and then dip out before Comcast dies. Looking at my stream, I do have transcoding, but why do I have 1080p source? It's not supposed to be 1080p source, it's supposed to be 720 maximum. That is, like, I don't need 720p either. I'm not playing like super modern The Last of Us Part 2, Remake 3, Director's Cut for real this time, where we gotta make sure that if whatever the daughter girl's name is has a piece of broccoli in her teeth, that you could count the mite on the aphid that's on the floret of the broccoli between her teeth. You know, I don't need that, right? So, see, base canvas is at 1920 by 1080 because that's my computer's resolution, but output scaled resolution is at 720. The scaled resolution is supposed to be at 720. So I don't know why it's showing 1080p source. Yeah, output resolution, output scaled resolution is 1280 by 720. That's exactly what I'm looking at. Ba-ba-ba. So, according to my OBS settings, my source should be at 720. Twitch is probably upscaling then for better before broadcasting. If they're doing that, then I could probably assume that that's being done Twitch side. That shouldn't impact the data I'm broadcasting out being too much for a narrow urethra straw that is Comcast. Half an hour of BRB at this rate. Oh man, if they're upscaling, do you think Twitch is doing like AI upscaling on me then? Is that why it looks so funny? Well, let me try some more things. I see my tablet is struggling really bad with trying to maintain connection, so it's not just my computer. So it's not my Wi-Fi adapter or anything like that, it is just the internet here. Let me see if I can't tweak some stuff. Oh, I came back to 5,000, 3,000, then 0, 5,000, 5,000. Did that fix it? Did I actually fix it? We got stable 5,000 again? This might be good. In desperation to find something I can do on my side, I've actually swapped the two Wi-Fi extenders they have upstairs downstairs. Maybe one of them is tired of being upstairs. Did I kick the modem? Nah. I just changed a couple guys' shifts around is all. But I'm seeing green. We got green. All right. Cool. Excellent. Perfect. Well, let's put the FNAF 6 music away then. Put the bitrate thing away. And actually get back to game then, shall I? You sure that's not AI upscaled? Okay, since that was a longer BRB than I intended to have. Let's see. Timeline. Teresa and Lune end up over here, right? We have this nice little family plantation with a new guy washing ashore, some intrigue going on with the staff, a confrontation at dinner. Now we got pirates, we got a Japanese invasion force, we got people dying. We got a lot of unknowns. I don't have any names for last names for Edward, his girlfriend Vera, or Jiro. So there are places where I know where people are, but I can't do anything because I need to get these guys' fucking last names. I'm being stonewalled on that. Lucas, Rose, and Lune take the boat out. Cynthia, what are you doing here? Cynthia's pinned down to the chapel, stones chips flying as bullets strafe the interior. She's a raft pushing out from the boathouse. Go on, get out of here. 2 rounds left in her revolver. She'll make a run for it, try to swim. The beach is swarming with soldiers. Who am I kidding? Be cut to the surface of the water. Slumps against the wall while Cynthia. You wanted a more exciting life than drafting wills. Be careful what you wish for. Grips her revolver tight. Let's make the king proud. Stands up, prepares for a final charge. But her moments of heroism cut short as a different sound cuts through the gunfire. Sirens. Boat sirens. The sleek white cutters of the armed constabulary. Because at 2 a.m., Wednesday 2 a.m., Kanan has already called for help. It's taken 4 hours, 5 hours, but they've finally shown up. And behind them, a line of grey warships, the cavalry, the bloody navy is here. Sinks to the floor, laughing tears of relief, as the heavy guns of the destroyers begin to thunder. So she's not going anywhere. She's probably staying. Don't have enough information to identify the soldiers or follow the trail past this hour yet. I should come back later. I was gonna say she is here. Yeah, I don't care about the soldiers or follow their trails past this hour. I want to follow Cynthia. Gunfire ceased, replaced by orderly shouting of naval officers on board from the launches. Cynthia walks out of the chapel to the morning sun, holstering a revolver. Looks over the estate. Fire's being brought under control, but the scars are permanent. Reaches for her pocket for a cigarette case, her fingers brushed against something smooth and round. She pulls it out, a single perfect pearl. The red swirl inside it catches the light, glowing like a dying ember. A souvenir lest we forget. New item, pearl. So she's had a pearl in her pocket. She had multiple pearls. Now there's a single pearl that stays behind. So I guess even as these ones spill out, she still has this. A Navy officer approaches her, hand in his holster. Relax, Lieutenant. Cynthia Seville, MI5. I have all the information about what transpired here tonight, but first I need to clean myself up, then I'll debrief you. So, if Cynthia survived, why don't we just get Cynthia? We'll call up Armando, whatever his name was, ask for information on Cynthia and get her report. She walks past a stunned officer towards the wash house, head held high. Superior officer by the veranda, not shocked as easily. Superior officer, you go clean up. I meet at 10 a.m. sharp for debriefing. Cynthia pretends to ignore him but smiles. Okay, Cynthia lives. Teresa... Luna allegedly dies. What I'm being stonewalled on right now is I gotta figure out these last names. Right now, I'm allowed impartial knowledge of a superior officer. But if say that I know that certain people are in an area, that I can't get the information without everybody there. Jeremiah's here. Cynthia's here. Rose is here. A beautiful woman is here, but if I don't know the beautiful woman, I can't finish this. All these people are here. All these people should be here. I don't have the beautiful woman, though. Ludwig, Rose, and Cynthia aren't the only people here. Rose, Cynthia. Watch them go. Rose turns towards Jeremiah and laughs. Beautiful woman and Rose walk out of the room, leaving Jeremiah and Cynthia alone. So Jeremiah and Cynthia, and then later Kanan. Kanan makes his way to the kitchen in the next hour. Kanan enters the kitchen. Aisha, this is after Kanan has woken up from being attacked in the jungle. So Aisha's already tried to attack Ludwig, has been shot, and crawled away to the cliffs of the beach to die. She's gone. That is odd, she's never asked her for her post. The back door is unlocked. Where's the girl got to? Paces for a moment, sense of unease, like it's not right. Feel in my bones. Must inform Tuan Goodwill immediately. Tell me about Tuan Bone. I need Tuan Bone's name. Towards the study. Study. Kanan and Goodwill. Visions distorted. Kanan by himself. No. Cynthia's here. No. The phone's not being used here? The phone's out of the room? Jeremiah's by himself. Picks up his glass, takes his Tuan dose. Quinine. Got the achievement for that. Taken daily with a sundowner and the evening snack, believed it shouldn't be taken on an empty stomach. Almost everyone in Borneo takes it every day to fight off malaria. That doesn't taste right. His Tuan's dose has been poisoned. Is this where he dies? This is 1 a.m. Oh, this is when he dies then. He starts to cough, clutches his throat, I feel awful. He tries to stand up, but his balance is gone, falls down hard onto the rug. He spots the empty blue vial under the chair. He picks it up, staring in horror. Petrovsky, what have you done? Empty blue vial slips from his fingers, dies on the study floor, shadows the corridor, watching in horror the scene unfolding. What's some more, Jerry? Jerry, do be a sport and wake up. This can't be happening. This wasn't the plan. She flees. Sobs echoing. What feels like eternity, Kanan walks into the study, discovers a body. Okay, so we finally have somebody's last name. Vitalina Petrovsky. She's the beautiful woman who was here. And she's... Let's see, where's the master bedroom? Rose and Cynthia is at midnight. Jeremiah dies in the study. She runs out, because at midnight afterwards, Vitalina Petrovsky crashes to the door, tears pouring down. She was in on this conspiracy, but didn't realize that she was going to kill the master. Rose and Cynthia sleeping together, and then Vitalina crashes in. Sobbing. Vita, speak up, what happened? It wasn't supposed to end like this. He wasn't supposed to die. Who's dead? Jerry. Jeremiah. Jerry, no, you're drunk, Vita. He's at the study. I killed him. I didn't mean to, I swear. Sobering instantly. Explain yourself, Vitalina. What did you do? The curse. The pearls. I just wanted to save the plantation. I went to the Bomo. It's who I went to see in the chapel. Babalia Danto. He promised me a cure. A potion to cure the oysters. But he tricked me. It wasn't a cure. It was a tuju. A curse or a shaman, the Bomo, magically sends an object to the victim's body to kill them. The victim suffers sudden, unexplained agony, the stabs or the shakes, and Western medicine finds nothing wrong. A terrifying concept, putting psychological warfare deeper to superstition. I gave it to him, his medicine, thinking it would remove the hex upon him, and then he fell and he didn't wake up. You poisoned him. It was an accident. I love Jerry. You know I wouldn't hurt him. A tuju. He gave you a tuju to kill Mr. Goodwill. He said it would drive away the bad spirits, but it was poison. A scream in her throat. No. No. She scrambles, trips on her gown, bolts out the room towards the croquet lawn. Rose waked. So croquet lawn, right after, is Rose and Cynthia. But the residence is distorted. Who else is going to the croquet lawn by them? We have Ludwig here. Looks towards the plantation. It is time. Gather your gear, check your weapons. The plantation falls. You suppose they went from the jungle entrance to the croquet lawn first. So Cynthia, Rose, and then Ludwig. Distorted. Dieter with them? No. Dieter alone? No. Vitalina with them? Vitalina with them. Rose, Cynthia, and Vitalina. Stumbles across the croquet lawn, sobbing hysterically, trips over brass hoops, sprawls onto the grass, wails, pure heartbreak. Cynthia and Vita catch up to her, pull her to a strong embrace. Shush, shush, my love, I'm here. He's gone, it is your doing, you are your awful, awful doing. Vita holds her. Rose begins hammering her fist against Vita's chest, striking her over and over in a fury. Black ash rains down harder because her railway's on fire. Cynthia looks up, shielding her eyes. She sees the light of the invasion barges hitting the strand on the secluded beach. God in heaven. Cynthia pulls out the revolver. Rose stops crying, stares at the weapon. Who in blazes are you truly? You were right to be suspicious, Rose. I'm not who I say I am. But that doesn't matter now. What matters is that we're in a grave danger. The Japanese have made landfall. We must get a move on. Women get to their feet, muster the others to the study on the double. As they enter the house, Ludwig's party can be seen at the distance, arriving with torches of the darkness. So Ludwig was here. Jungle entrance, we have the shaman there. The shaman's dead by here. His corpse is here. And Edward shows up. The shaman was at the chapel at some point before Vita, Rose. That's when Jeremiah is poisoned. But she surely got the concoction long before midnight, long before 1 a.m. She met at the chapel. The shaman is earliest seen here. Vitalina. Nothing happened at this hour. Residence distorted. The key to the passage? I gotta find a way to give the shaman a face. 'Cause Vitalina's here. Old wizened man dressed in traditional Bajau garb emerges from below the altar. It is not the land that is sick of Man Petrovsky, it is the master. A dark shadow clings to him, a spirit of greed and despair bleeds into everything he touches. The pearls, they're but tears of the infected sea. He cannot, but the spirits of the deep offer a bargain. Blue vial. This water is blessed by the sea spirit, so to cleanse the shadow from his soul, he must drink it. One draught of the curse will lift, the pearls will clear. The cure for the soul is often bitter to the tongue. Trust in the old ways, Man Petrovsky. Give it to him tonight before the moon rises. Vitalina clutches a vial to her chest. The owner can't be Vitalina. Okay, so I guess it is. Was given to her by the shaman, but it's her vial. That doesn't really help me, because she's got it. And we know where she is now anyway. But if she has it here, we could probably get her side of the story. Partial leck of the blue vial. Are you certain it looks dangerous? And then that continues his side. You must drink it, one draft. And then there's the rest. Do we have anything else the shaman had? Either way, now that we have Vita, let's get everybody at dinner. Distorted. Everybody was at dinner though. Unless Therese wasn't there. Was Dieter there? Vita surely was here. Jeremiah was here. Cynthia's there. Rose and Vita across the table for Cynthia, so they are here. Jeremiah, Rose, Cynthia, Vitalina. Lucas is correct, so Lucas is here. So we have confirmation, Jeremiah, Lucas, Vitalina, Cynthia, Rose. Was Teresa not at dinner? Is Lune not at dinner? So who was missing? What's wrong? What is incorrect? Is Jeremiah not at dinner? Jeremiah and Teresa not at dinner? Ludwig talks over Rose and Cynthia. Cynthia looks down. But Vita's here too. Teresa's here, I think. Rose and Cynthia watched them go. Rose towards Jeremiah, so Jeremiah is there at the time. Vitalina's there, Rose is there. Vitalina has left by I don't know what's missing for this part though. Maybe Edward is there. If Vitalina's here, maybe Edward's here too. We don't have Edward's last name, and Edward is around at night. The study, nothing is going on. Rose is not here. And Jeremiah's there. He probably gets poisoned around here, so Vitalina. Study's quiet. Vitalina steals into the room, places the tincture bottle she recovered from the master bedroom, and a glass of water upon the mahogany side table. Hopefully he thinks Asia brought it in from his quarters. She is Jeremiah in the corridor outside. She starts. Empty blue vial. She was clutching, slips from her fingers, hits the rug with a muffled thud, rolled out of the armchair. Oh no. Who's there? Vitalina. She freezes, unable to read the vial. Whatever are you doing here? You look positively ghost-ridden. I crave your pardon, Jeremiah. I was just on my way to Bones' room. Maybe Edward will have a name in his room. He's got his own room here. Why are you all of a quiver? Your hands are shaking like a leaf. It's a shock of the evening. I think you need to lie down, quiet, while I shan't detain you. Hurries out of the room. Singular woman. Positively rum. So we have a new location. We got... Where's Bones' room? Bones' room is all the way there by the guest house. We're Edward Bonfire. We finally have a fucking name! Ugh. Edward Bonfire, finally! Finally! This guy has been a key to so many locks for no reason. Edward's over here. Ludwig's here. Edward's here. Dieter might be here too. Edward Bonfire sits with the body of Dieter in Dieter's arms. He recoils in horror. Is that Aisha? She's gone, Bone. What happened? How? There's no time, Bone. The Japanese are landing on the beach. They're here. An entire invasion force, destroyer, landing craft, dozens of them. We have to warn the others. We have to get everyone inland. At midnight. But Aisha, we can't just leave her. Deep voice booms. He's right, old man. There's no time for mourning. Ludwig steps into the light, flanked by two of his crew. Edward raises a croquet mallet. Not your enemy, not anymore. You torched the steam engine. You trapped us. Cut off the escape route of a coward. Did not know the wolf was already at the door. I'm sorry about the girl, truly. Self-defense. Men are jumpy. Self-defense. She's a servant girl. She had a knife at my throat before I knew she was there. She had spirit. Argument will not bring her back. My men and I, we can help you fight, or at least to escape. Why should we trust you? The enemy is my friend. If the Japanese take the island, there's no place left for free men. Fine, but if you cross this harrow, save your threats, Englishmen. Past the clubhouse. So we got green there, we got full completion. Let's do dinner. Because Edward's probably the last guy who was missing here. Everybody was eating. If Vita's here, her boyfriend's here. And Dieter. Everybody was eating, the entire clan is here. No. Was Teresa not there? And Dieter not there? The heck am I still missing for dinner? Well, let's go to the master bedroom, because of the master bedroom, after dinner, before midnight, is likely when Vitalina is getting the poison. No? Study, Vitalina. Brought it from his quarters. Bottle that recovered from the master bedroom. So she was in the master bedroom. Vitalina at some point. Aura's faint here. And then dinner was happening. She was at dinner. So some point before dinner. Room is empty. Recovered everything there is to see in this location. Vitalina slips inside, closes the door softly, approaches the nightstand, the medicine bottle sits, pulls a vial, uncorks the medicine bottle, pours its contents into a plant pot, pours the liquid from the vial to the medicine bottle, recorks the bottle, hides the empty blue vial, turns to leave. Gaze lingers on a letter, resting on the letter, on the dresser. Oh, Rose. Is this gonna be a suicide letter? Because Rose was talking about how she's often thought about jumping off the observation deck being a happy end. Handwritten note. Jeremiah, I find that I can no longer endure this wretched existence. The stifling isolation, the heavy silence of the jungle, and this constant gnawing dread have become quite insupportable. It is clear to me now that you are wedded to this estate and its resources, while I have become little more than a ghost in your house. I care for you. Indeed, I have cared for you with all that remains of my heart, but I fear that I am now a stranger to you. He really should have stayed with Teresa. Teresa is quite comfortable in this estate. I desire only for this ache in my breast to cease. I beg of you, do not come in search of me. By the time you read this, I shall have been quietly claimed by the sea. I am going to the cove and our secluded beach. I have always held it dear, for it holds a ghost of the days when you still looked at me with kindness. I shall reminisce on those lost hours as I allow the tide to take me, Rose. But we know she's not dead there yet. Maybe from the boathouse these guys go to the secluded beach. But the secluded beach is nothing more. Study Wednesday, we don't have Jiro's name. An hour later, we have Rose, Vitalina, Cynthia rush into the room. Loon is already there with a weapon. Kanan's there. Jeremiah's gone. Lucas is there. Okay, so Rose, Vitalina, and Cynthia. Kanan is here. Lucas is here. Luna is here. Kanan's at the study, pacing nervously because he just made a phone call. Loon and Lucas walk into the room. Oh, they found the... He dies there. Kanan finds the body and makes a call. The master, dead. Something else. And that was the urgency that she was mentioning earlier. Where was it? It was during that one call. Armand. Goodwill, Mati, British Navy. Jeremiah, dead, requested immediate assistance from the Navy. Due to arrive 9 a.m. the next morning. Rushes to Jeremiah, shakes him, he's cold. Papa, wake up, you're frightening me. Loon screams, tries to lift him, but he is dead weight. Lucas checks his pulse. He's gone, Loon, I'm sorry. Loon collapses in Lucas's arms, sobbing, holds her tight, glaring at the other man in the room. It was a misadventure, an overdose. The pipe finally claimed him. He took too much chandu. So, Kanan does not sound like he is involved in this conspiracy at all, but he's no medical expert. Overdose? Look at his eyes. Opium doesn't cause that. Poison does. Lucas raises his rifle. You did this. You were the only bleeding soul in the room. No, I vow on my life I fought him with the state. Vitalina, you know the truth. Rose, Vitalina, Cynthia rush into the room. Hold your hand. Don't shoot him. It was not his doing. It was me. Room falls silent. Loon looks up. Her eyes red. You. Rose is in shock. She's staring at Jeremiah Goodwill's lifeless body, tears down her soot-covered face, her gown ripped, torn, full of mud. My love. Vitalina was an accident. I gave him the Tuju. I thought it was a cure. Loon's expression shifts to fury. She snatches her rifle. Loon, no. Loon fires. The shot rings out loudly. Vitalina shrieks, clutching her hand. Blood drips down. She actually kills Vita. Cynthia, that's quite enough. Slaps Loon. Rests her weapon. Sit down and hold your tongue, girl. We are such of the crown, not savages. Kanan. See the woman's hand before she bleeds out of the floorboard. Shot of the hand only. Kanan rushes to Vitalina, tearing her shred of linen from his shirt to truss the wound. Now attend to me, the lot of you. Jeremiah's gone. Japanese are on the beach, headed this way fast. Lucas, you're barking orders like a regimental sergeant major, Miss Seville. Just who the devil are you? MI5 and tracking down a triad operation to the Straits. Jeremiah's pearl fiasco attracted their attention. Babalian and Tow, who provided the Tuju, was one of the rages most likely. SIS. Secret Intelligence Services. The United Kingdom's first intelligence agency, founded in 1909. Responsible for gathering intelligence on foreign powers, particularly Germany and Soviet Union, monitoring the fifth column, later renamed MI6. Monitoring the fifth column, the name given to the Axis powers' espionage and sabotage activities of the Allied countries during World War II, term coined by Winston Churchill to describe the Axis powers' efforts to undermine the morale and effectiveness of the Allied forces. We have a new glossary for Japanese invasion. Monitoring fifth column, gathering humans on foreign powers specifically sent here to monitor Japanese activities. Well, then Mrs. Sterling, we're on the same side. Get these people to safety. Agreed, but not that simple. They're coming in for the sea, but I've spotted the pirates doubling back this way through the mangroves. They've torched the railways. Edward and Dieter are with them. My Leomnimi, oh merciful heaven, please tell me he's intact. He seemed fine, the man could fend for himself, Vitalina. Asia helped them, I realize that now. I was in a haze when I saw her dealing with her captain, but it's all falling into place now. I say we try to get to the boathouse or reach my launch. It's a grisly sight, but probably our only way out at this stage. Get to the boathouse, undetected, but take the secret companionway to the chapel. To the chapel! So, clubhouse to chapel. Begins behind the paneling of the clubhouse, but we need the key from the library. Key's gone. Kanan, Cynthia, you escort the ladies to the clubhouse. So Kanan and Cynthia and the ladies to the clubhouse. Rose, take your rifle, come with me. Secure the key, as you know the hiding place. I'm joining the party, you vow to protect me. Very well, but no more sharpshooting our friends, do you hear? Dreadfully sorry, Vita. Simply cannot grasp that Papa's gone. Water under the bridge would happen to any of us. Shots heard outside. Some of the party outside of torches. It's difficult to see at the dark with the soot still running down. Pure chaos. And Mother. One hopes Jiro has her under his wing. We still don't have a last name for Jiro. We can only pray they see the writing on the wall and find a way out. We can't just hope. It's my mother. I'm not losing her too. Very well, little mem. A change of plan. I shall strike out and fetch your mother and Jiro. The rest of you carry on as arranged. It's decided. I'm coming with you, Kanan. So Luna and Kanan go to find Teresa. Luna turns to Lucas. Sorry, Lucas, you have to part ways right now. It's my mother. It can't be helped. Everyone knows that in English, nobody actually says it cannot be helped. That's only for bad amateur translation. Lucas shakes her hand. See you on the other side, young lady. Pulls out the biohazard sample, gives it back to Lucas. Sample of the green mist, a chemical agent Japanese have been perfecting in the Sula Sea. A lot of good men died getting the sample, but it wasn't lost yet. And they all dispersed. Good luck, everyone. Okay, there was a bit of change of plans there for who follows who. Luna is going with Kanan to find Teresa. So, she's likely going to be in Teresa's room. Nothing happens there. Teresa is eventually found. Maybe they rush that same hour because there's nothing going on here. Lucas and Kanan. Teresa, are you in your room? She's not in her room then. Teresa's by herself in her room. Paces her room furious, kicks a pile of clothes on the floor. At 2 a.m. The same time that it's just after Jeremiah's dead, and she doesn't know. Bastards, every single one of them. Room is frightfully hot, wipes the sweat from her forehead. I can't breathe in here, it's like a tube. She puts on a light dress, abating her undergarments of the heat. I need air, a gin to calm my nerves, and then out towards the veranda. Of course. Veranda. Rose, Cynthia, Vitalina, and the croquet lawn. So midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Jeremiah in the study, everybody in the study. So in the croquet lawn before going to the study. 3 a.m. they disperse, 4 a.m. they're going to the chapel. Except Cynthia's alone and the rest go to the boathouse. I guess they see they see it's on fire. There's no point going to the clubhouse. And so somebody goes someplace else. Teresa goes to the veranda. You were swimming? And maybe she meets everybody else there. Maybe she meets Ludwig there. Maybe she meets Bones there. Maybe she meets Dieter there. Maybe she meets Edward and Dieter there. Maybe she meets Edward and Ludwig there. Maybe she meets Edward and Dieter there. Dieter and Ludwig. She goes to the veranda, we know that much. What does the faded photograph see? The photograph sees nothing. Something's going on at the veranda. After which, they meet Teresa, right? Luna and Kanan? Luna and Kanan arrive too late? Luna and Kanan meet Teresa and Ludwig? And Edward? Let me try to figure out everybody are. Ludwig, 2 a.m. Jungle lunch with Dieter, Edward. Croquet lawn at 3 a.m. Croquet lawn 3 a.m. Ludwig, Dieter, Edward emerge onto the croquet lawn with the pirates. So just Ludwig and the other twans. Uncovered everything there is to know about the croquet lawn. They have pistols, blades, burning torches. Edward Bonfire is still wielding the croquet mallet. Wait, I think I see Vita over there heading into the house. Quiet. At 3 a.m.? Crack of gunfire erupts in the darkness near the beach. Two of the pirates' crew fall, cut down instantly. Dieter, clutching his shoulders, a bullet grazes him. For damned they are here. Ambush fall back, need a diversion. They'll overrun us if we try to make a stand here. The still in the clubhouse. It's a powder keg waiting to blow. You want to blow up the alcohol? It'll create enough chaos to cover a retreat. We need to get to the main house and gather the others. So Edward wants to blow up the clubhouse. Do it. Edward doesn't know about the secret passage. Edward and Harrow's men hurl the torches to the thatched roof of the clubhouse. The dry roof ignites instantly. Run to the study. Edward wants to go to the study. They sprint towards the main house as flames begin to engulf the clubhouse. Dieter notices Teresa McIntyre in the veranda and splits off from the rest of the group. So Dieter's going to the veranda by 4 a.m. Teresa ends up at the boathouse by 6 a.m. So at this exact same time, everyone is in the study to plan things out and split, while the pirate group is at the croquet lawn, burning the clubhouse, and Dieter is making his way to the veranda. So it should be Teresa and Edward and Dieter. Oh, Ludwig still clicked. But the residence is distorted, so maybe Kanan and Lune catch up to them at this time. Dieter steps onto the veranda, face twisted in a rictus of hate. He levels his smoking pistol at Teresa. What? Unrequited love, jealousy, achievement. Oh man. Jiro Tanaka's body. We have a last name. You would not have met me, but you'd spread your legs for the help. For the Japanese no less, with everything that's going on. Okay. Let's go to 3 a.m. first. There's only Teresa here. Oh, I see why. Because now that we have Tanaka's name. Did I not click his name? Did I not get his name? Name detail collected. Wait. Babalian? Is this not Jiro? This is Babalian on... Wait, why does it say Babalian? Select first name. Jiro. Tanaka. Okay. I don't know how Babalian got on there. So the hour before, Jiro and Teresa together. Teresa McIntyre sits alone in a wicker chair, deep in thought, glass of gin in her hand. Jiro hurries on the veranda, intending to pass by, but stops when he sees her. So maybe the reason I couldn't do achievement poor Jiro. Well, I got 2 deaths in a row here. Maybe the reason I couldn't finish the dinner was because we needed a servant to serve everybody. And Jiro was just quietly, invisibly in the background while all the white people were doing their business. Jiro hurries along, tends to pass by, but stops when he sees her, hesitates. Torn between duty and emotion. Oh, boy, he didn't stop. Okay, let's do that duty, because a little bit before that, he's in the study. Before everybody else gets there, there's a call with Kanan and Jiro here. Kanan enters. Jiro peeks in, not believing what he's seeing. You see, I didn't know who to turn to. I didn't know who to trust. Jiro checks for a pulse. None. He sees the empty blue vial and poxes, terrified. He places his own opium pipe on the floor next to the victim's hand. Accident. It has to look like an accident. It's better this way. We can say it was overdose. Bonfire knows about the affair. He'll hang me. Stop worrying, Jiro. I'll take care of it. Picks up the rotary telephone, speaks in language I don't understand. Damn, I don't speak Malay or Dayak, whatever language this is. Need to concentrate, listen closely. Continue speaking, puts phone down. They're on their way, you should go. What do we tell the others? What about Loon? She'll be devastated. Little Mem is stronger than you think. She has us. I'll go see Teresa. That's where I'll be if you need to find me. What are you talking about? You can't do that. Forget her. It's 2 in the morning. Just go to bed. Don't let anyone see you. He takes off his cap, wipes the sweat and tears from his face. All right. Yes, you're right. Is it really an affair if Jeremiah divorced Teresa? They're just having a relationship then. That's just called a relationship. I'll wait for reinforcements, you go. Okay. And then, surprise, surprise, he sees Teresa on the veranda. Instead of going to bed, he goes see her. Teresa. What is it now, Jiro? Another calamity keep us from our stolen hours. It's a Tuan. It's Tuan Goodwill. What has he done this time that could not be worse than selling us off to pirates? He's dead, Teresa. She freezes. Don't be ridiculous. Men like him don't just die. We found him in the study. He was gone. Empty blue vial, hand shaking. I found this near him. Teresa stares at the blue vial, then up at Jiro. Her face is pale. Dead. Truly and finally. I hated him, I despised him, but I loved him, God help me. I loved him more than anything. Shouts erupt from the garden, torches flare, crack of gunfire. That's the clubhouse being burned, I bet. Yeah, the clubhouse erupts into flame. The world is ending, did you know? No, I'm no traitor. She pours yet another gin, hand steady, downs it at one gulp, stands up, grabs Jiro, kisses him, desperate, passionate. You're a good man, Jiro Tanaka. Need to find yourself a good woman. Someone who isn't broken before it's too late. Oh, Teresa. There's gonna be few survivors of this night. It's gonna be a tragedy all around. Jiro touches her face of a good woman right here. Genuine smile spreads across Teresa's face. A shot rings out and Jiro falls dead. And Teresa stares down aghast. Then comes Dieter. The help. You would not have me, but you would have your legs for the help. With everything going on, you killed him. Whore. Mother. Luna screams through the night. Dieter spins around distracted. Kanan raises his rifle with no hesitation and shoots Dieter dead. Blood starts to pour down his face. A dark hole at his forehead. Good shot, Kanan. Collapse with a railing. Dead. Then a massive explosion rocks the estate. That'd be the still catching fire and blowing up. Have to move now. Jiro. He's gone, man, but Luna's here. She needs you. We lost track of Kanan at this point. So this is how Luna and Teresa reunite. Mother, please. Clubhouse is destroyed, our route is gone. Go through the kitchen window, sneak round back to the boathouse, our only chance. Kanan's gonna catch a boat of the boathouse then. Yes, of course, follow me, stay low. So the kitchen next. Did you know this is an alphabetical order? Took me way too long to realize that. They don't make it... Oh no, there's a kitchen 1 hour later. Kitchen 1 hour later, then they hit up the boathouse. Time for Kanan. Therese, Kanan, Luna. Achievement? No there's the achievement, Last Stand. The head guard meets his fate. Kitchen is dark. Luna Goodwill standing guard as Kanan breaks the lock on the back window. Climbs halfway out, check of the perimeter, looks clear, come on, mem. Reaches back to help Therese, but he spots movement of bushes outside. Get back! Bursts of automatic gunfire shreds the window frame. Kanan hit multiple times. You're not following the game. I'm 100% aware of what's happening in this. I am MP. It's kind of like... It's kind of like Obra Dinn in the sense where you see events out of order, and you unlock events out of order. So instead of having an A, B, C, D, E, F, G story all the way up to Z, you're getting B, C, D, W, G, R, S, T, A, later on you get E, and so you see a lot of puzzle pieces, and you see a lot of, okay, we have these people, this goes on, then dinner, I'm kinda stumped, oh shit, there's a attack going on now, and then backwards, okay, so this is going on, and so I guess it's easier if you're following along from the very, very beginning. And so you have more puzzle pieces to work with. But yeah, I'm following. We're jumping all over the timeline like it's 999 and we got the morphogenetic field going on. But because I have all the available puzzle pieces so far, I see the big picture. So, when we're jumping from the girls in the master bedroom, and then here's people freaking out because somebody died in the study, to trying to survive the Japanese attack, to try to figure out why the pearls are rust red. This just means all the threads are weaving together for me. So I'm getting the fuller understanding the more we jump around here. Japanese soldier appears at the window, pointing his weapon at Teresa. Luna screams, raises her rifle, shoots. Luna gets a kill in, and it's not friendly fire this time. Grabs Teresa's hand, mother run. Vault over Kanan's body through the shattered window, sprinting towards the boathouse. And so that's how they get to the boathouse. That's how they're pinned in over here. And so, jungle entrance. We don't have a face for... We don't have a face for the shaman? There's the shaman taking the boat, the shaman coming back with the boat. You're now 1% smarter. But you know, MP, this is good. Because if you're popping in at a stream and you like see me puzzling over stuff, but you don't have the same puzzle pieces I have, and so the story doesn't make sense to you, that means that if you want to spend the porridge money on a free game, and figure out the puzzle of a free game, that means that you get to figure out some of the puzzle on your own some, without having too much of it spoiled. So, I want to trace Edward's steps. I want the initial clubhouse. The initial clubhouse here. Let's see, there's a veranda. And then the hour later, they rush to the clubhouse. Teresa and Luna should be back at the veranda. Jeremiah and Lucas ran in. Edward could be here. Dieter could be here. Jiro could be here. It could be a combination. Dieter and Edward. Maybe Kanan arrived late and Edward was here. Let's get some inventory known. We have items. The opium pipe belonged to Jiro. The binoculars were Jiro's. The pearls were Edward's. The croquet mallet was Edward's. The pearl was Edward's. Not Edward's. Not Jeremiah's. It was in Cynthia's pocket. Are we assuming she's the owner? The owner of an item can be deceptive sometimes. A pearl should be owned by Bone or Jeremiah in theory, but it was with Cynthia for so long it's imbued with her essence. Cop out! Is this a way of being like, okay, she's got the souvenir, let's trail her path with the pearl? How much is it in porridge money? Thankfully free. So let's see. If we could... There's our new stuff. Binoculars not here. Croquet mallet is not here. Opium pipe. So Jiro is here. Instead of Carnage, they find Dieter, Edward, and Jiro bent over double. So all the help are here. Not all the help. Jiro and the Twons, the like family guys. So these two come over, they find Dieter, Edward, and Jiro. And then Kanan comes later. Jeremiah, Lucas burst into the clubhouse expecting the worst. Instead of a carnage, they find Dieter, Edward, and Jiro bent over double, roaring with laughter. The room smells strongly of alcohol and singed hair. What in thunder is going on here? We thought the the Japanese have finally landed. Oh, Jerry, not quite, old boy. Just a minor technical difficulty. Yeah, a hitch. Grosser Gott, what a bang. I told you the pressure was too high, Mr. Bonfire. I told you. Explain yourselves and be quick about it. Well, you see, Vitalina was complaining that she missed her vodka, and Dieter here had all this corn bran lying around. So Mr. Bonfire instructed me to rig up a still to distill it, to give it a bit more kick. A surprise for Ver Vitalina. It was a marvelous surprise, very loud. You could have leveled the Bali clubhouse. You could have burned us all to a cinder. Details, details. Everyone's intact, and look. Small glass of a clear liquid. We managed to save a solitary tot for the lady. Jeremiah sighs, tension leaving his shoulders, shakes his head, suppressing a grin. You are all stark raving mad, the lot of you. I think I'm going to fit in here just fine. When you've quite calmed down and made yourselves presentable, dinner will be served. You may all join us in the dining room. Jiro, you could join us too if you wish. It's the least I could do for my friends here, dragging you into their folly. I thank you kindly, sir. I'm grateful for your generosity. Then Kanan scrambles in. You're a tad late to the party, my good man. What on earth kept you? I crave your pardon, Tuan Besser. I was all the way on the other side of the plantation by the jungle entrance. What happened? Is everyone all right? What happened? Is everyone all right? Everything is shipshape, Kanan, as you were, old chap. Everyone leaves for the dining room, leaving Kanan sitting alone and puzzled by what he witnessed. I shall return to a round, shall I? So the dining room, we finally have everybody. Everyone is having dinner, naturally. And the missing piece is Jiro. Jiro's there too. The dining room is crowded. Air is thick with smoke and the smell of roasted pork. When I welcomed your usual guest to a little gathering, I must admit I was suspicious of the young man when he arrived. Could see the true character of a man of his actions. Pleasantly surprised by he reacted to a little incident. He has a heart by now to protect. He has heart by how he protected Luna Goodwill and gumption. Did it hesitate to run to the clubhouse? But false alarm, picks up his glass. Give a toast to the young man. Cheers, cheers. Hope he made you feel welcome so far, Mrs. Seville, Cynthia. Oh yes, everyone's welcoming. Thank you. Reach out to your colleague, let them know you've arrived safely. Let the operator send a telegram. Will be good enough. Splendid. Enjoy the evening. Cheers. Jiro. Sorry about Bone and her von Guntram. Don't feel obliged to help them with their harebrained scheme next time. They can be quite persistent and persuasive. Don't think on it, sir. My own error led to the incident. More careful next time. Mr. Sterling, what brings you to this side of the world? Lucas, believe me, sir. Quite an old hand here, despite appearances. Rolls up his sleeve, straightened his arm, hand trembling. Don't like to admit it, but I have tremors. Too much quinine. If he worked in such lovely company, I'd show you my jungle shin. Bonfire laughs, slaps Sterling on the back. Good man, good man. Impressed he managed to keep the sallow away. Must be malaria. Sallow is a term to describe the yellowish skin that develops on the face and hands of Europeans who contract malaria, sign of constant illness. Not for luck of trying. Have faced malaria quite a lot, just been lucky. Either that or my liver's made of steel. No such luck here, my liver's destroyed. Tita kappa, it is life. May live where it doesn't matter. It can't be helped! I was in the Navy myself, you know. Lucas, you'll like the story. Uncle Bone was a hero, not now, Onyx, is he? I was in the Sunning, 1926. A steamship hijacked by pirates in 1926. Officers took that ship back with boiling water and fire axes. Old scar, boiling water, did what we had to do. Grim respect forming. Know what happened at 27? Royal Navy cleared out BS Bay. Hidden Cove by the coast of Guangdong. Pirate Republic during the Piracy Golden Age. Piracy Glossary. Hey. Royal Navy cleared it out. Most of the fishermen were either guilty of piracy or not massacred in the area. Whether guilty or not were massacred in the area. He was a midshipman on the HMS Hermes, first posting. 27 operation, must have been a sight. Lucas, you're a hero too, I knew it. They're talking about slaughter and fishermen, though. Teresa sits quietly nursing her drink. Dieter leans over. Social dinner reminds me of the old ways, Teresa, before the Great War. German plantations reigned supremes. Dieter, when are you going to tell them not so loud they'll hear you? They deserve to know. Give this to Onyx. He could smell it. Yeah, I'll give it to Onyx, though. I'm playing this, not playing with Onyx. They deserve to know. Keep what you told me on the lawn earlier as a secret. Earlier on the lawn, Teresa and Dieter. Dieter's probably confessing his love, getting rejected, talking about escape. Would have thought you of all people to understand. Why should I tell them? Let's change the subject. On the lawn. Can feel others aren't to listen. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. The actual boyfriend listening in on the interloper. Across the table, Rose and Vitalina pouring wine for Cynthia. Drink, darling, it'll help you relax. Tell us more about your travels, so exciting. Oh, it's mostly paperwork. Journey from Sandakan was eventful. Lucas, you came all the way from Sandakan? On the straight steamship? 20 hours from Sandakan to Tawal, past the pirate-infested waters of the Sulu Sea. For a lady that's remarkably intrepid. Under Jeremiah's protection, naturally. Legal affairs. So, they got opium here. They're buying opium. I suspect that their pearls, their mother of pearl, and their tobacco was in some part at least supplemented by a little bit of opium export. Visited Sandakan with father on several occasions. It's a grand place. With all due respect, Loon, Sandakan was a different face depending whether one freak is a governor set or not. Boasts more men as innocent on earth. Goating's quite thin. Lucas is correct. Shouldn't change a thing. Would never met my intended otherwise. You're spoken for then. Did to be merry return to the city. I don't know how true that is. I guess we'll find out when we follow the Pearl along and chase her around. Been 48 hours and I confess we miss him dearly. Drink to that, to the lovers. Then something happens, a loud crash, someone new enters. That's gonna be everybody at the party plus Ludwig. Hush falls over the room, tall white man Ludwig strides in. Two rough-looking locals standing outside the room guard the door. He's heavily armed, trying to crash a party on my knee. Lucas stands, but Jiro holds him back. Don't, this is Haro. You don't want to mess with him, trust me. When you're moving, how'd you get in? Where's Kanan? Sit down. Kanan has been tied up at this point. He's tied up, and Aishia is setting him free. What did you do? He best be alive. Your guard dog has taken a nap. Servants is tending him. Just here for what's mine. You missed a deadline, Jeremiah. Only just got back from Sandakan. Need more time. Well, I guess if Cynthia was under Jeremiah's protection, they came on the same boat, I guess. Don't care about excuses. Walks to Rose and Cynthia. Excuse my intrusion, ladies. Your man doesn't pay his debts. Anyone have a light? Jeremiah's got a lighter. Ludwig, thank you. There's no point following the lighter around, though, unless it's the same lighter that, what is it? That Lucas picked up? Nice piece. Solid. Gold plating. Lucas did have a gold lighter. It changes hands. I'll take this as down payment. Slips the lighter to his own pocket. Want my money soon, Jeremiah, or burn this whole place to the ground? Or was it Ludwig that had a gold lighter? So I guess we could follow... But Ludwig leaves. He leaves by jungle eventually once the Japanese army fights them off. Apologies interruption, resume festivities. So he just came here to threaten and then leave. And then everybody else... minus Ludwig. Uncomfortable minute of silence. Everything in the dining room is done. Teresa to Jeremiah, slaps him hard. What have you done, silly, silly man? Storms off, followed by Dieter. Jiro feels out of place, tries to sneak away towards the library. Edward joins him. Library. Let's get a drink, Jiro, my treat. Lune crying, leaves. Luca goes after towards Luna's room. We got a new room. We got so... Everybody keeps scattering. Everybody keeps scattering, leaving so many threads to follow. You've done it, haven't you? Can't wait till they come back and murder us all. Cynthia, Vitalina and I were the last to die. The men are looking at us like they thought we meant to devour us whole. Girls, he's getting to me. Tea and coffee brought up. Jeremiah in need of Miss Seville's company. Want me to find a way out of this mess that is. Enjoy your company, Jeremiah. See you in the morning. Do not come to the bedroom later. Come on, Vitalina. Okay. So, the whole epic of the dinner is finally done now that we got Jiro. I want to do some library stuff. We got library earlier in the day, an hour after the study. And that's gonna be Jeremiah meeting with Edward about the business of the pearls, and it turns out they're not cursed, they're simply red because of the rust content. And they think they're all cursed. It's Golden Idol, and the consequences of Golden Idol without the supernatural Magitech. Jeremiah Goodwill, Edward Bonfire to the library. Jeremiah opens a cigar box on the ornate ivory table. Speaking of cigar boxes, lighter is Jeremiah's. Is that it? That's the only other thing we got? Cigar to Edward, lighting with his lighter. Dunhill Clift Arm. A whole batch of pearls that has no Orient bone, that's a verdict, but they do have a lot of Orient in them. They're not glassy, I can see the luster. They're trying to rip you off. Know what you're saying, but everyone I've seen agrees. A red swirl that appears on all of our pearls, it might as well just be a piece of rock, they're worthless. I think a rusty red pearl might be cool. You just cannot use them as mother pearl jewelry. What about the shells? They're still good. More about the shells with the kind of volume we have. They won't touch the shells. They're scared our pearls are contaminated with a curse. Ugh. And the ones who don't believe that think it's chemical warfare to kill us all off. Telling you, Jerry, they're right, it's a curse. First tobacco business drying up, now the oysters getting this ominous red swirl. Don't be ridiculous. Look at them, look at them. They're like the devil's work, we're finished. It's the Brook Raja's Bomo, I tell you. Bomo was a spiritual medicinal Bornean shaman. The occult. Brook Raja, British part of Borneo, divided into 3 territories. Sarawak, ruled by the Brook family. The White Rajas. British North Borneo, ruled by the British North Borneo Chartered Company, and Brunei, British Protectorate where the Sultan still ruled. Trying to drive us away. Wanted this land for years, the Chartered Company doesn't care now that they have their rubber and palm oil gold mines. Pearls rolling on the floor, then Edward. Company cares bone, but they're preoccupied, we all should be, this isn't a curse. Geopolitical instability. The Japanese threat is real. Europe is in turmoil with the rise of Nazism, economic turmoil. That's why the markets are spooked, not because of some witch doctor. Blind Jerry to remove from it all in your ivory tower? The green mist on the horizon? Green mist getting closer for weeks. Lucas did get his hands on Japanese chemical warfare samples. That is a sample of green mist. That could actually be correct. And if the red swirl is iron content, it could be iron from chemical... They could be right. End of the day, they could actually be right. That the red pearls were bad foreshadowing of chemical warfare and a Japanese attack. Since we do have a Japanese attack in the night, that does happen. Spending all day in the clubhouse, high on opium. It's not a curse, it's a triad. There could be triad. They've been done something to our stash, conspire the merchants, they value their pearls, they can buy us out cheap, but not for being paranoid. We got 2 British intelligence agents that are looking at different counterintelligence, whatever it is, counterintelligence, different foreign agent and different criminal aspects. And the pirates are two-timing somebody, so there could also be Triad in the mix. Need to save the plantation on ghost stories or paranoid conspiracy theories. Meet with Cynthia after dinner. Go over the financials, see what our options are. That's right, I brought it back with me today, of course it is. Under his breath, Edward thinks he's just more skirt chasing. Therese thinks it's skirt chasing. 6 p.m., time for a sundowner. Are you coming? They're waiting at the clubhouse. Let's join you after. Okay, we're picking up more. We're picking up a whole lot more. So, there's a lawn. Croquet lawn. Has nothing else. So, man, there's still so much more of this map to fill out. We've done 5 hours of stream so far. And with all the excitement of the Japanese attack, and Cynthia holding off some Japanese attacks while Lucas, Rose, and Luna get to the boathouse to escape, and then the cavalry arrives, the British Navy comes in to finish off the rest of the Japanese invaders, and Cynthia's gonna do her report. Well, that can't possibly be end of game, because look at this. We got 9 o'clock to 3 o'clock. There's still a whole lot more of the game. Are we even halfway done? I don't know if we're even halfway done here. I thought this was gonna be like a quick one-stream game maybe, but maybe this is a 2-streamer. So, maybe I could see about clearing stuff out here. We got the shaman here. Blue here is shaman. We can't do a thing about that because we don't have a face for the shaman. Have to think outside the box, she said. Shaman dies over there. Jeremiah in the library. And then they go to the library after dinner. Dinner was here. Let's go to the library. That should be Edward and Jeremiah, and maybe Cynthia comes after. Nothing happens at this hour. After that, nothing happens at this hour. Well, that's after midnight. I'm too late. Hold on. Dinner. Library. I'm too early. I guess I saw the black there, the gray there. And I thought, no, it can't be that. Edward. Everyone you discovered is busy elsewhere at this time. Lucas and Rose in the library at 4 a.m. because they're looking for the key. Of all the people that should be in the library, I guess they don't go to the library after all then, because we got Edward here. Residence distorted. Hold on. Hold on. Jiro is in the library right now. But not by himself. Who else he got here? Shouldn't have done that, Tuan Bonfire. What happened? We've uncovered... So this is the last scene for the library. Library is dimly lit, old paper and stale smoke, Edward Bonfire wrestling with the lock of a glass-fronted cabinet. Are they trying to find the secret escape key? No, he's trying to find... booze, I guess. Jerry always did keep the good stuff under lock and key. With the clubhouse looking, though it's taken a full broadside, we don't have much else to drink. So this is... right after dinner. They're calming their nerves. Edward gets a small knife from his belt, jams it to the mechanism, sharp crack, the wood gives away, open sesame. Bottle of scotch, 2 glasses. Really should have done that. One bonfire, one good, be positively livid. Jerry has bigger fish to fry tonight, besides a man's in my debt, whether he cares to admit it or not. To survive the night, eh? And keep our heads on our shoulders. See, I know that he said he was going to go to the library, and Jiro come with, or whatever, right? Edward and Jiro were going together. But then, Jeremiah was saying he was going to go to the library too, with Cynthia, to go over the books. So I'll try to find Jeremiah, unless he went to the study. But study is quite occupied. The man's in my debt, surviving the night, keeping a head on our shoulders. Do you think they'll come back, the pirates? Hyro, he's a shark. He's caught the scent of blood in the water. He'll circle until he gets what he wants. Seen his ilk before in 26. Made you think they could take what they want. You saw them off then, though, didn't you? We gave him a scrap. That's a crucial distinction. Jerry, he fancies he could negotiate a settlement. You can't parlay with a shark, old son. You have to punch it squarely in the snout. Takes his drink, sets a glass down. Must beg your leave, Mr. Bonfire. Decamping so soon, the bottle is still full. Have to see a man about a dog, as they say. A dog, is it, or a bitch in heat, perhaps? Edward knows about their relationship, and he doesn't care. I'm not sure I follow your meaning, sir. Don't play innocent with me, old boy. I've got eyes. Off you go, then. Mum's the word. Lips are sealed tighter than a clam. Thank you, Mr. Bonfire. Jiro scuttles out. Edward empties his bottle, his glass quickly. Where's the party at now? Can't be the only one who still needs a stiff drink after tonight's event. Edward hears a friend's voice from the veranda, goes to investigate. The veranda. Edward to the veranda. There's not a lot that's gonna go on at the veranda. When nothing happens, nothing happens. And then Teresa and Jiro meet. And then we get bloodshed. What does a mum's the word idiom mean? I'm not quite sure about, like, what the literal image is supposed to mean. I mean, I guess it's keeping mum. It's about keeping mum. Keeping mum means keeping quiet. It means not telling anybody your secret. I don't know why it's mum, but that's what keeping mum means. Keeping mum is just keeping quiet. And so when somebody says mum's the word, they just mean they're keeping mum, they're keeping quiet. I can't say why it's mum, but it all comes back to that. Kind of like Bob's your uncle. There's no Bob in my family tree, but we all get the meaning. To the veranda. If there's a friend there, it's probably Teresa. Getting a drink. Residence distorted. Is Ludwig out there? No. Let me go back out then. We've got the dinner here, then everybody splits. A Wiktionary for Mum's the word. Popular English idiom. Expression by Shakespeare and Henry VI. Damn it, Shakespeare! Mum, alteration of mom. To be silent, do not reveal. Well, there we go then. Well, there we go. Latin mimus. Silent actor or imitator. Jeremiah and Nita Miss Seville's company. Rose is going to the deck to refresh. Stares at Jeremiah harshly. Come on, Vitalina. Jeremiah and Cynthia alone over here, and then Kanan comes in. Master bedroom is Rose and Cynthia, but they're not in the bedroom yet. They have 1 hour here. Have they gone to the veranda? Rose and Loon? And then Teresa? Let's see, who's got coils? Who's got a pipe? Who's got a lighter? Who's got a bottle? Who's got a croquet mallet? Who's got a key? Who's got binoculars? Something is happening on the veranda. Dining room at this time, Jeremiah, Cynthia, and Kanan. Lucas and Luna are in the guest house. Screams within Teresa's room. Screams within Teresa's room at this time. We never did check out Teresa's room. Teresa and Jiro? Oh. Oh. Drags Jiro into the room, kissing him hungrily. So that's the whole screams coming from the room. That's just mom, don't worry about it. Luna knows. You need to use it correctly to sentence. Can you say, can't tell you, mom's a word? Or, they can't tell you, mom's a word? The way I see it used the most is as a reassurance. It's you telling somebody else that you are not going to tell them. Or that you're not going to tell anybody else. They have the secret. You're in confidence. They might be worried you're going to spill. Don't worry about it, mom's the word. So the way I've read it is you're giving the guarantee. Finally, I thought tonight would never end. Teresa, you sure no one saw us? Tuan Deader. Forget him. He is evil is what I've learned tonight. I don't want to talk about him and his schemes. Pushes him to the bed. I've missed you. God help me, I have. The embrace is desperate, primal. Teresa cries out. How come you don't make me cry out? The passionate lovemaking carries on for quite a while. So I'm going to assume then that that means they're still in Teresa's room. The hour after. Vision's resonance is distorted. Teresa by herself? Jiro by herself? Resonance is distorted. We got... Maybe Kanan comes in to take Jiro away. This is 1 a.m. This is when Jeremiah has died, so maybe Kanan is coming here to find Jiro. Because we're in the study together at that point. And Kanan knows where to find Jiro this late at night. I'd love playing Alter Ego on the old microcomputers. Alter Ego, huh? It sounds familiar. Wait. Have I? Is that the one where you're basically born into the world and you go through the life of a child to adulthood? Starts at birth, ends at death, substantially different versions, whether you're male or female. I think I have played that one. It was online for a while. They put it online, like on browser. Okay, Teresa, Kanan, and Jiro. Yeah, that's it. Loud knock at the door interrupts them. Jiro, ma'am. Teresa freezes. Jiro scrambles. Go away, Kanan! Kanan ignores and enters. I apologize, madam, but I knew Jiro's with you. I require his assistance immediately. Concerns the Tuan. Tuan Goodwill? Ignore him, Jiro. A matter of life and death. But he's gotta leave. I have to go, Teresa. You're leaving for him? If it's life or death, I know Kanan. He would not be saying this lightly. Let me go see what it is. Go then. Run to your Tuan. Aww. Dieter didn't really do anything during the dinner here. He was supposed to distract them. I don't think I saw Dieter do anything, not even an action. Luca flanked by Edward and Dieter. But Dieter's not really doing anything. Oh, he's flirting later on. Yeah, Dieter with Teresa. But you told me on the lawn earlier, as a secret is indefensible. If the clubhouse burns over here, or blows up, the still blows up over here, then Jiro, Edward, and Dieter are here also. Edward bonfire, Dieter Guntram straight into the room. We have a bottled cornbread around. Master crafts it at work. How goes the Enterprise Jiro? It's coming along, just finished the condenser coil. Large pressure cooker on a gas burner. Wunderbar looks strictly scientific, crude but effective, pour it in. They watch in anticipation, and they get a trickle. Distillation takes time, Tuanbon, you can't rush physics. Nonsense, more heat, more pressure, more speed. And so they blow it up. Just a tad more, cranks the flame, the cooker begins to shudder, get down, and there's the explosion. So who walks in? Edward Bonfire and Dieter strut into the room. So Jiro's here ahead of time. Alone at the clubhouse, rubbing his temple, shake off the last of the drugs, he is on the opium. So maybe the opium expense is entirely Jiro's. Maybe they aren't selling it. Shimata, my head. Stupid idea, stupid idea. Pours himself some water, splashes face, puts himself together, Jiro focus. If I don't get this still working, Tuanbo will never hear the end of it. And then Edward Bonfire, Dieter, heard laughing just outside the door. There's nothing at the croquet lawn, and Dieter and Edward are coming in together. Where's Dieter? Dead. We have most of his activities. 3 o'clock jungle entrance. Then Aisha. Wait a minute, he can't be flirting with Therese because he's been flirting with Aisha too. He's been whispering sweet nothings in Aisha's ear. Has he just been using her? Then croquet along with Teresa. We've actually seen that already. Dieter, you want a sundowner? No thank you. Bon and Jiro waiting at the clubhouse. Need a friend to talk to, always have time for you. Jeremiah friend about pearls. We lose the plantation, they're idiots. Ah yeah, that's just what he's talking about. Oh, the red swirl would never happen on our farms before the war. I'm not helping them, neither should you. Why should you help them? But they're friends. They just tolerate me, but I hear what they say behind my back. So that's what Teresa's upset about. There wasn't any flirting going on. He was just upset. She was just upset that Dieter is less friendly towards her family than he lets on. Do we have all of Dieter's moment before he dies? 11 a.m. we don't know. Or 11 p.m. He's in the dining room. Where does he go then? Jeremiah, Cynthia alone. Jiro goes to the library with Edward. Teresa storms off, followed by Dieter. So, at the 11 o'clock hour, Dieter and Teresa are together someplace. Teresa being Teresa, she's either going to the veranda, or she's going to her room. Green means that the area is fully fleshed out. We got all the information for that location. So, Teresa's room's been seen. She's probably going to the veranda. 11 o'clock at the veranda, Dieter and Teresa. Wicker chairs, drinking together. You must tell them. Germain Bone. They're chasing shadows of the cursed nonsense. I'll tell them nothing but why it's cruel. Why save Jeremiah's empire when I'm poised to inherit it? Inherit? What are you talking about? The Brook Rajas are making their move. With the company weak and the war coming, they're expanding their influence. And I have facilitated their entry. You're working with them and the pirates. Captain Harrow is a blunt instrument, yes, but effective. He clears the board so we may set the pieces anew. You helped with pirates, the men who attacked us, how could you? I did it for us, for you, I know you, Teresa. You have expensive tastes. You would never look twice at a penniless German. But one who owns a goodwill plantation, that's a different matter. Join me, be my wife. So he is two-timing Aisha. The heck? He wants one wife, and as Dad would put it, a little brown fuck machine. We can do this together. You utter arrogant fool. Teresa, do you think I care about the money? Do you think I care about this blasted plantation? You brought pirates onto our doorstep. You've endangered Loon. It'll be safe, I have assurances. From pirates? From land grabbers? Don't give a damn what happens to Jeremiah or to me or to you for that matter. We could all rot in hell for our sins. But if a single hair on my daughter's head is harmed, I'll kill you myself, Dieter. Tap on the veranda window. Have to go, stay away from me. Oh, that's Jiro pulling her aside then, huh? Teresa storms off, leaving Dieter alone. Jeremiah and Edward Bonfire heard coming this way from inside the house. Dieter exits. So, Dieter helping the pirates as an instrument of the Rajas, who want to reclaim some influence while the Brits are weak. But the pirates are pirates, and so they're kind of going off script. And then, oh shit, it turns out that the green mist and the red pearls are foreshadowing, and the Japanese actually are attacking. And then it's just a swift melee with everybody for themselves, if I'm getting this right. Teresa, 3 o'clock. Where would I say you are at 3 o'clock? Does it matter? Could I get everybody's movements? Veranda's all clear, so you're not at the veranda. Could you bid at the observation deck? Maybe Luna and Petrovsky? Here, let me just see who's got what here. There's only 4 faces it's giving. So who's got what? Blue vial, distorted. Binoculars, nothing. If these are my only options, then I basically just have to guess. Rose and Vitalina. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Master bedroom. Vitalina was there earlier, and she saw the letter with Rose talking about how she's unhappy here, and she'll be happy throwing herself off of the observation deck. By the time you see this dear husband, I'll be gone. And so she was intending for today. Must confess in your room earlier, whatever for, saw the letter. When you left on the Vanity Rose, you were really planning to end it all? It was merely a passing fancy. What is that pen about addiction and a passing fancy to cry for help? Been desolate, Vitalina, simply desolate. Jerry was away for it felt like an eternity, then I heard she was arriving. The thought of her here with him. The black dog on my back. Wrote those words to give him a fright. Wanted him to find it, wanted him to find me on the very precipice. Or the note, to worry, to panic. If he thought he might lose me, he might fight for us. And it turns out, as far as I can tell, everybody thinks that, that Jeremiah is going to two-time Rose, the way that he two-timed Teresa with Rose. But from what I could see, she really was just brought in to be an accountant, to audit, to try to figure out their finances and save things. Never would have gone through it, not the fortitude for it, or not that reckless. Men like Jeremiah, they do not save things dear, they only acquire them, but a girl can dream, can't she? Turns out I was wrong about Cynthia, she's not bad after all. You truly invited her to your own bedchamber. Thought it would really infuriate him, a bit of spite to seize in the evening. Monstrously wicked, must confess something else. Must beg your leave and take my departure of a certain private affair that requires my attention. properly mysterious, run along now then, darling. Stay here longer. Do you suspect Cynthia be here a while before she concludes her business with Jerry? Go to the master bedroom soon at the nightcap? Get more gossip about Jerry from her? See you at breakfast, sleep well? That's at the vantage point. Well, that's at 11 o'clock. The observation deck at 11 o'clock. Join her in the master bedroom. And then she does. And then meanwhile, I thought it was during the day. I was trying to find like the scream at 3 o'clock when Lucas is being interrogated by Kanan and somebody from the observation deck screams. Observation deck. Then Rose goes meets Cynthia and Vitalina. Goes to the study and accidentally poisons Jeremiah. Earlier that day, there's a scream in the background from the observation deck. Observation deck over here. Now let's see who we got. Binoculars? No. Croquet mallet? No. Lighter? No. Pearl? No. Pearls? No. Opium? No. The blue vial? No. I suspect Luna's up there. Maybe Vitalina. Is it Therese and Jiro screaming? Where are you at, Jiro? 3 and 4, we don't have your locations. Therese, 3, we don't have your location. Six o'clock, you're at the veranda. And then at 7. Let's see, clubhouse, the still blows up. The boys go away. 2 men run out. 2 other women enter the veranda from the back. So, 2 other women. Therese and Luna is already here, then Vitalina and Rose come in. Vitalina and Rose from the observation deck. So Vitalina and Rose were at the observation deck at that time. What was it report? Compose yourself. Wireless was lying. Father insisted they were leagues away, but I knew they'd come for us in the night. Loon was expecting a Japanese attack too. She feels safer with Lucas. Be sensible, darling. If it were a Japanese battery, we'd all be dead. This is some other devilry. Hardly a way to reassure your daughter. We haven't been bayoneted yet as a thin consolation. Loon wants to go to the chapel to pray. Oh, for heaven's sake, the girl's overwrought. Then Jeremiah, Lucas, Dieter, Edward stumble out, but instead of blood and battle, they're billowing with laughter, so there they are coming out of the clubhouse. They're laughing. Vodka, Vitalina, vodka. Vitalina squeals with delight. Leon and me, you mad beast, you glorious fool. For you, my heart, fresh from the fire. The group coalesces and goes to the dining room. So, there's dinner right afterwards. Luna doesn't get to go to the chapel. But the observation deck, the younger women are over. There's only 2 individuals. Rose and Vitalina at the observation deck. You're getting yourself in a frightful state, Rose. Little Miss Seville is merely a business resource to Jeremiah. She's not a bad person, civil enough. Don't give a fig about her resources, how nice she is. Look at her. She's a lady solicitor, darling. Her profession demands she be both commanding and decorative. Do you find her fetching? Is she younger than me? I can't tell. Her skin is so tight. You're a stunner, Rose. Jerry chose you. Did he, or is it simply the only young white woman within 50 miles of this godforsaken jungle? Then the deafening roar tears through the air. Good heavens, the clubhouse. They bolt to the veranda. So the ladies are still... Rose is moping about Cynthia's presence and Vitalina is still helping her. Residence distorted. Maybe Cynthia meets Rose here? Where is Rose's earliest presence? Because we have her auditing stuff. Or Cynthia's earliest. Library, study, so 4 and 5 we don't know. And it's 4 and 5 where she's basically free. So maybe she meets Rose here. Maybe Cynthia's alone. Maybe Rose up in the observation deck is watching Cynthia. Huh. Is there an unknown? Not Cynthia alone. Not Vitalina alone. Not Rose alone. Not Rose and Cynthia. Not Rose and Vitalina. Not Vitalina and Cynthia. That's all the combinations! There's something going on there. There's some mystery afoot here. It can't be what could be Cynthia. So right now, it's Rose and Cynthia at the observation deck. Cynthia makes a call to the study, and then goes to the observation deck. Good evening, Rose. It's Cynthia. Pleasure to meet you. I'm sure it is. Rose is not very happy right now. Beautiful late afternoon. This is very eerie, you know what it means? End of days, Miss Seville, just like the black smoke coming from the south. The war's coming this way. Could it continue living like this forever? Land below the wind is about to face its greatest storm. What's the deal with Miss Petrovsky? She's far too beautiful for a man like Mr. Bone. He's so scruffy. His beard looks like it hasn't been washed in a long time, and frankly, what I gather of his accounts, he's decidedly strange circumstances. What does she find in him? He's a stony broke, that's for sure. Love is mysterious, or merely the case of mutual tastes. They've quite the appetite for the pipe. Opium binds them closer, huh? It's very dark. Let's change the subject, she's coming. Ah, so the answer here is everyone is together. Am I interrupting? Not at all. So first she gossips about Vitalina behind her back. Oh, you know, they're both dope heads, whatever. And then, Vitalina, darling, please. Do you think she's prettier? Is she younger? This two-timer Rose. Just solving the world's problems, leads to plantations, let the Lord answer your prayers. So, Vitalina at that point, the hour before, was at the chapel with the shaman, but we can't peg that in because we don't have a face for the shaman. I don't know, not sure I believe anymore. It's nothing more than a ritual at this stage. What could tell me of Von Guntram? Does it feel right having him wander about the clubhouse? She doesn't trust Germans as a rule. Especially the way things are brewing in Europe. Have you seen the poor creature who's been trailing after Therese like a stricken animal these past weeks? Deucedly or decidedly pathetic. Carrying a torch for a long time, hasn't he? Always, but now she's divorced. He thinks she has a chance. He does not. A wet rag of a man, no backbone to speak of, and he's a Jerry? Marrying into that lot is hardly the done thing these days. Damn. So, he doesn't have a chance, primarily because he's German. So, when they're talking about, this relationship, some days it's Jerry, some days it's Jeremiah, I thought it was like Jerry was just the nickname Jeremiah takes when he's the good patriarch of the household. And then when he's a strict patriarch as Jeremiah. What about you and Jeremiah, Rose? Takes a sip of her gin pahit. Jerry swept me off my feet once. I was a green girl full of nonsense that I'd walk straight into a romance novel, but the novelty wore off. And he'd had his way, and I became another trophy to keep on the plantation for his neighbors to admire. Or to distraction ladies. If it wasn't for the gin and the scandal, you'd quite lose her mind. Vitalina, you and Mr. Bonfire seem a rather rum match. Quite inquisitive, Miss Cynthia. I crave your pardon, spent all my hours over ledgers. Quite forgotten social graces. Looks odd to an outsider, but I do care for him quite deeply. He's a transparent soul, wears his heart on the sleeve. Despite his habit, the pipe is a hard master. The pipe is the only thing that dulls the ache, the great war wounds, it truly never mends, he's a haunted man. And Vitalina has connections in Shanghai to source proper pharmaceuticals medical grade. So between Jiro, Vitalina, and Bone, we got 3 pipe smokers. So it'd be easier for their finances if they were merely trading in opium. They're buying the product. We got 3 eager needs. Make arrangements, ship down to the islands. Merely have certain obligations to fulfill for a gentleman here first. Connection in Shanghai or a Bolshevik agent. Everyone has their theories. A certain obligation to fulfill. I think that's why Vitalina was administering the drug, the poison. They have expensive habits, and this was supposed to clear her debt. And if the shaman was an agent to the Brook Rajas. Everyone has their theories these days, the truth is a bit more prosaic. I am simply a white Russian, one of the thousands who fled the Reds when her world went up in flame. Mother was a Grand Duchess of the old empire, Savor was a great levelizer, found herself in Shanghai, earning bread as a taxi dancer, in a jazz cabaret, swept off my feet by a soldier of the line, and you know the rest. It's all been illuminating. So, at the earliest hour, would it be Rose by herself, sitting alone on the precipice? The observation deck is clear. Would be so easy, scarcely a single pace. Slash against the rocks, or with a miscatcher? Or maybe that young man down there arriving in his raft. Maybe my St. George. So it was Rose who saw the handsome Lucas and screamed. Cynthia Seville climbing up the stairs to the deck. Rose wipes the tears from her cheek, fixes her hair. Pull yourself together, showtime. Mistress of the house must greet her master's latest little acquisition with becoming dignity. Then where's the scream? Where's the scream from the observation deck? Staring out to sea, change the subject, she's coming. A scream could be heard in the background, coming from the observation deck, perched on the edge of the cliff. The sound distracts Kanan long enough to stop the line of questioning. And then comes Luna. The mystery of the scream. Well, she's standing on the precipice, staring at the mist. Leans out further, the wind rips. Oh, she screams into the void there. Ow! Because it's already 5:15 and 6 hours of stream. I'm kinda like breezing through. Just skipping lines, reading along for the important stuff. The scream was Rose early on, just shouting into the void. Okay, mystery solved. Other locations we've unlocked. There's a secret companionway. We have no clue what's happening there. Bunker to chapel. Chapel. And then the shaman dies here. He takes the boat here and comes back here. So do you think the shaman might be in the secret passage at this point? What was his item? The key. Nothing happens at this hour. Let me get some more information, because there's a bunch of stuff that's going on with Edward and the pirates and Harrow. Boathouse, Luna and Teresa, Clubhouse, fire has spread. In the jungle, pirates are retreating, shadows flitting away. By 6 a.m. On the roof, they could see the entire estate. Clubhouse, 5 a.m. Edward is fighting off the Japanese. So Clubhouse at 5 a.m. we could catch up to... There's 2 spots here. There's probably Edward plus the pirates, and then just Edward alone here. This is proper Edward dies. Let's get before then. Harrow and Edward. Residence distorted. Edward alone. Residence distorted. Ludwig alone. Residence distorted. Well, who else could possibly be here? I also... This is 4 a.m. Where is Vitalina? In the study, and then everybody leaves. Edward and Dieter with the pirates. They've torched the railway. Merciful heavens. Man could fend for himself. Get to the boathouse by taking the secret companionway to the chapel. Paddling in the clubhouse near the key from the library. Kanan, Cynthia to the clubhouse or the kitchen. We saw that. Kanan's death. Except they make a detour to Teresa first. And they all disperse. Vitalina, they kinda lost track on. Merciful heavens tell me he's intact. So maybe, at the clubhouse... Well, that's over here, though. Yeah, 4 o'clock, then 5 o'clock at the clubhouse. 3 o'clock, then 4 o'clock at the clubhouse. Ludwig, Edward, and then Vitalina runs over to him, right? Edward and Vitalina runs over? Ludwig and Vitalina runs over? Because Cynthia... Where's Cynthia at 4 a.m.? I like this word about theory. Add theory. Where do you think they were? It's just a note system. Get out of there. Get out of there. Maybe Cynthia went with Vitalina? Oh, okay, so Vitalina and Cynthia went to the chapel. Or towards the clubhouse. Ducking low to avoid stray bullets, which is into the air. The secret companionway. Oh no, Vitalina! It's behind the paneling. We have to. Massive explosion rips through the building as the alcohol still detonates. Shockwaves throw Cynthia backward to the bushes. Vitalina, no sign of her, only roaring flames and sound of battle closing in. So I guess they went to find to secure the exit then, the secret passage, not knowing that the pirates already burnt the place. See silhouettes of pirates clashing with uniformed soldiers. Confound it, the entire scheme has gone quite to the dogs. Spots a gap in the fighting towards the plantation. Others that have heard that, know their route is cut. Must strike for the chapel alone, reach the planned rendezvous. The only card left to play. Leaving the clubhouse behind her. And then chapel at 5. Where are they? The boathouse is still empty. Spots 2 figures on the roof of the main house. What in God's name are they doing? Watches Lucas and Rose. Utterly mad. The companionway. Back towards the chapel interior. Eyes get at the stone floor and the walls. Isn't just a chapel. Sits atop a reinforced structural war bunker. Pushes a heavy altar cloth. Finds a trapdoor secured with a rusty padlock. But the lock's already opened. Examines the trapdoor. Dust is unsettled. Someone was here not long ago. Ladder down, this changes things. Descends to the darkness. Re-emerges same hour with a heavy wooden crate. That's where she gets her munitions, her missiles, and starts shooting towards the Japanese to help everyone's escape at the boathouse. So somebody's been here recently. The shaman dies here. Boating here, boating there. Though he was also here. The shaman was at the chapel. So that's known. To think these munitions that the pirates are using might have been stolen from this bunker under the chapel. But I want to find that secret companionway. It's been used. Shaman navigates a concrete bunker, enters a secret companionway so tight. And then gets to the chapel here. No, nothing happened here. Where you going, shaman? What are you doing over here, and then gone again? Do you come back? Where's he die? He dies over there, so... maybe it's after he sees... Vitalina? Yeah, and then he leaves. He goes to the chapel, then leaves. Rummages through crates of the darkness, the secret companionway. Where is it? The rations stored here. Strikes a match. Ghost image! Ghost image of the shaman! The sudden flare illuminates the shaman's face, reflected in an old mirror on the wall. For a split second, a ghost image of the shaman's face, his startled expression hangs in the air. Finally peace. Let's see if the spirits are stirred up with this visit. No, go away. The flash. The image burned in the mirror. Faint, but the psychic imprint is undeniable. The sheer intensity of the flash left a mark on the ether. With the Sanker, we could track him, feel his movements through the plantation now. The hidden shaman achievement is at O or 0. Babalian Antau. We could finally track all the moments of Babalian Antau. We can now get the full story for when he shows up in the chapel over here to give the poison to Vitalina. When he takes a boat in the dock over here and returns with the boat with Lucas's raft. When he's wandering through the secret compartment here, through the secret compartment there. When he's at the railway watching and he's like, oh, this is no good. This is not what we were supposed to do. The pirates are off script. Even the shaman that's likely working with the Brook Rajas is surprised by the pirates burning everything down. Because the pirates likely also have some other side thing going with the triads. And then he confronts the pirates, and the pirates kill him dead. And then the pirates get his key. We can now track this ghost of a man. But there's still so much to do across 6.5 hours of stream. I kind of want to call it here. Maybe what we'll do is we'll look through a few more things. This game very clearly is nowhere close to nearing its end. Look at all these things, all these white squares. They're not all going to be filled in. A lot of these places, once you get the 1, 2, 3, 4, however many events there are, it grays out the rest. But we have as late as 5, 6, 7, 8 a.m. There's all the way to 3 p.m. There is still so much of the game left uncovered, and I don't want to make it too lopsided. There's probably not too much after this, because by this point, the British Navy arrives, the Japanese have been pushed back out, the pirates have fled, everybody who's died has died, I'm sure. Though Loon is still alive at this point, and her brother thinks she's been killed. Either she's run off with Lucas, and is living a life in secret, and merely simply hasn't told her brother, hey, guess what, I'm alive, I'm too busy on my decades-long honeymoon. There's probably going to be some further disaster later on, and not just, okay, here's my report, isn't that neat, okay, let's do this and that. We haven't touched Bones' room at all. We haven't touched Loon's room at all. The secret companionway has a couple of things for the shaman, but the pirate also has that key. Harrow has that key and knows what it is. So maybe I'll just pick up a few other pieces and then Macaw will go live and then we'll raid over to Macaw? Or should I raid Schubert? Schubert's on. Maintain my streak with him. Dana's still streaming, it is Dana's birthday. I could raid Dana, and then we continue and finish this tomorrow. Let me see achievements, because this game does have achievements. Dana? Alright, MP. Achievements. We've got 52%. I would say then that after 6 hours of playing the game, I don't know why that's flashing right now. After 6 hours of playing the game, that's about halfway then? Would I spoil myself? Okay, hidden achievement. Final report. Hidden achievement. Now, for a bounce around the timeline, try to get hints kind of game, I'm surprised by what things I've got, relative to what things I haven't got yet. We got the jealousy, we got the last stand, but we don't have this hidden thing, we don't have the final report. You can get the final report before getting all this stuff. Hidden. 10 little Indians and there were none. Is that for the last survivor, maybe? Hidden. We don't have the full menagerie. Discover all guest. But there's a senior military officer. I can't imagine that we'll be tracking every soldier, every pirate. The senior officer seems to represent the Navy's presence. Harrow seems to represent the pirates. Mystery no more. What happened in the night? And then there's more beyond that. Unlock all the endings. Unlock all the glossary, a hidden achievement. It's Wednesday now. Hey. Anything you want to do tomorrow? You want to do anything tomorrow outside your appointments? To see if I finish this stream tomorrow or Friday? What? But if we're not gonna do anything tomorrow, why wait till Friday? Okay. See, it's been 6.5 hours of stream. And the achievements lead me to believe that we're halfway through the game. And the timeline leads me to believe that there's still so many holes to fill in. I'm sure so many of these holes are going to go gray. So, depending on the density of the prose, and depending on how many events there are to find, it feels like a lot of the story, most of the story has been found. Achievements don't necessarily have to mean that I'm halfway through the story. It means I'm halfway through the achievement. I could be like 80% done with the story with only 20% left to go, and the rest of the achievements are finding specific character deaths, finding specific glossaries, and so on, right? So this could be a 3-4 hour stream the next time. I really hope this autosaves. Does this autosave? Save data? Export, import? I don't see any save option for me. I see ways to move around location, either on a list or through the map. I see my guests. I see the inventory that shows all the things we got, all the documents, all the notes we've unlocked, or the notes we put. Transcripts of all the things that Delphine has said. Glossary. Drink culture we haven't looked at. Well, I think we did. Piracy. Japanese invasion. Japanese invasion of Borneo began on 16 December 1941. Oh. 9 days after the attack on Pearl Harbor. Swift, calculated strike at the item's most valuable assets like gold and rubber. So, these guys are doomed from the start. They were doomed by history. First landing, Miri Sarai, the oil hubs. British and the Dutch already set the oil wells on fire so the Japanese couldn't use them. 25th December, Kuching, capital of Sarawak, fell on Christmas Day. Labuan, Sandakan officially surrendered 19th of January, just a couple weeks later. Did people see it coming? Mix of high-level dread and civilian denial, but the government knew. British and Dutch governments knew an invasion was likely. And there certainly is a lot of dread in the backdrop of the characters we're following. And at least one government agent had an operation of trying to recover the green mist chemical weapon that the Japanese were using. The British decided that North Borneo was undefendable. These guys were doomed. Doomed. Such a single inexperienced regiment essentially told the governor of North Borneo his police were the only internal security and not for fighting the Japanese. Leading up to 1941, Japanese continued to form a peaceful penetration of Borneo through a set of spies of the Fifth Column. Myth arose after the war that many local Japanese workers were actually intelligence agents is not true. I mean, there's always those rumors, right? Like, that was the whole point of putting Japanese in concentration camps in America, whether they were citizens or not, whether there's any suspicion or not. Oh no, we're at war with a foreign power, put all the Japanese in concentration camps. But they didn't do the same for Germans, funny enough, nor Italians. Funny thing, that xenophobia. And Dieter feeling similar pressure with everyone thinking, what? Teresa and Dieter? But he's a German. It's simply unheard of these days. Intelligence activity before 1941 was real but limited. Borneo conquest owed more to Allied strategic neglect, like the very naval defense, Japan's momentum, than the all-seeing Fifth Column. Plantations, willful ignorance, we do see that. Saw the news from war in Europe, but non-European power successfully invading. Impossible! For the average resident, the actual arrival of the Japanese felt shockingly fast. In this story, it's literally overnight. Sandakan, no massive warships, you just slipped into the harbor with small fishing boats and local craft they seized. One day, woman will be having her evening sundowner on the veranda, the next, being told by a Japanese officer that her house now belonged to the Imperial Japanese Army. Sounds a lot more peaceful than this goodwill plantation. Jargon, we unlocked. Okay was too modern in 1941, or even too American for British colonial. The word okay existed, but they would have used more formal or idiomatic expressions to convey reassurance. I shall be quite alright. I'll be fine. I shall manage. If you're sick or injured, facing pirates, they don't want to show weakness, I shall pull through. I have a sturdy constitution, I'll be fit by morning, it's nothing to speak of, I shall weather it. If they're talking to a friend, I'll be right as rain, fit as a fiddle, I'll make out. I'm still in the pink. Use of a mix of English and local sentiments. I survived the 26th flood, I shall survive this, don't you worry about me, I'm an old hand. 1941 phrases they'd use to express disbelief or skepticism varied on their impatience, skepticism, or encouraging. To express disbelief or skepticism, oh, why say? Come now, surely not nonsense, bosh, don't be absurd, old man. Impatience, frustration, steady on, don't get a move on, dash it all. Confound it, really now, hang it. To encourage, do be a sport, don't be a killjoy, be a brick. Don't be so stodgy. Dismiss an excuse, that's a bit thin, isn't it? Tell that to the Marines. Stuff and nonsense. If they're among other men at the club, they'd be a bit more colorful. Bloody nuisance, blast it, bugger it. They kiss their mothers with that mouth. If they try to avoid proper swearing, use a minced version of religious oaths. Drat. Botheration, oh! Good grief, good heavens! 1941 Borneo. Pepper their speech with Malay words as exclamations or frustrations. Tidikapa, it doesn't matter. Ayo, alamak, oh my goodness. Noijitat. And the occult. 1941 Borneo. Rich spiritual landscape. Occult beliefs. There's a lot we could read through. But to the Europeans, Chinese secret societies were considered the most dangerous cults. If someone died mysteriously on plantations, they rarely blamed germs, they blamed specific entities. Pontianak, the most feared spirit in Borneo, goes to the woman who died in childbirth, manifested a beautiful woman in white, who eviscerated men with long claws. We have the same white woman all over the world, don't we? The Penanggalan, terrifying creature consisting of a floating female head with its stomach and entrails dragging beneath. I think I heard of that one. Curses were a weapon used by locals against the powerful. Tuju, shaman could set an object like a needle or a lock of hair into a victim's body through the air. The victim would suddenly fall ill. Love hex, to make a man fall in love with a local woman, slipping a potion including a drop of blood into his evening drink. The Palasit, spirit bound to a grasshopper. Okay, so that's all the glossary I've unlocked. So, I still haven't touched the hint file yet. I don't know if the hint file just has hints, if it gives general gameplay hints, but I don't need it, I'm not gonna look in there. But either way, I don't see a way to manually save. So, I'm going to trust. I'm going to put my trust in the game's ability to autosave that. Oh, cool. I could see where everybody is at a given hour. That's neat. Deceased! So, Yeah, escape doesn't open a menu. So I'm gonna trust. I'm gonna trust in the autosave system. If I close this game, end stream, and then open the game again, and it gives me the bare, brand new game, I'm gonna be so upset. But I don't see a way to manually save, so I got no choice but to trust it. So, I could export save. If I really don't trust it, I'm gonna export the save and import it if I really need to. But I'm gonna trust the autosave. So, that is simply going to be where I call it for tonight. I don't know how much of the game is left, but there can't be all that much remaining. Simply impossible. The story, we've wormed our way through the story in so many different ways. There's no way that there's 6 hours of story left. There's gotta be like 2 to 4 hours of story, and then pecking around for bonus achievements. That's all that's left. So for now, like I said, we're gonna raid Dana Chrysalis, who was enjoying a birthday stream, and Dana is cool people. This music from Extra Power Star Resistance. Needle Sandman, Akimoto Wagman, and friends made some beautiful Extra Power games, and then I find out, popping onto Twitter last night to look at something, that his latest work is AI. It's mostly AI assisted, that Needle Sandman, which is a shame because I love seeing his art evolve over the years. But he's convinced himself that in this era, if you don't use AI tools, you're gonna fall behind and left in the dust. At least, he's a type where he wants to see how AI tools can help his art, right? Everyone who says, well, I only use it to do concept art and look at ideas and then I make it myself, every single time they say that, it ends up looking like the exact same stuff. But I don't know. Needle insists he's only using it as an aid. But it does kind of make me less enthusiastic for the possibility of Extra Power 4. Extra Power 4, where instead of crazed Needle Sandman art that's been improving over the years but still has his personal touch, is given AI effects and all that. Funny enough, his post does say that, well, he doesn't have the time or energy to do big projects anymore, so he kind of has to rely on AI. Maybe that means that Extra Power 4 isn't going to happen then, if there's no time or energy for big projects. No time or energy for big projects, but working with people can be interesting. So who knows? Maybe he uses his AI experiences with his personal new project into the next Extra Power 4 if that ever happens. Or maybe if Extra Power 4 is a collaborative effort with other artists and programmers like the previous game was, then maybe he doesn't have the need for it. And he is one-person MP. Extra Power games are made by a group, Lucky Lamp, of which Needle Sandman is one person, Akimoto Wagman's another, and they get other people helping with the story, with the music, with the programming. So, it's a small group at Lucky Lamp. But they've always relied on the kindness of their group for help. Outside programmers, Needle on the art, Akimoto Wagman on the professional level music. Like, I'm pretty sure I might have seen that Akimoto Wagman actually contributed music to one of the Fairy Tail games or something like that. So, you know, these are like professional or semi-professional people. I don't know. Going to the end screen with the Extra Power music on just reminded me of Needle Sandman's dipping his toes. But like I said, if we ever get an extra power, it's probably a long time from now. And regardless, we got 3 excellent games. But that's enough faffing about. I said we were gonna raid. I said I was going to raid Dana Chrysalis. And holy shit. Hold on, let me just quickly pop over here for a second. 39,976 frames since the last disconnect. Stable bitrate, but that means that enough dropped frames since then, enough dips, for 40,000! That's how many times the stream has buffered, or how many times that the whole thing just crunched into compression. Craziness! Either way, let's go raid Dana. Thank you guys for hanging out. Stick around for the raid, say hi to Dana, wish him a happy birthday, and we'll finish this psychic investigation in Borneo on the eve of the Japanese invasion when I return. See you then.
はちゃめちゃ忙しいスーパーヒーローお肉の手入れサインの練習空手チョップで橋を割ったら牛丼片手にダンシングロックンロール強い当たり前そりゃそうさかわいい照れるな手の突っ張りはいらんですよ言葉の意味はよくわからんがとにかくすごい自信だレスラー怪獣私が相手だドッタンコバッタンコ大騒ぎ大騒ぎ